Spellcraft, Reincarnation of a Magic Scholar. Chapter 251, Prelude to the Counterattack PT3. Despite the obvious stance of the crowd, it seemed Fabian refused to budge on his stance. While I do not mean this as an act of disrespect, you haven't done half as much of what Jared contributed. Cusan's bold words forced a frown on the face of the prince. Still, protocols still matter as long as the regulations are concerned. The rankers are the highest authority after the lecturers and academic body. As the leader, Why don't we vote, then? This is a matter that concerns life or death. In that case, school rules don't count for much, do they? I smiled at the fuming prince. This wasn't just about sports festivals or ceremonies. This was an actual battle. There was no way I would leave things to an incompetent brat. Fine, let's vote, Fabian said. He must have been confident in the fact that he had more people on his side. There were 9 rankers, and all of them would most certainly side with him. However, I wondered how true that was. Still, let's not take our chances. Okay, then. We should let everyone in the building vote. After all, they'll be risking their lives, no. I intentionally raised my voice and increased the effectiveness of my sound amplification spell. No one could claim they didn't hear my words. Fabian, as well as the rankers who he was counting on for their support, bulged their eyes at my seemingly ridiculous statement. What are you saying? Aren't we the representatives? It's only right we. Jared is right. These students have their respective lives. Whoever will take charge of this raid will be responsible for the lives of everyone. They have the right to choose who they want to go with. Cusan stated. I agree. Roy Licerio added. Though he had been ignored for some time, it didn't change the fact that the numbers of middle-class students were the highest in the academy. As the one who stood at the top of the food chain among them, his words had weight among the majority of students gathered. The boy turned his head and smiled at me, a glimmer of gratitude displaying in his eyes. Jared saved me and my friends while I was unable to do much, or anything, really. He wasn't the one with the light barrier, but I saw how much he assisted before I came to the aid of all the middle-class boys. My impression of him wasn't bad. This isn't the time to pull ranks. What matters is who can get the job done. Fabian was crumbling under the pressure. I understood why he wanted to take the lead. It had more to do with politics than his current identity as a student. When we survived, this incident would definitely reach the ears of the royal capital. In which case, Fabian wanted this whole incident to end with him as the savior. If that happened, it would solidify his position as an heir. No one wanted a weak ruler, after all. I assumed that was why he even took the mantle of first seat among the rankers. Even though I'm sure Sierra should be able to win against him. Still, this wasn't the time to dabble in meaningless politics. What mattered most was our lives. It may have been short-sighted for me to think that way, but everything else came after we survived. Prince Fabian. I have a question. If you answer honestly, I will have no qualms in leaving the leadership role to you. The boy seemed slightly relieved that I was letting go of what he desired. But, it was clear he was nervous about what my inquisition would be. If the lives of these students are in your hands, do you guarantee that none of them will die? If any of them should fall, if this plan should fail, if the demons end up with the victory, will you claim full responsibility for those things? My question carried a lot of weight. Though I was the one who asked, all focus shifted to the one who would answer. Even the rankers were now looking at Fabian, expecting his response. Please bear in mind that you will act in your capacity as a leader. That means you'll make the strategies and will follow your instructions. I don't plan on you thinking you can use me to make a foolproof strategy and then reap all the rewards on your own. I smiled. With pressure on Fabian, his trembling became more pronounced, and his hands began to quiver. Sweat formed on his forehead, and the pent-up stress he was hiding slowly surfaced. I could tell that he was agonizing over his thoughts, but, if he knew what was best for him and the students, then fine. I understand. You can take the lead, then. But, does that mean you'll be able to do the same? Fabian asked me with tired eyes. So far, I had exuded nothing but confidence. Right now, I challenged him to take responsibility for the life and death of the students. It was too big a burden for anyone to bear. However, would I also be able to take responsibility? Yes. I can promise everyone this. So far, I expected casualties since no one was under my watch and things were out of my control. But now that we've gotten to this juncture and things had reached a threshold that I could control, I was confident. No one will die as long as they follow me. It wasn't blind arrogance or childish confidence. I had seen the data, I had calculated the outcomes. I could foresee the results. As long as I was in charge, I could ensure that no one under my charge would die. Too many have been killed already. While I know it's possible to raise the dead, we should also know that these things are not guaranteed. Out of all the students, only the middle-class boys suffered casualties. Still, that was a huge blow. Perhaps they could all be saved, but what about everyone else? I wouldn't be able to cast resurrection spells or barriers around the students who would die in this mission. That meant I had to ensure that no one would meet their end. I promise you this. As long as I am here, as long as I formulate these strategies, you will all live. Chapter 252. In the end, the multitude chose me as their representative. Some people, like Fabian, didn't even bother voting, so it was assumed that they forfeited their choice. I was honestly grateful to Kuzan, who used his skillful tongue in my favor. Even though I would have still ended up the victor, one way or the other, it was nice how well things had worked out. Of the rankers, several didn't side with Fabian. They probably read the room and decided to go with the flow. That or that fact that they cared about their lives and would ultimately choose the more capable one of their options. Surprisingly, even Sierra went for me. I saw her eyes darting at Jerry, who was an enthusiastic supporter of my cause, and not long after her eyes trailed in his direction, she raised her hands too. There was definitely something fishy with the girl. Once the results were finalized, I gathered everyone to the hallway, which was large enough for us to stand, and then addressed the masses. We will all be risking our lives, but I don't plan on sacrificing more than those who have already been killed. To boost their morale, I encouraged the students with the assurance of resurrection magic being used on their fallen friends. They bought into that and must have also had the thought of being revived if they died as well. I let them think what they wanted, since doing so gave them more courage. The first order of business was to strengthen our forces. While we were relatively a large number, it wasn't a secret that most students in the room were mediocre, at least, when compared to the shadow demons. In order to even things out, they needed to be well equipped with knowledge, tools, and aid. I was going to lend them automatons to serve as decoys, scouts, and also suicide bombers in case things went awry. Also, by giving a detailed explanation of the weaknesses of shadow demons, the students were able to realize the ineffectiveness of wasting their mana on regular spells. Simply by conducting pure mana on a weapon or by emitting it, they had a much better chance of causing damage. For combat, the martial artists were the best choice since they had better experiences in fighting, and could enhance their weapons better than most. I made sure to divide the students into groups that ensured more martial artists were present in weaker squads. After the grouping was completed based on the location of relevance, I decided to appoint leaders. For some groups, I ensured some individuals acted solo. Group 1 consisted solely of Sierra. Group 2 had only Kuzan. Group 3 had Fabian and 3 other rankers as well as a few skilled students. The remaining 5 rankers were spread among 5 other groups, making 5. The last group had Edward, Anna, and Aloe as the only members. I ensured the first, second, third, and last groups had the biggest load to carry. The surviving staff were also spread across 4 of the 5 other groups, while the squad without a staff, ranker, or anyone of particularly high quality, was given the minimum workload. Plus, they had more members of the Elite 10 among them and also had the majority of members. I was able to properly divide roles based on difficulty and importance, so no one could give complaints. Still, even with this, we would be hard-pressed for victory, which was why. A drilling sound cut through the floor of the middle-class dormitory. Once again, this generated a lot of uproars. Students were frightened that our haven had been breached, and it would only take a small spark to ignite the unrest hidden in their hearts. Do not be alarmed. This is also part of the plan. Once I said this, drawing their attention to my confident demeanor, the unrest slowly fizzled out. Whew! The drilling sound persisted, but only for a few more seconds before whatever was underneath the tiled platform reared its head. The drilling object took the form of a mole-like automaton, having drills for hands, and a sturdy body for weight. Once it popped to the surface, several other automatons appeared, having tube-like bodies that would be able to contain quite a lot of stuff. The students had surprised faces as 5 of these automatons made their way to my location, and I simply smiled. These are yours as well?" Fabian managed to blurt out, and I nodded. Yes. I had these automatons drill their way through the ground since flying through the air would be too risky. Not only were they unable to fly, the load each carried would make it difficult to remain undetected even with a cloaking spell. Plus, I couldn't simply take the risk. They had precious cargo, after all. That was why I made sure they went underground, even if it would take a relatively long time to arrive at the appointed destination. What are they for? Another question came forth. The students must have already guessed, but these automatons weren't built for combat. The mole-like one was adapted to drilling, while the others were simply load-bearers, nothing more. It's simple, really. I had them transport some things for me. I had been undertaking several experiments in my time at Larkno, even before then. As a result, so many fruits of my labor were currently stocked in my room. Due to the severity of the situation, it was clear that they would be needed, so I had them transported. Now wasn't the time to be selfish. If these will improve our chances, even by a little, then I have to distribute them properly. Among the items brought were mana potions, health potions, and strengthening concoctions. But those weren't all. I had tools, magic items among my stockpile. Using these, I was certain that even those who were weaklings could temporarily become the slightest bit useful in our endeavor. I gave Edward an enchanted blade that I prepared for him. Anna got a necklace that boosted her magic abilities as well as bracelets that increased conductivity. I distributed the appropriate potions to everyone present, and also have magic tools to those who would be deadweights otherwise. Most of them, if not all, were prototypes in their experimental stages, and I had already recorded my observations on them, so they wouldn't be missed. As for the special items I gave to Anna and Edward, they were originally intended as gifts, so I felt no loss. The Rankers Cusin as well already possessed their respective equipment, so I didn't bother with them. My goal was to ensure that even the weak could stand a chance against our adversary. And once that was done, our little army was completed. Looking at the students who had chosen to stand up for themselves and the academy, I couldn't feel prouder. These were the future, the ones we had sacrificed everything for. They had already taken our positions outside the dormitory building, every squad armed with their resources and respective automatons. All that was left was the command. A smile leaked out of my face as I raised my voice to commence the start of our operation. Things would get extremely difficult from now on, especially for me, but this was the best shot we had. Begin. Chapter 253. Ha! Kong gave a sigh. He had been waiting, lurking in the darkness for his prey. Just as he agreed with his human collaborator, he didn't make any move himself. Instead, he remained in his location and prepared for any sign of human activity heading his way. None. Still, he grumbled. Khan didn't understand the shady man's reasoning one bit. While he was aware that his current position had a lot of relevance to the whole invasion, he knew there were better ways to prevent any risks. The Shadow Demon, previously a demon lord in his own right, was stationed close to the entrance of the hall where all the lecturers were currently having their meeting. It was to prevent any interference with their invasion, since letting the powerful individuals within the building loose would spell doom for Khan's entire operation. However, the Shadow Demon could figure out other ways to prevent that from happening. Firstly, he could directly participate in the invasion itself and swiftly get rid of the nuisances himself. With him directly participating, no one would even get the chance to reach the hall, not that they even knew where it was located, in the first place. The fact that no one might even come close to the place he was guarding made Khan grit his pitch-black teeth in annoyance. What a bother! He hated being useless and idle, yet he knew better than to deviate from the plan. After all, his partner himself had guaranteed that someone would show. According to the man, the most troublesome student of all was going to attempt to call upon the aid of all the lecturers. Fortunately, this was the same person Khan was to personally kill. While Khan would have preferred to seek out his prey himself rather than have it come to him, he decided not to push it and leave the plan as it was. Since shadow demons weren't known for their intelligence, the creature assumed that there was probably some other hidden intention that he couldn't decipher. Still, it was annoying. Not only because he was idle, but also thanks to something he hadn't expected. They're putting up quite the resistance, aren't they? He had anticipated some form of retaliation on the part of the students, especially the more talented ones, but Khan could have never imagined that it would be to this scale. Since the shadow demon was connected to his clones, he knew to an extent of their location and status. The fact that so many had been defeated was a surprise. In fact, all the ones he sent to the dormitories were killed, and the casualties on the human side were very low compared to the number of his clones that died. Sure, he knew they were inferior copies, but still. They just keep surprising me. So much so that it worried the black being. If they were resisting to this degree, and showed no sign of stopping, it wasn't beyond imagination that they would target the locations where he was currently breaching for information and resources. With the current quality of his clones, Khan wasn't sure of his victory. He had been assured of victory by his collaborator, but the demon didn't trust any human. There was a chance that he would lose at the current pace. There were 9 locations where his clones were raiding, and he couldn't possibly leave his position to personally account for them. A portion of his emotions told him to leave things be. Mere students couldn't trump the clones he made, never mind their quality. Still, Khan remembered the last time he underestimated a human opponent. It didn't end well. Fine, how about this, then? Shuyu. The shadow demon's body emitted a very thick cluster of dark energy, and the most peculiar scene manifested. Khan's body split into 2. One of the copies was Khan's original, though it looked of less quality than he was initially. The second Khan looked even more intimidating. Next, the duplicate version split itself once again, dividing into numerous parts, until there were 9 of it. Perfect. The demon's voice rang ominously. He was pleased to see portions of himself facing one another. This technique he used was fundamentally different from the shadow summoning he did the previous time. Unlike last time when he simply made clones, these were actually portions of himself, his true self. In short, the figures in front of him were all Khan. I only have about 30% of myself, the rest have been split into parts. He mumbled to himself. But, this way, no one will be able to get in my way. True. I should eliminate all the enemies. More Khans spoke, all addressing the same issue. It was a bizarre sight, creatures of darkness speaking to one another. 3 of these Khans had 10% each, while the remaining 6 shared 40%. Still, compared to any student of the academy, they were incomparably superior. At least, that was what Khan determined. While this is overkill, I refuse to underestimate those humans. Khan thought to himself. While he possessed the highest percentage, making him the original, he had bled out more than even half of his power. Still, he wasn't threatened in the slightest. 30% was already more powerful than a demon general. While his partner had spoken highly of his target Jared Leonard, he was still a child of 12 years. It didn't matter how monstrous he was, there was no way a kid could defeat a demon general. Plus, Jared Leonard was bound to have exhausted a large portion of his strength to contain the invasion already. There was no way he would be in top form. With him having the advantage, and also superior abilities, victory was assured. I sped past so many buildings in a flash that it seemed like they blurred. There was no time to leisurely engage at a moderate pace. Using spellcraft to augment my physical abilities, I ensured my movements were faster than ever. While this wasn't how I planned things to go out, it was the only way out. The big bad was waiting for me at the designated point, and once I spotted him, it would be game over. I made sure to save a great deal of my strength for this, so I had no intention of losing. Everyone, please do your best out there. I'll do mine as well. Chapter 254. There were 3 major areas plagued by an insufferable amount of shadow demons. One was the general library. The other 2 were restricted zones accessible only to the staff of Inslark, and even then, only those with the appropriate clearance were permitted within. Kuzan alone was assigned to the general library on his own. Sierra was given charge over the second toughest spot, while a good amount of the rankers handled the last saturated area. Many would have viewed Jared's actions to be that of a madman assigning 2 students individual tasks and sending them to the heart of the enemy's forces, or at least close. However, since the people in question held no complaint on the matter, no one could say anything. Jared explained that his decision was fair, and that he simply gave everyone the roles he felt they could handle. This sent a message to everyone present, that Sierra and Kuzan as individuals were stronger than a bunch of rankers. Usually, it would be considered insulting, if not downright conceited. However, no one said anything. If someone as brilliant and powerful as Jared Leonard deemed it so, that was what it had to be. After all he had shown, there was no room for doubt in the hearts of most. Besides, they were also partially grateful that they weren't the ones undertaking the more difficult mission. With that in mind, everyone charged toward their appointed destination. Their formation was impeccable, their goals unchanged, and their expressions displayed a firm resolve. They were going to take back their academy. Kuzan floated through the air, staring at his surroundings with his golden eyes. They shone brightly in the dark thanks to him pouring mana into them. The fact that he glided so easily in midair would tell anyone he was used to this activity, but Kuzan was simply relying on muscle memory and wasn't even paying much mind to his flight activities. His eyes took in everything around him while his mind ruminated on several things. In the quiet embrace of the night, it was the perfect time to think. Still, with all the chaos around, the golden-haired boy picked the wrong time to delve deep into thought. This is incredibly suspicious. He considered all Jared had said in their meeting, and he could tell that the boy was withholding some information. Whether he was doing it for the greater good or not was something Kuzan didn't know yet. It's clear we have a mole, but it couldn't possibly be Jared, right? Jared had contributed the most in mitigating the calamity that befell everyone, but his actions and the information he possessed showed something beyond the reach of a 12-year-old. Even Kuzan, the genius, could not have thought things so well, and he knew that perfectly. Jared may have been lacking in magic, but that was only his perspective. He far surpassed most people his age, even older. Still, it can't be Jared. The mole had to be a staff, a lecturer most likely. However, Kuzan couldn't think beyond what he suspected due to his lack of information. It was at this point that the boy wished he had been paying more attention to the people around him. Well, let's take care of this incident first, the rest can come later. With that, Kuzan increased his pace to a phenomenal degree, and he arrived at the general library in no time. It was a very massive building, though it wasn't all too impressive by the young boy's standards. The place he knew was far better than this place. Still, I suppose, they did the best they could, he murmured as he began alighting from his height. Kuzan refused to let his feet touch the ground and remained aloft, looking at the building in front of him as well as the enemies that had already surrounded his flank and rear. You don't need to hide, the boy called out. There was no way they could escape his superior detection. Plus, even if they attempted to ambush him, it wouldn't work. The only reason he called out to them was because it would be a pain to kill them off one at a time. He would rather get things over with quickly. And so, in response to his call, multiple shadows began surfacing. They showed up in hundreds, revealing their malevolent auras and grotesque figures. Their white eyes eyed him, and their limbs were sharpened for combat. So far, according to Jared's analysis of these creatures, they were capable of 3 major attacks. One was the ability to alter their form, preferably their limbs, and use them for melee combat. The second was their tendency to shoot projectiles from a distance by compressing their dark forms. The third was the ability to generate several constructs from various parts of their bodies, even from blind spots. Coupled with the fact that they could turn semi-tangible, were resistant to physical assaults, and were fluid in their motion, these shadow demons were the perfect soldiers and the greatest enemies for most fighters. Still, Kuzan wasn't worried. Ultimately, he simply had to mow them down. His original magic, while not perfect yet, utilized pure mana. As a result, it could deal direct damage to the creatures. At this rate, all he had to do was expend quite a sum of mana to maintain it. That was also not a problem, though, thanks to his necklace. Now, then, Kuzan smiled, watching so many shadow demons creep up on him. The rest were most likely sorting through what they wanted to obtain within the library. After he was done with the ones surrounding him, his next goal had to be the library building itself. Not even a single one was to get out alive. Come! The shadows charged at Kuzan. However, they all shared the same fate. Kuzan's fingers snapped, and then, an eruption of blinding lightning erupted and consumed the area. Shock, he whispered. While ensuring his immediate vicinity was protected, everything for a large distance was consumed by the explosive blue lightning that flashed. The shadow demons were weaker to light, but since the lightning element was closely linked, it also served the same purpose. In essence, it was their weakness as well. Once the smoke began hissing and the cool wind of night cooled the charred surface around him, Kuzan deemed his job to be done. I should head to the library, then, he nonchalantly shrugged. Once again elevating himself from his lower estate, the boy began moving in the direction of the large building. However, that was one impressive display. A voice called out to him. Instantly, Kuzan felt a chill completely different from earlier. Instinct took over, and the casual air around him vanished. The sudden appearance of something even he hadn't sensed startled him. This is Chapter 255. Standing before Kuzan was an existence that shouldn't have been in the library area. It was a creature similar to the black things, but also entirely different. To begin with, its appearance was bigger, and it had more menacing features that completely put the ones that were recently destroyed to shame. But, the most notable thing about this being was the amount of power it possessed. Its stifling miasma was enough to stop Kuzan in his flight. Are you their leader? It was a direct question, but Kuzan was questioning not only the monster in front of him, but also himself. Oh? Look at this kid. You understand demon tongue? Kuzan didn't respond. He simply stared at the black creature in front of him, analyzing all he could about its power and motive. It can communicate, so that makes it completely different from the others. Plus, this amount of power is also sizable. If I'm not careful. The shadow demon, a portion of Khan, had 10% of his original self. In essence, he was strong. He could see the student before him panicking a little. This was only natural, considering he currently possessed enough power to pass as a demon general. No human child could match that no matter how much they tried. He had used Shadow Warp, a spell, to appear at the library the moment he realized that a huge portion of the shadow clones had been extinguished. He wasn't expecting a kid to be responsible, a single one for that matter, but, upon observing the child, it would appear that such a person really could pull it off. I'm surprised. You're the second human I've met who understands my language. I thought information about us was supposed to have been extinguished after the war. The humans truly are unreliable, Khan murmured. The boy before him seemed to chuckle a little. No, it was more like a snicker. Something funny to you? Khan would usually have simply killed the brat in front of him, but there was no need to rush. Plus, he wanted to give his minions within library enough time to get all the necessary information before he fought. After all, he wanted to let loose a little. I can guess that the other person who understands you is your collaborator in this invasion of yours. He's a lecturer here, correct? Kuzan's voice was clear, without fear. He's just trying to bluff, Khan reasoned internally. Maybe. Maybe not. The human boy's smile grew wider. Had he truly figured things out? No. If he had, then he wouldn't be asking. Khan figured he was most likely just trying to probe him for information. While he wouldn't have minded spilling the beans since he would still be killing the young boy, the shadow demon despised being played and underestimated. And that was exactly what the boy seemed to be doing. As for how I understand your language, I was taught. You know, I'm actually fluent in most known languages in the world, some monster tongue as well. I don't care. Oh? Shame, Kuzan's voice playfully trailed. Why is he talking about unnecessary stuff? Is he trying to buy time? Does that mean I should truly end things quickly, after all? Oh, don't be so apprehensive. I don't plan on buying time or anything. In fact, I want to end this quickly. It's not every day you get to see a demon. I wanted to ask you something. Kuzan murmured. Oh? The effrontery, this human. Come on. It'll be worth your while. I have valuable information too, you know? We could exchange info. After we're done, you can choose to kill me or something, right? What do you have to lose? Khan considered the boy's words carefully. Sure, he truly wanted to know about how he knew his demon tongue. Not just that, he needed information on the students, no, humans in general. How many students were as powerful as this golden-haired boy? Were they being taught about demons in this academy? If that was so, then the situation was worse than he thought. In that case. Fine. But I will ask you my question first. Sure, I don't mind. For a moment, there was silence. Khan was deliberating what to ask the young boy before him. How do you know so much? How are you so strong? How many students here are as strong as you, or are you just considered average here? What exactly do you know about our race? You humans plan on invading us, don't you? Despite the deal. How dare you? From a single question, Khan threw a flurry of inquisitions, raising his voice as he spoke. It was obvious how agitated the shadow demon felt. That's a load of questions. Was the only thing Kuzan said, in a calm and collected manner. After waiting for some time, the boy continued. My name is Kuzan Midas. Does that ring a bell? Khan's eyes widened in surprise, and then searched his memory for the familiar name. It wasn't the first name that intrigued him, but the last. Midas. You belong to that place. It was no wonder the kid was so strong. Khan understood perfectly now. Yet. I don't know what deal you were referring to, but the Midas Empire had nothing to do with that. As you know, we were never involved in your war. Khan remembered. The denizens of the Midas Empire didn't really consider themselves the same as the other races even though they looked human. And so, even when the humans, dwarves, beastfolk, elves, and fairies joined in the war against the demons, they never interfered. Usually, such a nation would get stuck in the conflict caused by war and have to pick a side, but the Midas Empire never participated in the battle, and the crisis never affected them. They were that formidable. Khan felt a little apprehensive now that a member of such a race was before him, somewhat grateful he was only encountering a kid. I see. As for strength, I would say no one is stronger than me. Sierra is pretty good, but she's unrefined. Perhaps that's what makes her so formidable, though. The boy leaked out a smirk. Khan didn't speak. He only listened. And then there's him. Jared Leonard. Khan's antenna sprang up the moment he heard that name. So, he was strong enough that a member of the Midas race deemed it fit to mention him. This kid, Jared, what kind of existence is he? Chapter 256. N.A. I mean, his intelligence surpasses mine, and he's a natural at mana control, I'll give him that. But... Kuzan formed a wry smile, something that Khan would have scoffed at but now dreaded. He's still inferior to me. Well, I guess I have my superior bloodline to thank for that. Khan gulped slightly. It wasn't that he was afraid, but caution was something he had learned over the years. He refused to be careless. So, no. I suppose I'm the strongest student. Even among lecturers, there are only quite a few I have to fear. Khan remembered the partner he collaborated with had mentioned a name to him. Perhaps this was a chance to see just how much truth dwelled in his words. What about the lecturer, Naren Khalid? Pfft. Phi. Pua ha 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 ha. Kuzan burst out laughing. It wasn't the usually composed laughter that one would expect from someone of his personality. No, it was more like a child's. For the first time, it seemed like the golden-haired boy was acting like a kid. Oh, I do apologize, hee, sorry about that, chuckles leaked out as the boy tried to regain his composure. Usually, Khan would have lashed out in anger, but, he decided to cling to his patience. It's just, you said something funny. You compared me to Naren Khalid. Does that mean this kid is superior? He's young and immature, but, he's still a member of the Midas race, so... Naren Khalid is definitely stronger than my father, no, anyone I know, and not by a small margin. This was enough for Khan's eyes to bulge in shock. A fully grown Midas. Kuzan was saying that a mere lecturer was stronger than an accomplished user of magic? Surely, Khan found that incredibly dubious. It may not sound like much, but you're seriously overestimating our race. Most people make that mistake. The boy chuckled. Khan felt like he was being called stupid, but he decided to let it slip. The ones who have most of the power are royalty. All royals are geniuses, possessing special grade mana cores. I suppose you could say we're the Midas of the Midas folks. We. Khan was already getting some bad vibes. Yet. I'm the prince of the Midas Empire, or should I say, was? The shadow demon felt like he was being assailed by too much information, more than he could handle all at once. It only makes sense that I'm this strong, so, I suppose that answers your question. As for this academy, I don't think they have anything to do with you guys. Humans don't really feel you guys are a threat. Many don't even know you exist, you know. Khan was shocked. What was he hearing? He would have taken that stance before, but there was no way humans who knew nothing of demons would counter his shadows so easily. Or maybe... was it this kid that took care of all the shadow clones? Then that makes sense. If that was the case, and Kuzan was telling the truth, then he had been overreacting all along. He was too hasty in his judgment. He had been the first to break the vow between humans and demons, and he actually dared to venture this far. Khan realized it now. I should have just returned. No, he shouldn't have left the demon realm in the first place. I suppose I've answered your question. It's your turn now. Khan grunted, not feeling very motivated to go back on his word. Other demon lords would have never stuck to a deal made with humans, well, except Rouge, but even then. Fine. Ask. Do you know anyone by the name of Keto? Khan was surprised by the simplicity of the golden-haired boy's question. So much so that he cocked his head a bit. I see, so that's a no, figures. Khan felt somewhat bad that he got all that information and couldn't even answer the kid's question. Still, once he realized that the boy would still die by his hands, Khan shook off any useless emotion. I guess it was too optimistic to expect anything. But, I have to ask, what is the current status of the White Demon tribe? The White Demons, just as the Shadow Demons, belonged to the same race. They were popularly known as shapeshifters or doppelgangers, a nasty bunch in Khan's opinion. Still, they were members of his species. That afforded them some level of respect on his end. Do you really think I'll sell out my people? The demon growled. Hey, I answered your questions, didn't I? Still, ask another one. I can't reveal the internal information of my people. The golden-haired boy sighed, most likely in exasperation. Khan felt worse than before, but he hardened his heart. He wasn't going to betray his resolve. Fine. Tell me this at least, in the past 9 years, have there been any suspicious activities on their end? I mean, have they left the demon realm to visit the human world? Have they had contact with anyone from the outside? What are these strange questions? Khan's thoughts were troubled. Still, he didn't intend to dodge the Inquisition this time. No. I am not aware of anything like that. Besides, the White Tribe are not exactly the most open about their affairs. Even if they were to have snuck out, it wasn't within my jurisdiction, to begin with. I wouldn't know. Demon tribes had some level of autonomy, and while the demon lords had absolute power and were respected by all, their authority could only be directly used on the members of their respective tribes. Only the Demon King commanded the absolute fealty of all demons. He was their absolute monarch, as well as Khan's master. Useless. Khan snapped out of his reminiscing state as he heard a disgusted sound. He glanced in the Kuzan's direction, only to find him glaring no, simply giving a condescending look. Kuzan's casual smile had turned grim, and his lips curled downward to show a disappointed frown. You're so useless. You simply wasted my time. The boy's voice was chilly, causing Khan to shudder. He emanated a different air than before. The atmosphere felt dangerous. Oh well, there's nothing I can do about it now. Suddenly, heat began to rise. It was getting hot, uncomfortably hot, terribly hot. Khan could feel it, an intensity, unlike anything he had ever felt before. This wasn't natural heat. I'll just kill you and hope I'm luckier next time. Khan felt terror. He was only 10%, after all. He wasn't at full strength. There was no way he could handle this power. Let's finish this. Xenia. Chapter 257. Sierra flew in her appointed direction, but her thoughts never left the dormitory or, rather, a boy whom she had last seen there. Hi. I'm so embarrassed. She squealed internally. Her black bodysuit clung tightly to her body, and Sierra knew what she was wearing underneath nothing. While she had imagined what it would be like to have her lover see her in this wear, she didn't expect it to be so soon. That's right. Sierra Eppelson was an obsessive pervert who couldn't stop thinking about her childhood friend. She called her overwhelming emotions love, but if any reasonable person heard of her complicated feelings, they would beg to differ. For one, she never showed him any outward affection. She was as cold as a block of ice in her interactions with the center of her affection, Jerry Keller. Things weren't always like they were, but they suddenly found themselves at this juncture. The second problematic thing about her disposition toward Jerry was the intense obsession she had with him. She practically loved everything he liked, and despised what he hated. That was one of the reasons she gave herself to so much training despite being a prodigy. It was because he also applied himself. Still, though, if she felt he shouldn't love something, she would eliminate such a thing in order to prevent him from making a foolish choice. An example of that would be, perhaps a girl other than herself? Jerry was a dense guy, so he had no idea how scary women could be. Humans in general were unreliable, which was why Sierra felt like there was no one else he could rely on but her. Since he couldn't figure that out on his own, the best she could do was take action on his behalf before he got hurt. She hoped that one day he would recognize her efforts, and then, maybe. Kya! I can't wait! She squealed in delight. To the love-stricken girl, nothing much mattered besides Jerry. The only reason she was still in Inslark was because of him too. That was why she was trying so hard to defend the campus. I don't like how I'm not in his group, though, the cutie pouted. She wanted to fight demons with him. No, rather, she wanted to defeat all his enemies while he helplessly watched her. That way, he would realize he was nothing without her and would cling even closer to her side. It seemed this logic had been what pushed Sierra and Jerry apart, in the first place, but she didn't see it that way. He's trying to catch up to me. How cute! How cool! Just like she mulled over him every time, he was also thinking ceaselessly about her. That made Sierra happy. Just you wait, Jerry. Once I'm done with my cleanup, I'll rush to your side. With that single thought, she rushed ahead. It barely took a minute before Sierra arrived at her designated location, one of the Forbidden Zones, also known as a restricted area. There were a bunch of them around, but it was mostly due to safety reasons. Students could actually access them with permission, so they were not under severe lockdown. Still, of those restricted areas, 3 were especially off-limits. No one had any real information on the place, so even Sierra didn't know what to expect from the location she was sent to. But that didn't really matter. As long as she defeated her enemies, she would win and then rush to Jerry's aid. According to Jared's instruction, if a group was done with their assignment, they had to help out other groups close by. Unfortunately, Jerry wasn't the closest to her location, but that didn't matter to her. He was first priority. Sierra's hair fluttered as she descended to the ground, facing the dome-like structure that was dubbed a Forbidden Zone. It seemed to be made of glass, but it was so dense that no one could see the interior. The brunette wondered what could have inspired the architects to construct such a bizarre-looking building, yet they expected it to be off-limits. In a place crawling with students, of course, people would be tempted to check the area out. Even Sierra felt curious at times. But, the security was too tight for her to breach, and she didn't want to risk exposing herself, so she gave up on the venture. Nothing good would come out of getting expelled and being unable to see Jerry. But now, things were different. I have access to this place. At long last. Take that, suckers. She laughed. Sierra had always been a rebel, and now she could fully exercise her personality. But first, I should take care of these flies. Nothing was going to stand in the way of her tour. Plus, she was also in quite a hurry so she could get to Jerry's side. Because of these 2 factors, the latter being more important, Sierra didn't hesitate to activate her original magic Phantom Link. Once the wave of energy she dispersed permeated the surrounding area, the enemies she spotted were rendered powerless. Disconnected from their source, they crumbled and died. She didn't even need to exert much effort. Now, then, she merrily trotted down the path before her eyes fixed on the glass dome. Her stride was casual, her brown hair fluttered as the wind blew against it, and she was even humming something under her breath. This certainly didn't seem like someone heading off into battle. More shadow demons were bound to be waiting for her in the building, but what did she care? She just wanted to get the chore over with. But, before she could take a single step further, Sierra felt a change in atmosphere. It was something behind her, something incredibly powerful. Sierra, despite her usually playful demeanor, had incredibly sharp instincts. As someone who was adept at battle and was also a natural prodigy, she swiftly responded to the bloodlust behind her and was met with the sight of an actual threat. If the others were worthless pebbles not worth her notice, this being before her was a boulder. "Ah, so you're the boss?" Sierra blurted out. She noticed its incredible energy, so it had to be the mastermind behind this invasion, right? Or was she jumping the gun? Impressive. To think you defeated all though. Zip it and let's fight. I want to end things quickly. The calm that appeared before Sierra was taken aback by her sharp response. Not only was it incredibly rude, but it also had a ton of confidence. Plus, the fact that she was in a hurry only meant one thing. Has she realized that more versions of me have spread across the other places? But, the moment Sierra gave her next statement, Khan realized he had been overthinking things. Let's finish this fast. Jerry's waiting for me. Chapter 258. Refusing to waste any of her valuable time, Sierra instantly resorted to her original magic. It had been very effective on the other shadow demons and it was basically a one-shot ability. Once she had her aim on the target, she fired off her energy in the form of waves. What? Khan was taken by surprise. Who was this girl? Why did she just attack out of the blue? Were all the students on campus like her? Sure, he was the one who invaded the academy, but she was being too impatient for a human. The wave she released had quite the danger lurking within, but Khan's reaction time had been too stunted to respond to it. How bad could it be? He thought to himself and decided to tank the attack. The wave approached him, and then hit his whole body, bombarding the shadow demon with its power. Khan felt stings all over himself as his body rejected the mana that spread across him, and his brain fuzzed a bit. He expected something else to assail him, but that was it. The wave dissipated and the attack ended. Nothing out of the ordinary occurred. What the? Did I overestimate her? Khan thought to himself. Perhaps there was an effect that would take place the moment he let his guard down. Magic was unpredictable and had numerous effects. There was no such thing as being too careful. However, as soon as he saw the surprised look on Sierra's face, he realized he truly had nothing to fear. How are you still standing? Her voice sounded perplexed. Khan was equally confused. He responded in kind. Was that weak attack really meant to do him in? Was this girl an idiot? Did he mistake her for another? Then where was the person who took care of all those other demons at the same time? Surely, it couldn't be this dunce. Hey, I can hear your thoughts, you know? You just thought I was a dunce, right? That's rude. Her voice surprised him. What? Khan was flustered. The girl in front of him had guessed right. He really did think she was an idiot. Hey! Her disapproving voice shook him once more. But his opinion on that was slowly changing. For someone to be capable of reading his mind, just how skilled was she? That's more like it. Hee. She chuckled. Hold on. How can she even understand me? Could she also understand demon tongue? Thoughts spiraled in his head as he tried to make sense of the whole thing. Ultimately, he couldn't. Khan swallowed hard. He had to be careful now. He needed to think carefully. No, he couldn't even think about this. Finally, after trying his best to fathom the strange girl's abilities, he gave up and decided to ask her directly. What did you do? Sierra was baffled. Why hadn't her spell worked as intended? Phantom Link was magic that affected the mind, and the ability she used had been to sever his neural link. That would make him lose absolute control over himself. In the case of the other shadows, they died instantly, but this one didn't even seem to feel it. That said, Phantom Link also connected her mind with her targets, allowing Sierra to basically hear their thoughts. Truth be told, she developed this technique solely for Jerry. Sierra wanted to get closer to him, so she used her extraordinary abilities to nurture a mind-based power. Still, the poor girl had never used it once on him. She never had the resolve. It will be too much for me to bear, seeing just what kind of thoughts Jerry has of me. That was her excuse, and before long, she had another application of the technique. She would simply read the minds of those around him. If any of them turned out to be threats physically or romantically, it was her duty to eliminate them. Back to topic, Sierra didn't understand why her initial attack didn't work on him, but her mind-reading ability was functioning quite well. Unknown to the girl, the minds of shadow demons were fundamentally different from humans. So, she couldn't sever the neural links of independent bodies since they had a structure that was too different from her equation. The previous enemies she fought only went down because she unintentionally severed their links with the original. Unlike them, each conversion was an original in a sense. Her mind-reading ability was a simpler, more direct spell, so it worked well. The demon had thought of something along the lines of how she could understand his language, but Sierra wasn't relying on language. She simply has access to the frequency Khan emitted. So, by tuning in, she could essentially read his thoughts. But, Sierra knew it would soon be a matter of time before she lost connection with the demon before her. Understanding Khan after that would be impossible. Before that happened, she had to conclude things. Well, there's no use overthinking things, right? I'll end this quickly. Sierra declared. Keh. You can't beat me, human. Khan declared with pride. He was 10% of the complete version. That meant his power was well beyond anything these pesky humans could handle. 0, unlike the clones, Khan retained his intelligence. Not only that, but he could also use magic. His arsenal consisted of stuff that no human girl like Sierra would be able to bear. He had taken his time to size up his prey. He was fully assured of victory. Unfortunately for him, those thoughts were being relayed to the enemy he was meant to defeat. He had committed a fatal error. Once she realized her disadvantage, it didn't take Sierra very long to brandish yet another one of her trump cards. So far, she had displayed her original magic. Other than that, she still had mage mode in her arsenal, but the transformation took too long. While fully calcifying her mana, there was a chance she could be attacked. Since that was a glaring weakness of that state, the girl had to abandon it too. With those two out of the way, Sierra selected her third option. Bond magic. W-Wa. A brilliant gleam of light enveloped Sierra and her vicinity. Energy coursed through her, and the silhouette of something magnificent, her familiar, manifested. Like I said. Khan shuddered in the presence of one of his opposing elements. Let's end this fast. Chapter 259. Edward, Anna, and Aloe were the only members of their group. As an elite, small unit, they covertly reached their target destination with some degree of ease. Of the 9 groups that were allocated tasks, their team had the 4th largest load. While it was not comparable to the first 3, it was still way higher than what the others were expected to do. Many would ponder how students in their first years would be able to handle such responsibility, but Jared had already put all those factors into consideration. According to his explanation, they would have close to no major problems handling their mission. Also, since their designation was the farthest from the middle-class dorm, a small team needed to undertake it. While it was still doubtful to many people if it was best to give first years that role, wouldn't it be better if a few rankers were assigned instead, no one questioned their leader's rationale. The rankers are needed to direct the students. For better coherence, it's best to have them serve as unit leaders rather than placing them in an entirely separate unit. Sure, rankers were qualified for the role, but Anna and Edward weren't qualified for the roles of the rankers. They had no leadership qualities and were merely first years. Very few would actually trust them and obey them as was needed. It was an emergency, but human nature couldn't be so easily changed. To prevent friction, Jared simply chose the safest route. Besides, the three had no reason to fear. Not only had Jared given them the appropriate gear needed, but they also had 3 automatons, the most out of all other teams. Finally, Alovita was with them. She was a staff who was currently the most powerful of the dorm masters present. Not only was she specialized in light magic, but thanks to Jared's intervention in her death, she was phenomenally more powerful than before. Miss Alovita had skipped so many core grades and was now in the 8th level, the silver core stage. She was just a step away from being a gold core grade. If anyone had asked how this was possible, even she would be unable to respond. She was a mere orange core grade before her death, after all. Still, that was plenty strong for someone of her age. For her to have reached a silver core grade, a realm of expert mages who could perform original magic, was nothing short of a miracle. With this newfound power, Alo was confident that she could be of more use in battle. She had to. Her life was lost, yet she was given a second chance. She intended to do her part and fight her hardest. There was one major issue, though. While Alovita's mana core grade had risen, her skill and knowledge hadn't. She couldn't use advanced spells at will. She could perform one, but it took too long. As a result, she relied mostly on intermediate spells. Even now, with her abundance of mana, she had no choice but to rely on her existent knowledge. I have one trump card, though, Alo smiled as they neared their destination. A spell that was an exception to the ranking system. If I use that with the current mana I have in stock, then I should be able to be even more useful. They arrived close to the entrance of the facility, observing the area as they kept their guard up. The building in front of them was the Academy Museum. It contained artifacts and objects of power. These items had mana imbued in them and could also be called magic items. As a result, they were quite valuable. Still, most were used for decorative, historical, and cultural purposes, so they weren't too dangerous. If they had been extremely powerful, certainly more demons would have converged in their location. According to Jared's hypothesis, one of the forbidden zones had to contain magic items with incredible power, while the other restricted area was probably related to magic development and technology, perhaps in the terms of alchemy, automatons, etc. Then the general library had a wealth of information. These 3 locations had been swarmed with the most shadow demons, so Jared theorized that they had the highest value. As for this location, it contained objects of both information and power. While not as critically important as the other areas, it was still of great importance, resulting in it being swarmed with enemies as well. I can sense them, my god, Alo mumbled, her eyes widening slightly. Since she had the highest sensory prowess among the 3, her range allowed her to detect the number of enemies around. There were at least 50 of them waiting outside, and more were bound to be within the museum. The dorm master gulped slightly, recalling her past trauma for an instant before shaking the useless thoughts off. There was only one thing she needed to do now, and she sure as hell wasn't going to back away. There are 55 of them scattered around the entrance. If we make any careless movements, they'll attack. She whispered to the young ones with her. They nodded, instantly telling her they understood. Usually, they would be sneaky about infiltrating the museum, but there was no need to do so. Their opponents were vigilant, and there was only one entrance. That meant they had to storm their way in. Of course, doing so without proper preparation would be foolish. As such, the team readied themselves, and the invisible automatons above them also moved in accordance with their instructions: protect Edward, Anna, and Alo. That was why there were 3 of them. Light Dome Alo cast her spell, causing a golden illumination to cover them. It was an intermediate rank spell, but Alo boosted it to the highest level with her surplus mana, making it extra sturdy. The bright light was bound to draw attention in the deep darkness around them, but the squad had far passed the point of worrying about such trivialities. They had to strike and fast. In an instant, they all launched themselves toward the entrance of the museum. Their movements were in sync and they moved at nearly the same pace, having a triangle formation to cover for their blind spots. Before they got very far, however, the shadows surfaced. The black creatures of malevolence surrounded them, readying their blades as they prepared to strike. Chapter 260. Just as Aloe had surmised, they were 55 shadows stretched around them to form a circle. Usually, the automatons would be the scouts, but since they had arrived at their destination, the drones switched gears to backup/sacrificial pawns. Looks like this is it. Aloe Vita spoke, using the corner of her eyes to carefully observe the kids. They didn't seem to be frightful good. We're ready. Yet. Once they replied to her, Aloe knew she had to prepare herself too. Once the enemies launched their first attack, that would be their window. Just like clockwork, the shadow demons responded by sending their sharpened limbs at Aloe's barrier. Their black flesh connected with the dome of light, sending sparks flying. It was a close call, but her protection was enough to shield everyone from the multiple blows from the shadows. The moment this happened, Edward and Anna got their signal and went on the move. Aloe partially released her dome, allowing the students free access to the area beyond their initial location. The two picked up their pace and moved at phenomenal speeds. It was not the kind you would expect from students their age. Edward brandished the blade Jared entrusted to him, coursing his mana through it like it was the natural thing to do. Vwom! The blade hummed whitish blue and gave off a burst of power. With such a sword equipped as well as the martial blade god technique's 9 fundamental precepts at his disposal, Edward gained a great deal of confidence and headed for the first shadow demon he could find. Rand. Swish. Like hot knife through butter, his blade met no resistance. The young martial artist cut through the enemy as though he was slicing the air. No, even the air had a certain level of tension. His flow was too natural, too fluid. It was all thanks to this blade. Edward felt a wave of achievement course through him as he slew the shadow demon. Still, many more opponents surrounded them. He had only beaten one, so the boy made sure not to get a big head. With his enhanced eyes sharply glancing around, he made way for his next target. While Edward was hacking down enemies, Anna was killing them off with her spells. She had received 2 magic items from Jared. One was a necklace that greatly boosted her magic abilities and the other was 2 bracelets that increased the conductivity of her mana. Her spells were faster and her movements were more efficient, allowing her to be in sync with every single move she made. Anna was currently at the blue mana core grade, but it felt she had already broken through to the green core. That was how helpful the items had been. Her attacks were concentrated mainly on lightning magic since she was more adept at it compared to regular light. She dealt less damage than she would have if she had used pure light, however, thanks to her mana output, the demons were destroyed either way. As a result, she too was able to keep up with Edward's devastating speed wrought by his martial arts and incredible blade. As Aloe watched the 2 students fight in earnest, her heart nearly melted. They were so beautiful and precise in their movements and execution that she felt inspired. Aloe had also attended Inslark in her student years, and she was familiar with their curriculum. She knew for a fact that these moves were not something they learned in the classroom. Someone must have taught them. However, they were both from the lower class, and to the best of her knowledge, no lecturer had taken any student as an apprentice from that place. With the option of lecturers eliminated from the equation, Aloe could only think of one other person who could groom them to this extent. That man. Jared Leonard. That's right. She had no right to see him as a child, especially after all he had shown her. No matter what anyone said, she felt he was qualified enough to even be a lecturer. Feelings of gratitude and awe mixed within her as she faced her opponents with the newfound power her savior bestowed upon her. Shine, she chanted. It was a spell that didn't belong to any tier category, but given that Aloe had an excessive amount of mana to spare, the bright orb that formed above her increased in both heat and intensity. All the shadow demons around her began crumbling, causing them to shy away from the brightness. As a result, none could draw near to her. Even if they attempted to spear her down with their limbs, it would get afflicted by the shining orb above her and completely disintegrate before touching her body. Since the shadows could not reach her, Aloe had enough time to use her advanced spell, the only one she knew, to finish off the ones that encircled her. Light javelins, advanced. Instantly, several spears appeared all around her. Their numbers were way more than the usual amount of javelins used at the intermediate level, and they were far stronger than light arrows. This was Aloe's trump card. With it, the shadows around her received the spears of blinding light and vanished. Unlike Edward and Anna, who took care of their opponents one at a time at most, perhaps a few at once, Aloe's single spell wiped the enemies out. This had been the plan all along. Anna and Edward were simply meant to buy enough time for their leader to finish preparations for her spell. Once that was settled, taking care of the 30 or so demons left was no problem. 0, Hugh, good job, everyone. The team converged and Aloe Vita commended their efforts. She saw they were slightly exhausted, but it wasn't serious. They had recovery potions, but they weren't infinite. Unless the situation called for it, their team could go on. Besides, she knew the two students were still holding back. They had their familiars, and according to them, they had obtained some level of mastery over them. However, they were saving their abilities as trump cards. They had done a good job, regardless. And, Aloe Vita surmised that at the rate they were going, they would have no issues facing off the monsters hidden within the museum. The creatures were bound to be more than those situated outside, but, her hopes in Jared Leonard's plan caused her not to have even a sliver of doubt. Aloe knew in her heart that things would be all right. Unknown to her, to them, there was a darkness lurking in the shadows, about to manifest. Once it did, the tides of battle would soon flip, and the hopeful denizens of Inslark Academy would know the true meaning of despair. Chapter 261. Not there. I ran across the dark streets of campus, trampling the lovely flower petals that danced with the night breeze. Not there either. Impatience swelled within me as I rapidly moved my eyes and became one with all my senses. Spellcraft was constantly turned on. Without it, this would be a fool's charade. My speed was phenomenal, and that was because I knew the value of time. My comrades were all fighting out there, risking their lives because they trusted my plan. I needed it to be executed perfectly. No doubt, the tides were currently in our favor. If I joined in on the battle, perhaps our victory would be assured. However, anything can happen. I can't render a judgment based on the current circumstances. Sure, things were going well now, but what would happen if the tables were to turn on us? Would the exhausted students be able to handle it? This question rang in my head as I desperately sought the only thing that could guarantee our victory and cement the eradication of the enemies, the lecturers. If we could locate them, then it mattered not what the enemy threw at us. Once we secured those with authority and power, this elaborate charade would be finished. Still, the solution was easier thought of than executed. In the first place, the hall where the lecturers were supposedly holed up prevented any external interference. It was surrounded by a barrier that practically made it appear as though they didn't exist on the campus. Normally, no one would be able to find them, unless they were me. Using spellcraft, I was basically one with the world around me. The mana around gave me access to the surroundings. I could extend my senses, perceiving everything beyond the normal scope. Now, what would happen if I were to utilize my technique where the hall was situated? Interference. I wouldn't be able to tap into the mana within the premises of the hall thanks to the special magic around it. Since that was the case, all I had to do was scour the campus to detect anomalies and figure out where they would be holed up in. I've narrowed down the search to some places, so it's not a blind hunt. Still, it was incredibly annoying worrying about everyone else when I had my mission ahead of me. Jared, focus. You'll be facing the leader of the shadows, you know. With my thoughts chastising me, I shrugged off distracting thoughts and dashed toward my designated spots. Until I found it. I could use spellcraft with a range of 100 meters currently. Though, since going so far strained me, I limited myself to 70 meters. It would be pointless if I found the enemy and was worn out when our confrontation ensued. Found you. With anticipation gleaming in my eyes, caution raised high, and at an even greater speed than earlier, I dashed in the direction of the anomaly. 0, boom! I was sure my sudden movements caused an explosion at the point of impact, but I didn't care. My reinforced body cut through the wind and I arrived a few meters from my destination in a jiffy. Phew! A slightly heavy breath escaped my parted lips as I took a measured stance. I'm here. My eyes instinctively searched the area, but that only lasted for a moment. The moment my nerves settled, I was assailed by the greatest amount of bloodlust I had ever felt since I began this second life of mine. Aaieeeee. My mind rang as I felt every hair of my body rise in response to the pressure. Uncountable beads of sweat escaped my pores as the oppressive aura permeating the surrounding area greeted me. This power was beyond me. So, you're finally here, a voice called out to me. It was deep, it was dark, it felt disgustingly familiar. My body trembled as I interpreted the voice of the monster that spoke. My brain referred to the memories of my past life and translated the words of the demon. What is this? My bulging eyes trailed to the figure that materialized before me. Its body was dark, yet shrouded in a type of darkness that only existed in myths. This power far transcended the level of the shadows from earlier. No, even comparing the both of them would be a terrible joke. This aura, my quivering lips mumbled. All my bravado from earlier vanished. In the presence of this horrifying being, I was nothing more than an average student cowering in fear. In my trembling state, one predominant thought etched itself in my head. This power surpasses a general. You are Jared Leonard, correct? No, I shouldn't even be asking this, the figure went on to speak. Something about it felt familiar. The manner in which it spoke, the tone of its voice, and how its black figure looked from a close distance, it felt too similar to what I knew back then. It was a gamble, but I had to take it. To sort through my thoughts and handle this unprecedented situation, I needed more time. Think. How can you buy time? Stall. I had to stall this monster. It was a gambit, but, at the moment this was the only card I could play, the only one afforded to be played. You, who are you? I used demon tongue, and the being in front of me had his eyes widened in response. So, you know it too? Just like him. I wonder, the dark creature mumbled. An air of unease was evident in the air and the tension around me was so thick that it felt suffocating. It may have been shameless for me as someone who had been through worse to crumble like this, but there was only so much my immature body and juvenile brain could bear. All the signals in my body told me to run. Adrenaline was high. My heart was racing at an alarming rate. My brain pounded. I even seat some more. The only thing keeping me standing was my will, and the mana I used to coat myself. I am surprised you know my language, and that you are still standing despite the fact the surrounding area has been corrupted with miasma. You are indeed worthy of praise. Familiar. Too familiar. I knew this demon. I could tell. But, perhaps it was a subconscious action. I couldn't accept it. I didn't want to imagine it. Because, that would mean. Very well, I will tell you my name. That would imply. I am Khan. That the demons truly broke the pact. Chapter 262. The Celestial War. It was a battle that unified the races of the world. A call to arms against a common foe, the demons. Humans. Theranthropes, Elves, Fairs, Dwarves. These 5 races gathered and bore the same banner with the single goal of exterminating the demons who were a scourge on the world. Of course, this ended on a bitter note and both sides suffered severely. Ultimately, a consensus was needed, and a pact was formed. The demons needed sustenance. That was the whole reason they started the war. Once that was satisfied, negotiations became possible. An entire patch of land was given to them, now dubbed the Demon Realm, situated in the north, formerly the Northern Empire. The demons would stay there with the rest of their kind, having an abundance of miasma to sustain them rather than taking the corrupt souls of other races. In exchange for peace, the other races' humanity included sealed all the information they could about them. And then, just like a miracle, the world slowly forgot about the demons. Of course, there was a condition. Should the pact be broken, all hell would break loose again. And the already ignorant humans would be granted knowledge over the fatal flaws of the demon race. This was only an auxiliary measure, though some sort of attachment. The deal was mutually beneficial to all races, so no one expected any form of action. And so, centuries elapsed without any sort of clash. Yet, that all changed with this invasion. Khan. I quickly controlled myself before exclaiming louder than I did. It seemed like the shadow demon in front of me had noticed my surprise, but he chose to ignore it instead. Now, answer me, human, how do you know our tongue? He narrowed his eyes in suspicion. My mind went into overload as he asked me no, even before that question. There were a bunch of things I could say or do, but at this juncture, I was too confused and annoyed to play along any longer. Nothing good would come out of wasting time. The academy was under siege. My comrades were risking their lives. I needed to fulfill my mission and rescue the teachers fast. That was all that mattered. That was all I needed to focus on. Why Khan chose to betray the pact was none of my immediate concern. The fact that he was here and possessed obvious malicious intents was enough. In essence, he was my enemy. Khan. I am going to kill you. I gave my declaration. The shadow demon gave me a surprised look, and then, as expected, he burst out laughing. Kwahahaha. His cracked and sharpened mouth gave out cackles of amused laughs, and I simply let him enjoy his brief moment of satisfaction. You're quite an amusing brat. To think you would say it so bluntly. I suppose you do have a point, though. We ought to fight with the intent to kill as our motivation. The shadow demon went on to speak. I can simply collect more information on your ability to understand our language in this academy's library. You won't find anything there, though. After all, I only knew this much because of my past life. Besides, I suppose you're in a hurry to inform your lecturers about the invasion. Hehe. It's just like that man said. That man, he must mean the mastermind. I would have loved to interrogate Khan some more, but I couldn't afford to risk things. Especially since the demon in front of me didn't mind wasting any valuable time. We had opposing interests. You must also be aware, then, of the various versions of myself that I sent to those important areas. He. I have to admit, I didn't think I would have to resort to that. What? My thoughts nearly leaked out, but I managed to control them. This was bad. Very bad. I never expected a demon lord rank demon to show up here. Since there were only weak shadows, and I knew Khan wasn't the type to launch such an elaborate or even any invasion, my mind placed the worst case scenario as a confrontation with Demon General. This was an oversight. Khan, as a demon lord, had an ability only he could use, at least with what I knew. He could split himself into multiple copies. While his maximum number was 10, each version would have a certain percentage of Khan's abilities. I shuddered at the thought of a group encountering even 5% of this horrifying creature. Oh? So, you know what I mean by versions. I knew you humans couldn't be trusted. You still held on to our information, even children like you know. Khan seemed to be misunderstanding something, but now wasn't the time to correct him. In fact, I couldn't afford any more conversation. There was only one thing that was necessary, especially now that I knew of his other selves running around campus. Gritting my teeth, I poured out all the mana at my disposal. Nothing less would suffice. All 5 mana cores of mine went into overdrive and I felt my body being enveloped with energy. Usually, I would utilize spellcraft in this situation, but the miasma that shrouded our vicinity had completely rendered that technique of mine useless. In essence, I was at a disadvantage. A 12-year-old student versus a demon lord. How laughable was that? The chances of victory were nil. My opponent was too strong. I knew that myself. Plus, with his other selves running around campus, the plan was as good as screwed. My promise to those students ended up being a lie. However, now was no time to despair, or to feel the weight of the lives of all those who would die as a result of placing their trust in me. Now was the time for action. I was told to kill you by that man. Initially, I was puzzled by how he was able to sell out this place for a single life. However, now I understand. You are indeed a very exemplary being. I didn't listen to his conceited compliments and simply focused on my task. 0, but, know this, human. You cannot beat me. Oh, really? I quite remember being told that I was unable to do many things in my past and even present life. The only difference between the two was that I betrayed all expectations in the latter. Why? It was because of magic. Magic makes the impossible possible, that's the whole point. And so, I was going to show this demon Khan a miracle. How a mere child would beat a demon lord. Chapter 263. My body went into overdrive as I pushed every ounce of my strength to the limit. Emitting energy that would be deemed suicidal at a steady pace, and refusing to take my entire senses from the target, I made the first move. My body moved like lightning, coated in golden lightning, a mix of both light and lightning. For this fight, this was the best I could do by myself. Khan moved like a blur, sharpening his body in an instant. Pure magical attacks would be too ineffective on him, so I used the best means in my current reach. Martial arts. Shiig. Condensing a great deal of mana in my hand, I created a blade of light. It brimmed with such brilliance that anyone who gazed at it would be rendered blind instantly. This concentrated blade would easily tear through dozens of shadows, no, even more. Still, I worried that it would be inadequate for my foe. He doesn't have his full strength, so if I can't win now, there's no hope for a comeback. There was no room for hesitation. I simply had to follow what I knew best. My wits. My blade descended with godlike speed, slashing at the demon lord in front of me. Clang! Sparks flew as he easily parried my full strike with a single-bladed limb. Khan didn't even seem shaken by the attack, even though our surroundings suffered a great deal from our collision. Boom! The echoes of our devastating impact speed across the area. I could sense the ground breaking apart, but Khan remained unmoved. Usually, shadow demons would be obliterated with that reinforced strike, but he took it in stride. He's using miasma to coat himself. Shit! Just like I could reinforce myself with magic to defend against my human weaknesses, this being was no different. However, I expected this. Another condensed blade formed on my other hand as I released my grip on my blade. Shiig. Khan blocked the next strike. Both my limbs and his were busy, occupying each other's blades. However, for Khan, he could have as many body parts as he desired. In a moment, multiple spears burst forth from him, launching themselves at me. If I took even a tiny second more time before acting, I would be riddled with holes. Instantly, I became a blur and vanished from my position. Hey! Before the shadow demon realized what happened, I appeared behind him, brandishing yet another condensed light blade. It was very powerful, more powerful than the previous ones I used. Bringing both arms down with a strong vertical stroke, I cried. Annihilate. The ninth form of the fundamental precepts. Annihilate. I used the best I knew of the martial blade god's foundational technique with that hit. Boom! Light filled the area as more debris scattered around. I was forced to generate a shield to defend myself from the impact that radiated around me. The move I employed boasted of the most destructive capabilities among all 9. Quickly maneuvering my body, I took light and quick steps in retreat. However, nice one! Khan appeared from the thick smoke, grinning like the monster he was. His body was covered in black spikes, and his size was much bigger. Changing his mass and rendering his form more durable, the being in front of me was finally beginning to take this fight seriously. Dodge this! A cackle escaped Khan's cracked mouth as he launched a dark javelin in my direction. Space tore as the long and sharp projectile homed at me. I was stuck in mid-air, still in my attempt at a retreat. The insane velocity Khan's attack employed was enough to tear me to shreds even with my enhancements. Fortunately, I had bought enough time. Let's go! With that, a massive burst of energy swirled around me, and then... Boom! Everything around me vaporized. The dark spear was no exception. Floating amid the destroyed area was me in a completely different state from earlier. My body glimmered in various colors, shrouded by a condensed amount of energy that was too much to belong to me. My blonde hair had already taken a fiery red state and my complexion transformed into a cyan hue. Red, ashen, blue, and green bursts of energy all swirled around me. Grand fusion state, I whispered. I was currently utilizing the abilities of all 4 wisps in my possession. Wind, fire, earth, water. I had a vast amount of these at my disposal, and each of my cores functioned individually and simultaneously to maximize the elemental attributes to their full potential. Oh! Nice trick! The shadow demon shrouded himself with even more miasma and began to levitate as well. He charged at me with intent to kill, enough to send shivers down my spine, but I refused to back down. Quadro Storm. Just as I used Blitz by combining 2 elemental attributes light and lightning, I combined all 4 elements that welled up within me and sent them straight at Khan. Boom! A more powerful explosion the most I had ever made erupted. A swirling wave of power burst through the area, sending anything in the path Khan took to smithereens. That won't be enough, but that's enough time bought. Taking advantage of the chaos, I added another technique to my current fused state. Elemental Chamber. 0, Voyage. My immediate surroundings swirled with all 4 elemental attributes, and then I added my golden lightning to the mix. Now armed with 5 elements each core operating them respectively, I glared in the direction of the blast trail, only to see Khan unscathed. Oh? You changed again? The dark-coated monster remarked, returning from the air from whence he descended. Aha! This is quite interesting. Black wings sprouted from behind him, and he developed several tentacles and spike-like limbs that spiders possessed. Now having so many more options and combinations for offense at his disposal, he raced at me with full speed. Chet! I refused to back down and charged at the opponent with all I had. Creating another elemental storm, I launched a barrage of attributes at him, but he was able to take them all thanks to the dense miasma that shrouded his skin. TCH. He had already closed the distance between us, so I could only strengthen the air sphere that surrounded me as his multiple appendages struck. Boom! Chapter 264. Boom! Despite my resistance, I was flung to the ground, crashing upon the earth like a comet. The floor scattered dirt and chunks of debris got sent in multiple directions. Fortunately, my sphere protected me, though barely, else I would have been severely damaged. Still, I couldn't give in now. Hehe, that thing is quite durable. I wonder, Khan spoke from above, looking at me as though speaking to an insignificant insect. How will you be able to handle my magic? My eyes widened the moment my opponent said this, and I grated my teeth in anticipation. And fear. Khan couldn't use his original magic since he wasn't at 100% yet, but his magic abilities were still troublesome, no, downright terrifying. Let's begin with this. Black orbs began appearing around him. They were no larger than the head of a newborn child, but they multiplied at an alarming rate. I gulped and waited, not for his attack, but mine. I had to time this perfectly, or I would die. This should penetrate that barrier, right? The black orbs, estimated to be about 100 as a result of my quick calculation, began taking morphing shapes, and then spat out numerous needle-like projectiles. Yes, sharp bullets came from the dark orbs as they fired en masse. With 100 of those things firing an immense amount of hardened shadow shrapnel at me, it was impossible to evade them all. They were also dense enough to penetrate my defenses after a few rounds. Rah! My cry burst forth and I called upon one of my most destructive spells. It was the same kind I used against Kuzan, but on a much larger scale. Keen to burst. With that, all 5 of my mana cores, as well as my familiars, released a surge of terrifying mana, and I poured them all into the spell. A massive charge of 5 elements, shimmering golden white, burst in the direction of Khan's bullets. They vaporized in an instant, and even my enemy had to hack away from the exploding path. Ha, ha! My heart was racing, and my body felt strained. I had pushed myself so hard from the start, utilizing so many spells at once just so I could keep up with the monster in front of me, yet. You're interesting, kid. Khan had a twisted smile and prepared for any lunge at me. This time, his miasma reached high into the sky and created a massive orb of darkness. This orb condensed and became a giant spear. Unlike the hundreds and thousands of needle-like spikes, this one was far more terrifying. One Quinta storm wouldn't be enough. Eat this! The spear became energized, whirring as though it was alive, and then Khan from his distance above me sent the object of destruction my way. 0, if it connected, I was going to be torn to shreds, blown to smithereens. However, I was already aware of this move. There was no way this would be the end of me. Hey. Mustering a great deal of my strength that would have killed anyone, I created multiple Quinta storms. It would have been impossible, but I had a bit of help from my potions. Common knowledge assumed that potions had to be ingested through the mouth to be rendered effective. However, this only applied to regular potions that served as medication. Magic potion could be absorbed through any part of the body as long as one could receive it through the pores by attracting the effects through mana. I used my mana to attract the several potions in my possession, sending me into a state of mana overflow. I used this pressure to exert myself beyond the limit and create 3 of my most destructive spell, charging it with more mana than was usually possible. 3 high-tier advanced spells, at my disposal, and they all charged at the black spear overhead. Hey! More cries that emanated from the great pain enveloping me rang out. Boom! I shielded myself from the immense explosion that burned through the area. As light and darkness collided, everything in the vicinity was rendered into dust and ash. Before long, I was standing within a crater, and Khan had descended from his high estate. The knockback was too much for even him to bear, and while he may have seemed composed, the shadow demon expended a lot of energy to use that move. You're quite good. I was sure he didn't expect me to survive. Still. Good arc. I had reached my absolute limit. Blood spurted out of my mouth and lots of the crimson hue dyed the ground. My red fluid was thick, dripping from my tired and quivering lips. I was feeling indescribable pain for overwhelming my mana cores and also using magic way beyond my means. This was the price I had to pay for relying on abilities beyond my current build. It felt like every muscle in my body was torn. Using enhancement magic to push my physical state to its limits was also disastrous. The repercussions of my earlier actions had led to this, leaving me with nothing but a pathetic state. It seems you're already used up. You barely have any mana left, and your body is a mess. Khan grinned, assured of his victory. He was right. My body was already beyond redemption. I wasn't very adept at healing, but even that would take some time. I was also running on fumes as a result of my depleted mana. Anyone would judge this match over and rule in favor of Khan. However, my quivering, bloodied lips formed a smile. I told you already. My trembling and powerless body slowly moved as I stood atop my 2 feet. I staggered a little, but regained a proper posture. My sharp gaze never left the opponent even as my very being screamed in agony. Pain. Pain. Even more pain. I was assailed with such despairing terror and pain that I was sure I could pass out at any moment. No, this was enough to kill most people. My eyes were moist with tears, but I held them in. Even though I was experiencing such grave horrors that made torture seem satisfying, I couldn't reveal my suffering or give in to it. Why? I'm going to kill you. Because I was going to go through even more pain from this point onward. But it was all worth it. After all, it's time. Everything was going according to plan. Chapter 265. Ha, ha. My breathing was ragged, my eyes were heavy. My parched throat craved for relief, and my entire body swelled with unimaginable pain, but I held them all in. You've done well to hold on for so long. You're quite a monster. If there were more of you, perhaps things might have gone differently. Khan's voice was calm, collected, and arrogant. Hee. Just as I wanted. You must be feeling pretty good, picking on a kid. I didn't think demons were such despicable scum, but I guess the legends were true, after all. What? Yes. You little runt. Just like that. To think I thought of showing you mercy. Lose control, Khan. Instantly, shadow spikes began emanating from the floor, heading in my direction as they made to completely tear me apart. My body was too weak to do anything. Evasion was impossible, even if I tried. But, at this point, I didn't need to. Shoo-you. The massive shadow spikes that came my way were instantly neutralized, turning into dust. Khan's eyes bulged wide open, but before he could act on his surprise, I made my mood. Spellcraft, Magic Fortress. I gathered immense mana from my surroundings. A large quantity of mana swirled around me, compressing to form the greatest barrier I had ever made. The field of concentrated mana shielded me, emitting golden light that illuminated the dark night. What is this? You shouldn't have any mana left. No, you shouldn't even be able to do magic in your current state. What state? I smiled. Khan's eyes bulged, and he seemed to have realized that my body had recovered to quite an extent. I used up all my potions, but only achieved about 65% recovery. I wasn't certain if my current condition would be enough for what was to come, but, right now, there was no longer any option. It was do or die. Spellcraft. Everything for a distance of 200 meters became illuminated by golden fragments of light all around. Like fireflies dancing in the dark, these light particles permeated the area, encircling the vicinity with Khan and me at the center. What is this? What's going on? My miasma. The shadow demon appeared frantic at this point, confounded by the disappearance of the demonic energy that once pervaded our immediate vicinity. It's all gone. Khan glared at me with shock and confusion, but I didn't plan on saying any more. This was a gambit that required all my concentration, my everything. Any mistake and I was fated to die. It's time to activate them, my magic stones. She-ink. All around Khan, forming a circle across his location, 10 pillars of light sprang up. Each pillar contained an intensity of mana that was incomparably greater than the total sum I had in all 5 mana cores, and there were 10 of them. What is this? Khan reacted by attempting to escape, but his actions were too late. Shoeeeeeni. The light pillars formed a barrier around him, trapping the shadow demon at the center. He couldn't escape even if he tried his hardest. After all, it was fortified and concentrated to the limit. You brat! What are you doing? He lost his composure and barked at me, glaring hatefully at my grinning self. I could sense his panic. Khan probably knew what was coming. My smile was short-lived, though. My face contorted into a pained expression and blood spurted out of my mouth. Garg. More crimson liquid dyed the ground, the consequence of pushing myself so far, but I wasn't about to let up now. I had finally come so far. You're going to die here. Khan. I growled. The demon growled and barked some more, desperately trying to free itself from the barrier. The only way out was through defying space itself and teleporting. To prevent that possibility, I made sure to make him waste his energy in his earlier assaults. As Khan currently stood, he didn't have enough to escape. The golden fragments of light that spread for over 200 meters began converging, atop Khan, far above him in the sky. Several million pieces quickly merged with the orb that began forming as it sucked mana fragments like crazy. The orb slowly got bigger, and as it did, I compressed it. My body was in overdrive, working to move the mana particles to the orb, as well as condensing the mass of mana that formed above. Quack! More blood poured out, but I ignored it. Hey! Let me out now. You know I have versions around, don't you? I'll kill your friends where they are. You can't save them all. Release me now. Hee hee hee, hee hee hee, I made a slight laugh, staring at the foolish and ignorant demon in front of me. Unfortunately for you, I have no friends. My voice was hollow, but I made sure he heard those words. Khan's eyes widened, his expression intensified, and he screamed like a madman. No one wanted to die, not even a demon. Too bad for him. You reap what you sow. The clusters of golden light had reached a crescendo, and the orb, now the size of about a curled-up adult man, brimmed with so much power that I felt my skin stand from my position. It's ready. I commanded the 10 magic stones around Khan to go into overdrive, increasing the destruction that was to come, as well as exploding the multiple pieces of light that still floated around. Like fireworks, each light fragment exploded into golden glimmers of destruction, getting sucked into the critical orb that was moments from erupting. Like a swirling wormhole, it took in all the excess mana around, leaving only my barrier and the one around Khan alone. It's like I said. Khan. The demon, who was frightfully staring at the mass above him, now sharply glanced at me. I am going to kill you. Don't do it. He bellowed. I brushed off all the memories I had of the being in front of me and focused on my goal, my duty. Kraaaak. Flashes of golden lightning and blinding light surged from the orb. Die, demon. Chapter 266. It was a spell I recently made, a spell I used to decimate over 100 shadows back when they assaulted Anna. By combining light and lightning magic, I invented a most destructive and effective magic technique against the shadow demons. Blitz? No, this had already surpassed that. The orb I had previously made was no larger than a pebble. But this? It was the size of an adult man, gotten by utilizing spellcraft and compressing mana to the highest degree attainable. Right now, this spell was the epitome of magic, an essence that had reached a point only a few mages ever reached. Peak level magic. I screamed. Even as blood poured out of my mouth. Even as blood leaked out of my eyes, my nose, my ears, even when my body sought death. Arg! Desperation filled my voice, my body neared expiration. Still, even if I gave everything, I wasn't going to die. I couldn't. As long as death wasn't assured, I would stop at nothing to achieve my goals. Khan used his last bit of miasma to coat himself, most likely hoping to tank the blast. It was an effort in futility. Everything. I had calculated everything. Even if Khan was at 50, no, even 60%. I would still emerge victorious. A mere 30% would never resist this. My bloodshot eyes widened and I gave one final cry, releasing the compressed energy that sought to burst. Grand. Blitz. Golden light filled the night sky, and the entire campus was illuminated. It was brighter than the sun. More intense than summer. The bright light burst through the nearby areas and all of the denizens of the city of Inslark City and beyond witnessed the glorious display. Was it the result of a festival? Was the cause a magic demonstration? What could have generated such power? Even those in the mountains could see the faint glow from where they were. This power exceeded the level of any single human. No, probably a few could do it, but they existed on a level that far surpassed anything considered ordinary. Even the layman who witnessed the beautiful mass of light considered this the work of gods. A blinding light hung in a distance in Slark Academy, and at that moment, all the humans of the city and beyond could only think of one thing. God. This was an act of God. And so, they bowed. The destruction spread. It kept growing bigger. The heat swelled. The denizens of the city felt like the light would consume them, so they prayed. They bowed and prayed. This was something that mere humans should never have seen. This was the epitome of magic. There existed basic, intermediate, and advanced magic, but another cadre existed that far outstripped anything these levels had to offer. The peak level. That was the demonstration that was given for the world to see, a blast of golden light that spread like an ever-increasing dome, destroying anything and everything in its path. The Grand Blitz. Ha, ha. I was all spent. My body collapsed to the ground, and I felt my consciousness fading fast. For a total of 500 miles, an estimate based on my initial calculations, the spell destroyed everything around. Fortunately, my barrier held out, barely. Now shattered, the dome that shielded me vanished into particles, and I was on the ground. My elemental chamber was nil. My grand fusion state was expended. I was bottom dry in mana reserves. My stamina was depleted. I was practically nothing. The only thing that existed was a little countermeasure I kept in place, but I couldn't even worry about that now. All that filled me, from the tip of my hair to the sole of my feet, was agony. Intense, pure, unadulterated pain. I suffered, but I had no energy to cry or scream in pain. All I could do was lie on the ground like a vegetable. It's over, the thought of comfort trailed in my head. At least, my pain wasn't for nothing. I defeated Khan. I killed him. In the end. I won, right? But, I felt like I was forgetting something important. No, that didn't matter now. With this victory, I could close my eyes and rest. I would wake up in the Academy's sick bay and be met with my comrades who fought hand in hand. There would have been some casualties, but I had faith. My allies, they would live. With Khan gone, his versions would slowly fade, and the threat would be extinguished. Yes, his versions, his versions. No, wait, his versions would be. HAAA. You little brat. A dark, disgusting voice emanated from a couple of meters away. It was twisted, filled with malevolence. The owner of the voice, a figure of darkness, sprouted from the ground. My blurry vision picked up its distorted body. It looked misshapen, absolutely repulsive. It looked like the shadowy being was attempting to pull itself together. That was a close one, he muttered. My heart began beating rapidly. I knew what happened. Why hadn't I accounted for it? Why? Fool! Jared, you fool! You retarded idiot! I thought, for sure I was going to die. My face couldn't properly depict the fear and horror I felt within myself. Add that to the pain that currently permeated me, I was assailed with a myriad of negative emotions. Enough to break a person. More than enough to cripple a person mentally. I felt like I was going insane. To think I nearly lost to you. How disgraceful! His darkened body finally morphed back, forming the creature known as Khan. He had restored himself. And he now approached me. Looks like even 80% barely made it out, how frightening. No. 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 To think, even two perished, how confounding. No way. But, now, it seems like you're already out of cards. It may have been a close battle, but I win this one. I felt so frustrated. Added to the pain and fear swirling within me, I was breaking down in all aspects. It was too much. I couldn't hold it in, but no strength remained to leak out a sob, talkless of cries. It looks like you were wrong, Jared Leonard. I was wrong. You didn't kill me. I failed to kill him. The one who's going to die, is you. I'm going to die. Chapter 267. Moments earlier. Huff, huff. Edward tightly gripped his blade like his life depended on it, because he knew the awry truth it did. Standing beside him was Anna, who readied her most powerful array of spells and simply waited for her opportunity. The look on both their faces was that of tension and fear. Standing in front of them, in a position that showed she was protecting the two, was Alovita. Her light attribute shield was erected, but everyone knew that her spell would do little to nothing to stop the being that faced them. Emerging from the darkness, amid a fearsome aura that could make anyone pass out, was a being of sheer power and utter wickedness. It was a shadow demon. However, unlike the others they had faced, this was on a completely different level. In fact, comparing the two would be considered synonymous with madness. It had a much larger build, spikes on its shoulders, sharper horn-like ears, and a malevolent pressure, unlike anything they had ever seen. Edward gulped, Anna shivered, and Aloe braced herself. Unlike the two kids, the dorm master was determined not to show any weakness. Not only was she responsible for them as a staff of Inslark, but she also owed Jared her life. These two were important to him, so the young woman had sworn to protect them. Plus, the emergence of this powerful entity made it certain that their current location had some semblance of value to the enemy. If they gave up now, the demons would win. As a human being, Aloe couldn't allow such a scary outcome. You kids should run. Get inside the museum and stop the rest. I'll take care of this one. Edward and Annabelle were stunned to hear the older woman suggest this. Her voice was quivering despite how she tried to control the fear swelling within her. Aloe must have known of her inevitable fate if she alone was left to fight against this monster. Still, I can't let these ones suffer the same. No. We're not leaving. Alovita widened her eyes in shock. If not for the fact that the enemy was right in front of their group, she would have sharply turned to reprimand them. But we understand you're trying to protect us, Miss Vita. But we're no longer capable of turning back now. Trust us. The two spoke in sync, as though they had been reading each other's minds. You can't beat him, you'll die, Aloe muttered. The shadow demon was watching them patiently, speaking in some unintelligible language that they couldn't decipher. However, once it attacked, she knew they were done for. You can't beat it alone either. Edward barked back, gripping his blade tighter than usual. The frustrated look on his face told the woman that he was probably feeling quite frustrated by his powerlessness. If we work together, isn't there a better chance to win? If that thing kills you, it'll come after us next. Alone, we can't match its power, Anna spoke in a trembling tone. Though her voice and body made it obvious that she was frightened, Aloe could sense that she too didn't intend to back away. Besides, they were both right. What could she do by herself? Ultimately, they were in the same boat. There was no turning back at this point. Fine, we'll attack it together, but... Got it. I won't be holding back from this point on. Edward declared, sheathing his blade for some reason. Yet. Let's give it all we've got. Aloe knew they were hiding a great deal of their power, which was why she was about to tell them to go all out in the battle. It would seem that her worry was unnecessary. Both students were prepared. %% and %number at the shadow demon grumbled, finally taking a step forward. Once they saw the monster move, the trio took a step forward. So far, they had only been fighting at base strength, but it was time to switch things up a bit. Bond magic. Both students raised their voices and, instantly, bursts of terrifying energy poured out. Black and blue energy emerged from Edward and Anna respectively. Mana swirled around them, an intense amount of power was forming. At this moment, Aloe was grateful that the students had offered to help. Unlike them, she didn't have a familiar to fuse with or even use bond magic. Right before she died, her familiar left. Even when her soul returned, the contracted bond soul was nowhere to be seen. That was why seeing the kids display this level of mastery and coexistence with their bond souls, Aloe felt touched and encouraged. With the power they currently wielded, maybe, just maybe, they stood a chance. The darkness that swirled Edward was mana, not miasma. It was dark magic, an extreme aspect that was close to miasma, but not quite the same. However, it was because of this essential aspect that the swordsman was confident. He may not have been adept at light magic, but there was a concept known as fighting fire with fire. Using the dark magic of his Dullahan familiar, he was ready to fight the shadow demon. The blue energy that covered Anna belonged to her Naiad fairy. While it would seem that the current level of mastery she had achieved was not enough to face the opponent before them, the young girl didn't give up hope. To be honest, her magic specialty wasn't related to the major weakness of the shadow demon, which was why Anna decided to play the support role. Leaving the offensive measures to both Edward and Aloe while she would handle their healing and also provide defense. You two, I've got you covered. Trust me and attack with all your might. Anna declared to them. Edward nodded without hesitation. He trusted his best friend with his life. While Aloe didn't share the same sentiment, the woman had no other choice but to go along with the plan. She readied the surplus mana stored within her and prepared a barrage of light javelins. Edward slowly unsheathed his blade, which had already turned pitch black, with waves of purple around it. Anna readied her recovery magic, with defensive magic also in tow. The group of three readied themselves to fight the greatest opponent they had ever faced, praying for nothing less than victory. Chapter 268. Once they had readied themselves, the three magic users launched themselves into action. The one at the vanguard was Edward, brandishing his blade and utilizing his martial arts. He controlled the flow of dark magic around and within him to boost his body to its limit. Flow. In a flash, he propelled himself even further and devastated his surroundings. Whirling like a storm of darkness, he quickly closed the distance between himself and the enemy, bringing his blade down in a flash. Clang! His sword connected with one of the shadow demon's raised limbs. NNG. Edward's mind rang, feeling the impact on his body. He had put all his strength behind that blow, yet it was so casually blocked. Edward bit his lip, feeling frustrated, but his distracting thoughts had to wait. Suddenly, Khan's body started changing, as though something was about to come out. Edward picked it up quickly and sprang away. Fortunately, his retreat wasn't a second later. Just as he leaped away, several dark spikes came out of Khan. They would have impaled and killed him if he hadn't stepped away when he did. But, the boy didn't have the luxury to sigh in relief, as these spear-like tentacles lunged at him. Don't worry about them. Just attack. He heard a voice call out to him. Despite what his instincts told him, Edward chose to trust in his best friend and charged straight ahead. His steps quickened and he swelled more power to the tip of his blade. He was going to reach. That thought remained on his mind as his speed reached a new level. The spears were moved out of the way by Anna's magic. The blue energy that shifted the bladed objects from him flashed a pale glow. The attacks scattered all around Edward, but none touched him. Smiling at the reliability of his comrade, and thanking her from the bottom of his heart, he leaped forward and gave a mighty roar as he came crashing down. Devastate! Boom! The ground ripped apart and the surrounding area was shrouded in darkness and debris. Edward felt his blade sink into the monster's black flesh, but it was too shallow to be called a wound. Unfortunately, his blade had already sunk too deep, even though it really wasn't by much for him to retreat as fast as he did the last time. To make matters worse, the spear-like things were beginning to appear from Khan. Even Anna's magic wouldn't be able to protect him if he was at such point-blank range. Shit! Edward felt all the hairs on his skin stand. Was this truly the end? Fortunately, his question was answered by another trusted comrade of his aloe vita. Sheeg! Blinding light surged from her location in the form of spears. They were condensed to their limits, and several of them appeared. They numbered 50, a phenomenal amount. These javelins launched at Khan, making him shift his focus to aloe. This allowed Edward to escape, and he leaped a great distance back until he was just in front of Anna. Boom! The javelins all charged at a single target, dealing a great amount of damage in the surrounding area thanks to their impact. Once the 50 were launched, aloe converged with the two students, and they took formation again. They kept their eyes all their senses peeled in the direction of their overwhelming opponent. At number $% number at. The shadow demon emerged from the blast area, appearing completely unscathed. What? Aloe Vita was shocked. She knew it was tough, but not to this extent. Even a barrage of attacks of that level didn't end it. Shit! Edward cursed as he gripped his blade tighter. He seemed to be thinking of something, but hesitation made him reconsider every single time. I don't think we can beat this thing at this rate, Aloe Vita gave her honest opinion. We can, and we will. The only boy in their midst growled. The dark glint in his eyes showed them that he had resolved to. Do you have a trick up your sleeves? Aloe asked. There was desperation and exasperation in her tone. If they had nothing else, then this was already a failed venture. The automatons around had not taken action yet because their lives were not in critical danger, but once they lost the 3, that was the end. I do. Edward gave a surprising answer. But, it takes too much strain on me, and I won't be able to concentrate on anything else but my target and my blade. Edward's ace and final move could only be done now because he was boosting himself with bond magic. Still, even at that, once he exhausted the card, he would be out of commission. Got it. I'll be sure to watch out for your defenses, and also heal you if you get injured. Anna said. I'll support you as well. My javelins can't deal a fatal blow, but they should be strong enough to constitute a nuisance. Edward looked at the two beside him and smiled at them gratefully. He was happy they didn't try to stop him. The honest truth was that the boy was feeling powerless. Jared's words from back then still rang in his head, and the worst part was that he couldn't refute them. He was a burden to his friend. Edward was certain that if Jared was here, he would have been able to handle the monster before them. Unfortunately, he wasn't. These two were stuck with someone as incompetent as him. However, Edward did not let his weakness weigh him down too much. He knew he was weak. He knew he was pathetic. However, I've been working hard too. I won't back down now. He too wanted to show the results of his growth. Okay, everyone. I'm counting on you. Edward raised his blade and prepared his stance. He wasn't sure if the monster would die from this, but it was bound to suffer some damage. Afterward, they would use the automatons as sacrificial assaulters to launch a barrage. Hopefully, that finished it up. Edward knew he was being optimistic, but he needed to cling to some form of hope that things would work out. If they didn't, they were all dead. Phew! He shook off all distracting thoughts. Focusing solely on his enemy and the blade he wielded, his mana swelled to an unprecedented degree. Fundamental precepts. His muscles tensed, and his strength rose. Self-made. The enemy was right in front of him. All he had to do was strike. Number 0, Martial Blade God Dance. Chapter 269. The area around Edward erupted in an explosion as immense power covered him. Dark whirling energy surrounded him, enough to send shock to the faces of both Aloe and Annabelle. However, before they could say anything, the boy vanished. Boom! Leaving a trail of debris in his wake. Edward steeled his resolve as he made his move toward the enemy. His movements made everything irrelevant, and the whole world became a blur. Only three things existed in Edward's current state: himself, his blade, and the opponent. The stifling air rushed to him, but he ignored it and tightly ripped his blade to perform the dance he developed himself. The martial blade god technique had 9 foundational forms known as the 9 fundamental precepts. However, as their name implied, they were basic moves not meant for serious battles against powerful and seasoned opponents. Unfortunately, Edward had only started properly training in his family's martial arts, and his level of mastery couldn't allow him to advance beyond the basic stage. This feeling of powerlessness choked him to the point of frustration. As a result, he racked his brain to figure out an alternative, a way he could use the basics he had to become even more powerful. Just like Jared always emphasized, he decided to be innovative and let go of his rigid mentality. And after contemplating so hard, Edward finally obtained enlightenment. Combination. He would combine all 9 moves and perform them in succession until they could be compressed into one. Har! The boy cried as he approached the enemy. It was hard. Going through all that training felt pointless. I can do it. I can reach. He felt like giving up so many times, but how could he? After seeing Jared and Anna improve by a large margin, how could he afford to be left behind? The 1 week break that everyone was given to rest was spent on nothing but honing his skills. However, after trying and failing many times, Edward came to the realization that it was impossible to achieve his desired result, at least not with his current strength. However, with the aid of his familiar, that was a different matter entirely. I can only do this once, because of the strain, but I can do it. I must. Tightening his grip even more, while gritting his teeth, the boy closed the distance between himself and the shadow demon. From 1 to 9. From rend to annihilate. He converted those moves into one dance, a beautiful, uninterrupted flow that took the form of a dance. That was his form number 0, Martial Blade God Dance. Fwesh. The harsh winds blew. Swish. Space warped. Thunderous echoes rang out. Boom! An immense surge of power burst wide. Swayup! A recoil of unimaginable speed was released. Clang! 2 equally opposing blades met. Cry-ee-ee-ee-ee-nee. Sparks flew. This exchange continued at a phenomenal rate. A total of 9 strokes formed the martial blade god dance, requiring the utmost concentration and precision. All focus was spent on offense, and Edward's defenses were left wide open. The shadow demon attempted to take advantage of that weakness, but Edward wasn't alone in this fight. His comrades Anna and Aloe provided constant support, using barriers to shield his blind spots while also attacking the flank of the shadow demon. This teamwork was what allowed Edward to exchange blows with the shadow demon on equal, no, superior grounds. It was obvious to all the witnesses. Edward had the upper hand in skill and precision. After a few strikes, the young boy was in the lead, gaining more speed the further down he went in the dance. By the 7th strike, he was already suppressing the enemy, enough that it retreated. "You're not getting away." The 8th move closed the distance in a flash, and Edward once again suppressed the enemy, throwing the limbs he used to defend itself into disarray. The opponent was flustered and wide open, glaring at Edward, who didn't flinch and simply prepared the next blow. At number %%. Multiple spikes proceeded from the shadow demon in a last-ditch attempt to impale the superior swordsman, but Anna and Aloe got in the way, pouring all their energy to ensure they created the perfect window of opportunity for Edward. And they did. Their joint efforts were enough to deflect the hurriedly made spikes, giving the boy his golden chance. More power than what he had displayed earlier manifested. The aura he exuded increased dramatically, and it was clear that he had reached the precipice, the critical point of his attack. "I can reach." Rah! His blade descended. And, as the arc formed, a blast surged from the point of impact. Boom! Everything around them was engulfed in darkness, and the pressure was enough to nearly blow Anna and Aloe off their feet. The wind howled, and the tempest oppressed the witnesses. Swirling and turning and twisting, the darkness ascended and spread apart, until finally, it climaxed. Finally, after reaching its crescendo, everything scattered apart, nullifying the harsh pressure as though it was never there. Such was the conclusion of Edward's dance. It was beautifully executed, an epitome of both grace and savagery. However, the question that rang in everyone's mind was the same. Was it effective? For a moment, a hollow silence permeated the area. And then a dense, oppressive aura was ignited. Ha! At number email protected at number $% at number $% and at. Annabelle and Aloe's eyes widened as the harsh night breeze took away the smoke so they could witness the aftermath of Edward's struggle. "And no way," a voice leaked out. "Ed," another slowly came forth. The boy in question was on the floor, completely spent and out of energy. He groaned, but there was no luster in his tone. "At number $% at number %% at number $, and %%. No one could understand the demon's words, but it was clear to everyone that he was gloating. Evident to that was the fact that he raised his sharpened limb and prepared to stab Edward, resulting in instant death. Anna tried to help, but she was out of mana. Aloe reached out, but she wouldn't have enough time to cast the spell. Tears fell from Edward's eyes. He seemed to curse his powerlessness as he lay on the cold, hard ground. This was truly the end. Until a bright light ascended into the heavens, splitting everything apart. Night turned into day, and the giant dome seemed to expand with every second. Everyone, human and demon, turned to look in the direction of the brilliant explosion. And miraculously, at number $% number at. Thanks to the golden eruption, the demon vanished. No one knew why and how, but the witnesses instinctively had the assurance that they had been saved. They weren't going to die. Help had come. Everything would be fine. And so, while looking at the brilliant fireworks, a girl's voice echoed in the bright night. Jared. Chapter 270. Everyone saw it. It didn't matter where they were, or what they did. Friends and enemies alike, they all looked in the direction of the golden explosion that seemed to consume the sky itself. Struggling students were grateful for the timely intervention of the blast, as the strong demons that assailed them instantly vanished the moment they laid eyes on the explosion. How happy they were that they were able to get rid of the overwhelming adversaries that oppressed them. Even the rankers found themselves in thanks to the one who rescued them from their awry situation. Jared finally did it. The lecturers must be free now. We're saved. The demons ran away. Gah! I thought I was going to die. Woohoo! Help has come! That crazy guy pulled it off. I just wish this night was over. It's bright as day. As the comments rang out from various students in their respective groups, one particular group was also staring at the golden eruption of light that grew bigger with each passing moment. A boy and a girl were side by side. The latter was supporting the former, so he could walk. It was obvious who was more beat up out of the two. Ha, HAAA. I couldn't beat it, the boy spoke with strained breaths. He was Stefan Netherlore, one of the brightest in Inslark, a genius. Who would have expected such a prodigy to look so disheveled and dumbfounded? Disappointment and frustration swirled in his heart and he cursed his weakness. Despite how hard he trained, despite everything, he still couldn't do shit when faced with the adversary. Jared did it, A voice interrupted his thoughts. It belonged to the girl who was supporting him. Her silver hair was shining brightly, reflecting the light that enveloped the surroundings for miles. Her name was Maria Helmsworth, a genius who had even more recognition than Stefan. She was also powerless when they were confronted with the enemy, so her pride must have been bruised as well. Yet, no single wrinkle of frustration could be seen on her face. Rather, what was akin to gratitude and intense admiration coursed through her. She beamed at the bright light, and her eyes reflected the image of a single person. He must have succeeded in his mission. Another whisper escaped from her lips. Stefan was still caught up in his deep frustration, but he caught on to her words as well as the tone she used to speak. You really like that guy, He spoke in a grumble. At that moment, there was silence. The other students around who were rejoicing and clamoring in delight didn't hear Stefan's question, no, more like an affirmation. Still, an air of awkwardness enveloped the two. Maria's slightly pale face gave a faint pink glow as she blushed and smiled softly. Her memories seemed to trail back to the first time she met the boy in question, how he had approached her so abruptly and brazenly. Even though she had just nearly died now, Maria couldn't help thinking about him now. Back to Stefan's question, the boy stared at her with all conviction that he was right, and then Maria's eyes moved in his direction. He seemed to be expecting an answer. Well, I don't know. Stefan was the closest thing Maria had to a friend, though they were mostly rivals. Since the two were cousins, it was clear that they would have some sort of link. Their families also seemed to be competing to see who would be better. These expectations brought them together, and before they knew it, they became quite close. Maybe, Maria's eyes returned to the blast. A smile formed on her parted lips. It was silly, but she felt quite fuzzy inside. I messed up. Khan's thoughts chided him. He had managed to survive Jared's attack, though barely. If he was merely 10% short of his 80% form, he would have died. The blast was that strong. Still, Khan wondered what happened to the remaining 20%. He couldn't sense them at all, so he had to conclude that they were dead. That fact didn't surprise Khan too much, seeing that the 12-year-old before him was capable of killing him at 70%. This kid is strong, too strong. While he gritted his teeth in contemplation, Khan realized that this whole invasion had been a mistake from the very start. He jumped the gun, and his information was too little. Plus, his flawed alliance with his shady partner was what nearly got him killed. As a result of his near demise, his neural link to all the clones became severed, causing them to disappear. They were all gone, and he was practically all that was left of the enemy's force. Shit! Khan cursed internally as he glared at Jared, who was practically a vegetable. He got me good. Not only had he somehow replaced the miasma around with pure mana through some strange means, but he was also capable of controlling mana to such an extent, and his plans were so perfectly executed that Khan didn't have the faintest clue that he was falling for a trap. In a way, even though the Shadow Demon didn't want to admit it, the kid reminded him a lot of Lewis Griffith. Damn, looks like the mission is a failure, he mumbled to himself. Khan had lost, and he was too weak to scour the campus for the information and objects he desired. He was sure the students would have also been weakened and there was a chance to still obtain what he wanted, but it's too risky. I should count my losses and just retreat. The problem was the kid in front of him. He was too dangerous to be left alive. The boy was a major threat. Both his intelligence and power were abnormal. If left alone for a few more years, he would be able to defeat a demon lord. Khan was certain of it. I need to eliminate him here. Though he didn't like the fact that he was still following the bidding of his shady partner, Khan was going to execute Jared Leonard for the sake of his people. You are going to die here, Jared Leonard, you fought well. Chapter 271. My weak body could barely move and I could hardly make a sound as I watched Khan approach me with bloodlust. I wanted to glare at him, but my facial muscles were all spent. Many questions welled up in me, questions I shoved down in my fight with him. Why would someone like Khan do something like this? He wasn't my favorite person back then, and we never saw eye to eye on anything, but he obeyed the Demon King with absolute loyalty. Was this an order from him, then? No. He was a much more sensible person than that. Then why? The only thing I could think of was some sort of interference from some sort of third party, most likely a group to whom my killer belonged to. There was no way a single person would be enough to make Khan know, the demon race betray the pact. Still, why am I having these useless thoughts? I was going to die here. This time, I had no tricks up my sleeve. I was completely powerless. While there was one backup plan I devised, it still wasn't quite ready yet. Using it now would also put me in danger. No, I'll die if I resort to that. Though, even if I wanted to, my body wasn't in any shape to retaliate. This was truly the end. Shit, despite all the big talk I made, the promises I made to everyone. The shadow demon loomed closer. If I die, who's going to take responsibility for the casualties, the ones who followed my plan with trust in their hearts? It brandished its blade, and I could already feel my life nearing its end. Just a few seconds more, and it would all be over. It's all my fault, it's because of me. The enemy wanted to get rid of me. If I wasn't here, none of this would have happened. I knew there was a possibility that harm would have fallen upon Inslark even if I wasn't present. After all, the enemy had another agenda other than killing me. Even though I was able to save so many people from certain death and even managed to revive someone, even though so many more would have met their ends without me, even then, I still blamed myself bitterly. At my last moment, the juncture of truth, I found myself in regret again. I finally got what I wanted more than anything, but, even with magic, I'm still going to die like this. Regret. Pain. Sadness. Agony. Worry. Fury. Confusion. Frustration. More regret. Torrents upon torrents. Myriads upon myriads. I felt a mix of various things, but I don't want to die. Not like this. Not here, not now. I knew there was no way for me to fight back. There was no miracle to pull off now. It was foolish to hope for another alternative, but I don't want to die. With that single thought being my last, I covered my eyes as tears fell, awaiting my end. But it never came. You did well, Jared. I heard a voice. But you didn't listen to what I said, did you? My body trembled as I heard the sound. It was so calm and casual, yet the depth was without question. Without realizing it, my eyes opened by themselves, and I saw a person standing in front of me. I told you to take care of yourself. His dark cloak fluttered with the wind, giving off a faint sound of flapping wings. I saw his large back, dyed in the all-black outfit he had on. The man's dark hair danced as he turned to face me. With a warm and gentle smile, he glanced at me. Look at the poor state you're in. It's not good for an apprentice to disobey their master, you know. In an instant, all the flurry of negative emotions that assailed me evaporated. My fatigue melted, my despair was lifted. Replaced by those was a single thought: the name of the man who stood in front of me. Naren Khalid. I have to say, Jared, you've surprised me again. Naren smiled at me. I wanted to warn him about the shadow demon. I wanted to tell him not to turn his back on the enemy. I wanted to scream. However, I knew better than to do that. So far, I had been dealing with immature students who needed guidance. But now, this man was here. There was no longer any need to do anything. Kid, you've made me proud. Now, just sit back. Sit back. But, Before I could complete my thoughts, I felt my body being soothed by something warm. I was being raised by some unknown, yet familiar energy. Multiple colors were radiating around me, and I could feel my strength getting restored at a phenomenal rate. I didn't feel any pain or anxiety. No, in fact, I felt bliss. And enjoy the show. Naren finished his statement, flashed me a brilliant smile, and turned in the direction of the enemy. I glanced at Khan for a second with my blurry vision. He hadn't taken a single step forward since Naren showed up. Was it just my imagination, or was he further away? I can't tell. I'm losing grip. The soothing feeling that permeated my body made it easy to succumb to unconsciousness. And Naren, I looked at the broad back of the man, seeing a phenomenal, unquantifiable amount of mana swirl around him. A smile formed on my face, and I heaved in relief. Naren's hair turned white, and his body seemed to be emitting a faint glow I wasn't sure of. Before I completely lost consciousness, I heard a faint voice that sounded like my master. I'll show you my original magic, or something like that. But, I was already too far gone to return. Still wearing a smile on my face, I made a final thought before finally drifting away. Thank you. And then everything went dark. Chapter 272. Who the hell is this guy? Khan asked himself, glaring at the man who stood in his way. When he first appeared without warning, the first thing Khan's instinct told him was to flee. Though it shamed him to admit it, he had leaped away on reflex only to regain his senses later on. To flee from a human just like that. Still, he couldn't help but be wary. He hadn't even sensed the man until he appeared and spoke. That spoke volumes of his skill. Damn it, if only I wasn't weakened like this. The mysterious man began talking to his prey, Jared Leonard, completely ignoring Khan. Usually, this would be enough to upset the shadow demon and drive him into a fit of rage, but he couldn't afford to do that now. He was weakened, and also wasn't certain of the skill of the young man who had shown up. He's showing so many openings. I can attack him now. I can. Khan didn't know why, but he felt like an invisible barrier made it so that he couldn't reach his foe. It wasn't a physical or magical barrier, but it existed in his head. Khan's instincts know, his every being showed a large gulf that existed between him and the man who was currently talking casually to the half-dead child. The child wasn't so half-dead anymore once the man snapped his fingers and brilliant sparks of different hues enveloped him. Is that healing? He's healing the brat? In my presence? Did this man not consider him a threat at all? Every human he had met with the exception of the Shady One had been surprised and appalled by his presence. Was this perhaps an acquaintance of his partner? No. That couldn't be. Why would he heal the kid if they were on the same side? The man finally turned to Khan, causing his dark skin to jump in apprehension. A smile was on his face. His expression told the shadow demon that he was confident. How strong is he? The after effects of Jared's magic made him quite imbalanced. He couldn't get a proper read on his mana levels, or the extent of the man's strength, so he could only rely on instinct. And instincts told him that his opponent was dangerous. Jared, just this once. I'll show you my original magic. Keep your eyes peeled, okay? The man spoke, still keeping his eyes on Khan. Khan felt like he was crushed by the pressure that was suddenly released. No, he was certainly getting flattened. The shadow demon didn't know when he knelt on the floor, feeling his body tremble before the majesty of a presence that far surpassed his own. The man before him was shrouded in white particles, light fragments that seemed to emit such radiance enough to obliterate him. His hair also turned white, same with his pitch-black eyes. Khan shuddered upon witnessing this transformation. Oh, crap! He fell unconscious already. For real. Khan willed himself to rise. The enemy was distracted by the boy behind him, so the pressure that restrained him had loosened a little. The demon glared at his target hatefully, and then determined to take advantage of the man's carelessness. I have to strike now. I have to. Not so fast. The immense pressure returned, this time stronger than before. Khan gulped in fear. Shit. I'm too weak, if only I was at full strength. Do you know why I decided not to attack you, even though you've been emitting such bloodlust for some time now? The demon didn't know. He had thought the man was acting strangely, not paying any mind to his enemy while revealing many blind spots. It's because there's no point. You're too weak. That statement hit Khan like a sledgehammer. When was the last time anyone had told him that? How low had he sunk to receive this sort of treatment from a mere human? Don't spout such nonsense. It's because I'm weakened. If I wasn't in this sorry state, then... Khan growled internally. It seems you're not convinced. Then... The man lifted his index finger, and atop it stood a ball of pure azure energy. It was so bright and condensed with mana that Khan felt like it would kill him. Let's try this. The swirling orb made its way in Khan's direction before the demon could even respond. Shit. I'm going to die. Before he completed his thoughts, the bright blue orb made impact, and then... Shwaya. A bright explosion covered the area where Khan stood. No, it wasn't exactly an explosion. It was simply a surge of power that surrounded everything around the scared demon. What? Khan was surprised. What was this that he was experiencing? He was still within the explosion, but he wasn't harmed. Instead, a strange sensation filled him up. It felt bizarre, like his power was returning to him, but not quite. I'm beginning to feel the same way I felt before. I feel whole. What's this? Before he knew it, the azure light died out, and a new Khan emerged from the area of impact. No, perhaps it was more accurate to say the old Khan. This is me, before I attacked this place. What? How? Khan was beyond confused by what was happening. It was almost as if he had traveled through time. That's the simple answer. Naren interrupted the dark being's thoughts. Khan was now whole at full strength, yet he still felt entirely threatened by the man who casually stood. What are you saying? Time? But that is only... I reversed your time. Do you understand? Currently, you should be at a form before you ever suffered any injuries. In essence, you're prime. Khan didn't want to admit it, but the man was right. He was overflowing with so much power that his previous, or would he call it future self, felt pathetic in comparison. This is my original magic, all the time in the world. Khan gulped now. A man who could control time, just what kind of monster was he? I made sure to patch you up to your best form. Do you know why? The shadow demon was frozen. He couldn't make a single sound. In his mind, a name began surfacing. The name of someone who was supposed to be invincible. It's so I can inflict as much pain on you as possible. By reversing your state every time you take damage, as long as you're not dead, I can keep you in suffering. Khan shuddered, but the thought wouldn't disappear. This man. Are you Naren Khalid? He croaked. In response to his question, the white-haired, absolutely powerful being smiled. Yes. And you, are going to pay for what you did here. Chapter 273. Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo-am. Khan felt his body get torn into a million pieces. Boo-hoo-hoo-am. It happened again. Boo-hoo-hoo-am. And again. The shadow demon was at the edge of insanity, but every time he was about to lose his mind as well as every semblance of life, everything got reversed, and he was good as new. It was torture. It was horrific. The very concept of going through unimaginable pain over and over and over again drove Khan to the point where he would have begged for death. His very atoms were dismembered and he felt even greater agony than anything he had experienced so far, greater than even Jared's final spell. Gurg! Khan screamed. Khan cried. He prayed for it to stop, but it didn't. Over and over again, in repeat, an endless cycle of violence. Naren Khalid hadn't even moved a single spot from his location. All he kept doing was sending highly dense orbs of mana to Khan like mana bombs. Each blast decimated him and the area around. Of course, with every reset, the area around Khan was also restored. This occurred for times beyond count. It was a miracle that no time seemed to pass at all. How long has it been? How many times have I neared death? 1,000,000? 2,000,000? I don't know. Why did time seem to be stuck in the same position? He seemed to have been suffering for an eternity, yet the moon still hung in the sky and his torturer didn't seem the slightest bit exhausted. Why? Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo-am. Once again, Khan was blown to smithereens, and then the process repeated itself. I wonder how long he has spent there. Naren mumbled as he smiled at the foe before him. Khan, the mighty shadow demon, was standing still in a purple dome. No, it was more similar to a sphere instead. Time loops are scary things, after all. Naren removed his gaze from Khan, already certain that the demon was not going to be a threat. His eyes went to the boy who floated in a cocoon of dancing light. Jared Leonard was unconscious, but his injuries were healing rapidly. It was fast enough to be called a miracle even by the standard of magic. I could have simply reversed all your injuries, but that wouldn't have been the best. Thanks to the battle Jared had with Khan, his body had been forced to adapt to more power. In essence, the boy grew considerably in the span of some minutes. If Naren reset everything, Jared would be returned to a state before all that. His efforts would have been for nothing, then. And so, while it seemed somewhat cruel to heal him with a slower method, Naren was certain it would be what Jared desired. All right, I should also take care of everything around here, it's quite the mess. With that, Naren raised his index finger again, and a massive azure surge of energy burst forth. He pumped more power into it, and then the orb expanded, soaring high into the sky. Once it reached the required height, the orb exploded, enveloping the entire campus of Inslark. This should reverse the effects of their invasion. The damaged properties would be restored, and any lost infrastructure would get fixed. It was going to be as though nothing ever happened. What about the kids? Naren was conflicted. The ones who fought back would have certainly improved a great deal and learned from this experience. To reset them to a state before now would be detrimental. However, considering there could be injured students among them, Naren wasn't sure if he should leave them in that state. Well, as long as they can be fixed, then I have nothing to worry about. Ultimately, he decided to ignore the students and only focus on the non-living structures around. Of course, Naren didn't completely abandon them. You guys, go. Heal those who are injured, and if any enemy is still present, protect the kids. I don't sense anyone around, though. With that, a few hundred glimmers of light surged from the lecturer's body and vanished into the dark night. One could hear them mumbling many things, but their voices were so tiny that only a very perceptive individual could make out the contents. It's unfortunate that some people died, and it seems there's only one person to blame. Naren eyed the demon before him. He could do many things with his original magic, but reversing death itself was an area he hadn't yet breached. Naren's original magic, all the time in the world, had many functions. One was the reversal of the physical state of something even down to the energy expended. Another was merging both past, present, and future events and tying them to form a loop. A time loop. Other applications of his magic existed, such as ensuring all things invading his immediate area were instantly paused, or even placing his body under a loop so he never aged. Even in the extremely unlikely event that he received damage, his body would replay the loop and he would be completely restored. These abilities came at a price, though mana. Interfering with something as grand as time was something that required an immense amount of mana. However, this was also another reason why the power to do something like that fell into the hands of Naren. The amount of mana he had was stupendously bountiful. It seems I used up a total of 20,000 cores in this whole venture. That would take some minutes to restore. Now that he was done with his chores taking care of the academy premises and ensuring the safety of the students, the only thing left for him to do was deciding the fate of the demon before him. Naren stared at the monster who remained in stasis. How bothersome, what should I do with you? There were several options. One would be to capture him alive and extract information concerning his objectives and intentions. However, Naren was aware of the existence of a mole in Inslark, no, not just the academy, but also the Eastern Kingdom as a whole. If he spared this demon, there was a good chance that the enemy would be allowed to prevail yet again. Besides, the lecturer had already figured out what he wanted for the most part. I suppose I'll just kill him. With his index finger raised, and a bright crimson sphere now circling atop his fingertip, Naren stole his last glance at the pitiful creature, before. Chapter 274. Khan could feel his body dissipating. Was he dying? At long last? He had no idea how long he had spent receiving the same monotonous pain from his adversary. It could have been hundreds of years. No, it was most likely more. During that period, he had tried everything he could to win. He took the first initiative, lunged at the enemy with all his power, but he couldn't reach. He stopped midway, unable to continue. It was like his body had slowed down, and then inevitably paused. Before Khan could understand it. He had died again. At some point, he gave up and made peace with his weakness. Unfortunately, he couldn't get used to the pain. Since his body kept being repaired, it felt like a new sensation of agony every time Naren struck. Pain. Pain. And even more pain. That was all Khan knew for so long. He yearned for her salvation. He prayed for release. And finally, it was coming to him. Khan no longer felt any pain. He simply felt his consciousness fading. He was dying, returning to the abyss of death. Wasn't this relief? Wasn't this pleasure? Nay, it was both. This was bliss. My lord. My master, O great demon king. Even in death, only one person came to Khan's mind. And with the thought of that person flooded in regret. I made an error. I do not know why I attacked these people despite our pact. I truly do not know. But how could he explain it? He simply did what he did. Now that it was all over, it almost seemed like a dream how Khan slaughtered all those humans despite the peace that had existed for so long. More regret seeped in. My king, if I could return to your side. If only I could continue serving you. Deep regret formed. I shouldn't have come to the human world. I should have. Khan's thoughts went to Naren Khalid, Jared Leonard, and the denizens of Inslark Academy. The students put up more of a struggle than he had expected. Jared Leonard was completely unpredictable and his abilities were extraordinary. But, the man called Naren Khalid? He was impossible. Yet, Khan had made an enemy out of them. They're sure to blame the demon race. They would strike the demons in retaliation. What have I done? This would be a fuse that would ignite the flames of yet another war. Was this what the shady man wanted? Did he plan things to turn out this way? My king! I have made a terrible mistake. Khan pictured Naren Khalid against the Demon King. He will lose. It was blasphemy to think this, but my king will lose. Khan knew the truth. His master had grown old and weak. His master despised violence. His master wasn't capable of defeating Naren. Yet, he had made an enemy of such a man of such a kingdom. My people, my race, my king. They were all in danger because of this. If only he could warn them. Unfortunately, it was too late, his life had expired. His body was fading away rapidly. He was going to meet his end. Death arrived. And a new life sprang forth. A new Khan, a being without a soul extremely small compared to his past self. The soul knew not of his existence. It simply sought a host, and a master. Yes, this was a bond soul. Khan had become a familiar. Naren saw something spark from Khan's nothingness. He had used a spell to turn Khan's docile body into nothing but char nova, yet something else was forming. It looked like a flickering flame of black and purple light. The energy seemed corrupted and malevolent. Naren monitored it closely. Once the flame fully manifested, it turned to the area opposite Naren and began flying away. Oh, no, you don't, Naren grinned and snapped his fingers. Instantly, he created an orb around the purple-black flame, containing it in an instant. With a single flick of his finger, Naren drew the prison of the fleeing target closer to him, until it floated directly opposite him. Oh! It turned into a bond soul. That's quite something. I wonder what desire it had. When living beings had a deep emotion before death strong enough to preserve their soul from flickering out, they became bond souls. I should have some use for you. Naren grabbed the orb, and then looked behind him to see Jared's sleeping form. Or maybe he might. Naren Khalid, having completed all he set out to do, looked in the direction of the exposed meeting hall of the lecturers. Ever since Jared's spell was detonated, the cloaking magic used on the building and its surroundings were forcefully deactivated. This was one of the things Jared relied on when he used that spell. He had hoped a lecturer would hop out to confront Khan, but he gave up, realizing that he would die before that happened. And he was right. Naren arrived before the lecturers could mobilize themselves. Currently, the building was covered in amber light like a dome that surrounded the building and everything around it. This was yet another one of Naren's abilities. I should undo the effect I used now, he murmured. He realized that the enemy must have been within the hall, so Naren decided it was best for the other lecturers to sit the whole thing out while he handled everything. Once he had done all he could to his satisfaction, they were going to be released. Shoo-yoo. The amber light cleared away like mist and the individuals who were within poured out. They had panicked looks on their faces. Many of them had entered mage mode, while others were preparing spells. The disturbance that was strong enough to break their barrier, what could it have been? And Naren? What are you doing here? What is going on? The vice-head of Anslark Academy stopped in his tracks. He had spotted something even more surprising than the presence of their lecturer who was supposed to be on a long trip. Surrounding the area was a massive, circle-like hole that dug deep into the ground. Like a fissure, like a chasm, like something that defied logic, completely engraved upon Anslark soil. It was the after-effect of Jared's spell, something Naren intentionally left out of the other renovations he carried out. What is this? The older man asked, and the other lecturers followed him in marvels and gasps of shock. Naren simply smiled, and his eyes went to the unconscious boy who was still recuperating. With a rush of pride, though mellowed out by his usually stoic expression, Naren answered the curious faces before him. It's a long story. Chapter 275. Ugh! My body stirred as I was pulled from the realm of unconsciousness. It felt so surreal, like I was in a daze. My body felt sublime, like it was brand new. I didn't feel any sensation like pain. With this feeling of bliss, I opened my eyes to reality. You. I was currently lying down on a bed. Why am I here? I looked around, getting a good grasp of my surroundings. It looked like an infirmary, but something about it seemed more grandiose than the one I was used to. Curiosity got the better of me, and I unconsciously activated Spellcraft to get a feel of everything around me. Mana gathered and dispersed at my whim, and just as I was about to detect what was beyond the room. Brrrr. A loud alarm rang that completely disrupted my focus. Arg! What the? I turned to glare at the source of the sound. It was an object that was placed on the wall in a far corner from where I slept. It didn't take a second for me to realize what it was. A magic sensory device, More questions surged from within me. The usual infirmary didn't have this device, so why was one here? Creak. Before I could contemplate the reason any further, the opened door drew my attention and my eyes darted in the direction of the only visible entrance and exit of the room. Looks like you're up already. Not even long since you awoke and you're already using magic, My eyes widened as I saw my lecturer Naren Khalid. He was smiling gently, and his usual casual gait wasn't absent. Was he the one who brought me here? That explains the magic detection tool. Though this only wrought more questions in my mind. Relax, Jared. I had to suppress your memories to stabilize your condition. You'll get them soon. What is he talking about? Stabilize my condition? In the first place, why am I in the infirmary? Those questions were interrupted by a sharp sensation that coursed through my head. It felt surreal, like I was hanging between a dream and reality. I was lucid, but also drowsy. Multiple fragments of memories rushed in at once, nearly overwhelming my consciousness. Fortunately, there was no pain, at least not physically. However, many other emotions caused me to clutch my chest tightly as I went through all that happened. All I experienced: fear, anger, anxiety, confusion, resolve. Multiple feelings swirled in my heart as the final sequence of my memories played, Naren rescuing me as I fell unconscious. The last thing I remembered was his hair turning white and his talk on original magic. Ha, ha. Looks like you've regained them. Naren walked across the room to fetch a chair while I panted as sweat began popping from my pores. From the corner of my eyes, I spotted him taking the lone chair that was located by the corner of the room. He brought it close to my bedside and sat on it, looking at me with a smile. I had lots of things to say to him, but... Why are you smiling? I didn't know why I asked that question first. He didn't respond, but his grin got wider instead. Judging from the fact that I was still alive and Naren was smiling at me, the plot of Khan and his ally was foiled. Naren arrived at a critical juncture and most likely turned things around. I would have joined him to laugh if that was the only thing that went on in my head, but... How many people died? Naren's smile froze. He appeared dazed by my question. I looked him in the eye and repeated my question. Compared to his deep dark retinas that brimmed with life, mine was sullen and low. It was weighed by guilt. 7. 5 boys and 2 girls. Silence reigned the moment he said that. I see. A sharp, searing pain surged through my heart and I felt like breaking down into tears. 7 students lost their lives thanks to my incompetence. They were young and innocent. They didn't deserve to die. It was all my fault. I heard the number of casualties was over 100. If not for the barrier you placed around the dead ones, as well as the automatons you enforced to protect their corpses, there would have been more deaths. Naren spoke. From his tone, it didn't seem like he was trying to comfort me. He didn't appear to be lying too. The man was just stating facts. Losing 7 people is unfortunate, but the fact that we were able to save almost everyone thanks to your efforts, is nothing short of a miracle. Resurrection magic wasn't omnipotent. It had flaws and the success rate wasn't 100%. I did all I could to raise the odds to be as favorable as they could be, but it still wasn't enough. Shit! I let out without realizing it. I clenched my teeth and tightened both fists in frustration and uncontrollable rage. Guilt pounded in my brain, but it was easily doused by the emotion of wrath directed at the culprit. Jared, listen. Stop. I interrupted Naren. While I respected him to a high degree, and was also grateful to him for saving my life, I simply didn't think he could comprehend the inner turmoil I was going through. If you want to console me, or tell me that I was beyond amazing in all I did, then don't. I don't want to be patronized right now. I was nearly breaking into sobs. It wasn't as though I had any personal ties with most of the students in Inslark, neither did I have any idea who died and who didn't. However, it still hurt like crazy. Jared. I say this, not simply as a lecturer or your master, but as a fellow mage. No, a fellow person. You did well. Why is he saying this? What is he talking about? This isn't what I should be hearing. I failed. I failed miserably. That's all I have to say about it. You did well. His words were short, concise, and unfettered. One could read a dozen meanings into them. As I stared into his eyes, all that they showed me was sincerity. Naren meant those words from the depth of his soul. And even though it was utterly selfish and conceited of me, that made me happy. Thank you. After shouldering the burdens of everyone for the first time in so long, and failing to meet their expectations, perhaps, this was what I longed to hear. It was childish and stupid of me, but... Thank you, so much. Naren's words made me really happy. Chapter 276. Naren told me everything. He explained how he was able to arrive on campus despite having to investigate a massacre occurring in the remote regions of the Eastern Kingdom. The magic barrier that surrounded the Academy's secret hall where all the lecturers were holed up was linked to him. The moment it got destroyed thanks to my spell, he instantly realized something was off and made his way back. Of course, after hearing this, a sensible question popped up in my mind. How were you able to get here so quickly? Much to my frustration, Naren didn't answer that inquisition. Was it space magic? Did it have something to do with original magic? I always knew he was fast, but how was he able to arrive so quickly? It seemed almost unreal. No, it probably was. Back to topic, Naren told me what happened after I fell unconscious. After killing Khan, the lecturers came out of the hall and he explained the invasion to them. The incident required a long meeting, but considering the situation of the academy, the state of the students, and also the confusion among the lecturers, the meeting was postponed. Of course, a state of emergency was enacted in Inslark, and no one was to leave their respective premises, not even the lecturers. The only ones granted free access were Naren and the vice head. According to Naren, Imperial mages were being dispatched from the capital, along with a Grand Mage, due to how serious the incident was. I was surprised. Only a total of 3 Grand Mages existed in the Eastern Kingdom. One was the head of Inslark Academy. The second was the Imperial Court Mage, and the final one was the General of the Imperial Forces. The current whereabouts of the head of Inslark Academy were a mystery, so the vice head ran the institute instead. It was no wonder things got messed up as a result of the abrupt change in the system. Until they arrive, this institute is on lockdown, Naren told me. Those in the know must have already realized that there was a mole in Inslark. The only way to fish them out was for the Grand Mage of the kingdom to show up. Once they arrived, the situation would be resolved. I asked Naren why he couldn't just act on his own, but even I knew better than to raise the question. It has become a national matter, and since the capital is involved, the matter has gone out of my hands. Besides, a dark gleam appeared in Naren's eyes. I already have a good idea who the culprit is. Oh. So him too, My mind rang and I began to smile slowly. Are you sure you should be telling me this? Oh, please. I'm sure you must have a good idea too. Besides, even if you don't, I believe you would have figured it out by now. He wasn't a man I respected for nothing. As expected of Naren. Well, there's really nothing we can do about it since the capital has decided to handle matters with their jurisdiction powers. I understood law to a considerable extent, though politics wasn't particularly my forte. Still, considering how deep this issue had festered, I had to let out something that ate at me. Can they be trusted? Naren's eyes narrowed and our intense expressions sank into the other. No. I don't think so. Regardless, it doesn't matter at this point. Our opponent knows what he's doing. The fact that they were able to orchestrate an invasion of this scale meant they could also foresee an outcome where success wasn't achieved. True, the mastermind must have predicted this. They must have figured out a way out of this situation. So, there's not much we can do but wait. What do you think their objective is? I asked Naren after hearing his take on the matter. It was surprising how well we conversed, despite our gap in age and status. I suppose Naren must have gotten the gist of all that happened during the Shadows invasion, how I calmly handled everything and gave a strategy that would have been flawless if not for Khan's unprecedented presence. Adding the fact that I pulled off a peak-level spell, the highest kind that all mages except maybe the Grand Mages could pull off. Even Grand Mages needed a great amount of time or more than one person to achieve a realm of magic that exceeded the peak level. Putting all those into consideration, it was obvious Naren wouldn't consider me a regular student. The enemy, If I had to say, it's... Naren's sharp gaze pierced me. His look was so intense that even before he opened his lips to speak I already knew what would be said. You. Their objective is you, though I don't know why. So, he knows. That must have been why he didn't bother praising or consoling me. He realized the enemy was after me and surmised that I was experiencing guilt for dragging the students of Inslark into the whole mess. How did you find out? I gave a tired smile, not even willing to hide a thing. At this point, Naren felt more like a friend I could open my heart to. I wasn't sure if he felt the same, but that didn't matter for now. It wasn't too difficult, really. Everything has been revolving around you lately. Plus, considering your capabilities and the identity of the culprit, it became even easier to connect the dots. As expected of him. I see, my mumble faded into silence. Once again, no one spoke. Finally, the man seated before me asked an unexpected question. So, what will you do now? My eyes widened and I looked at his curious, yet calm, expression. Naren had just told me about the lockdown situation, as well as the kingdom's interference with the investigation procedures. Even if I wanted to take action, I shouldn't have been able to do anything. Theoretically. Yet, he was asking. And he was serious. Common sense told me to be quiet about the whole thing, that it didn't concern him or anyone for that matter. But, I had found a place within me to trust Naren. So, I revealed it to him, my objective. I'm going to face the culprit, and kill him. Naren's face remained unfazed. He must have expected this much. However, I wasn't finished yet. After that, I'm going to drop out of Inslark Academy. I'm leaving the Eastern Kingdom. Chapter 277. I see. We both looked at each other in silence. I wondered why he gave such a bland reaction, but didn't say anything. Was he going to? Don't worry. I won't try to stop you. I just want to know why. Naren Khalid was one of the smartest and strongest people I knew. If he was telling me to explain my rationale, it must have meant my decision was flawed. Still, this was the only route I had to take. To minimize losses. I can't tell him everything, but Inslark Academy is no longer safe. I thought those after my life wouldn't be able to act as rashly as they did with the invasion, but that was a mistake on my part. Plus, with what you've said, the entire kingdom doesn't seem to be on my side. It was unwise to rely on them any longer. I understand your point. But, with me around, you don't have to worry about those guys." Naren further retorted. "What is he talking about? I can't rely on him for everything. That's not the only reason too. After my exchange with that shadow demon, I've come to realize just how weak I am. Within this learning environment, I was quite strong, but, in the outside world, would I really pass in the parameters used to identify the powerful? I came to Enslar to learn more about modern magic and its applications. It was also my intention to make comrades that would be essential for me, and also to have fun. However, I had misplaced my priorities. Ultimately, even though the Academy had tons of knowledge on modern magic, it wasn't entirely geared toward making one more powerful. Unlike the past, this was a peaceful era. Technologies for war had dwindled, and many other magic fields were developed with the purpose of making the daily life of people much easier. With that in mind, even though I learned modern magic, it wasn't guaranteed to make me more powerful than those I knew in the past. I better build on what I know, strengthen my foundation, and then, once I became powerful enough, I would have time to learn modern magic. For now, though, Enslark Academy had little to no value. It wasn't safe. It didn't guarantee me more knowledge and power. It was corrupt. The time it would take me to solve these issues would be better spent bettering myself. I wasn't supposed to be held back by circumstances like this. Rather. What about your friends? You'll just abandon them? Naren interrupted my train of thought. Once he said that, I gave the man a wry smile. Seeing my expression, he chuckled to himself and shrugged. "Oh, I forgot, you don't have friends." "No. That's not it." My response was immediate, almost cutting Naren's words short. The last time we conversed, I really did feel that way. But, now, things are different. They say times of adversity make the bond of people stronger. I suppose that's true. After fighting the demons and protecting everyone, I realized just what kind of preference and attachments I had to certain individuals. Perhaps I was just being unnecessarily stubborn when I refused to acknowledge them as friends. But, now, Edward, Anna, Stefan, Kuzan, Jerry, Yvonne, Maria, maybe even Sierra. I truly consider them as friends. Naren smiled the moment he heard that, and I saw a satisfied expression permeate his face. I see. I'm leaving this place to protect them. It's the same reason I left my parents' manor. The enemy's goal seems to be me alone, so I plan on using that to my benefit. As long as I'm not around those I care about, they won't be harmed. Are you sure about that? A hostage situation could be tricky. Once Naren mentioned that, my smile grew broader, and then a dangerous expression covered my face. My eyes narrowed and a sinister look took over. Let them try it. A hostage situation would be useless against someone who had witnessed the horrors wrought by it. Unless one was determined to lose a few in order to save many, they would be swayed by the circumstances. I prioritized efficiency. As much as I loved a person, the greater good would always come first. And, as for the culprit, if they did take a hostage to threaten me, I would ensure I did everything in my power to destroy them and anyone related to their existence. I was currently powerless, but that wouldn't be the case for long. My enemies probably understood this, and so, they never resorted to such a meaningless tactic. If they wanted my life, they would come to get it directly. Still, I don't plan on dying just yet. The fact that I messed up not long ago made me shiver slightly. Never again. Never again would I be so miserable. I see. It seems I can't change your mind. Very well. This was what I liked about Naren. He understood things well. I was sure he was weighing the pros and cons in his mind, trying to understand my rationale properly. It was a relief that he saw my side of things. Indeed, staying in Enslark's educational system will only stunt your growth, but it'll be different if I remain your master. True. To be honest, this was one of the reasons I didn't want to leave. I truly needed a tutor like Naren to help me in the ways of magic. However, compared to what I needed to do personally, this one could wait. Leaving now may raise some suspicion on you, especially after this entire incident. I don't care. The system is rotten anyway. Besides, it'll be troublesome dealing with diplomatic activities. The capital would probably want to offer some royal reward to those who contributed the most. Most people saw that as an honor, but it would only be a leash to me. Besides, there was the tendency of being dragged into matters I wasn't interested in. My best bet was to leave everything behind and start from scratch. I already had the perfect area to begin in mind. Where will you be going, though? Once again, I smiled no, laughed at Naren's question. He sounded almost like a doting father. I think I'll begin with the Lost Lands, to the northwest area. The location had become a deserted area on the modern map, but I knew something most people weren't aware of. It's time to start using my past knowledge properly. Chapter 278. Looks like you've made up your mind, and I can't stop you, Naren's voice trailed. His face depicted a soft smile that seemed to have a tinge of sadness within. No, you can't. Then, to better increase your chances, I think I'll give you a present. I was a little surprised by this, considering someone like Naren wasn't the kind of guy to go so far for a rebellious student. What manner of present was I to expect? Before I fully thought of an answer, something dark appeared out of nowhere and hovered atop Naren's palm. Here. My eyes bulged, and a mix of emotions surged from within me. As I gazed upon the bubble what was within the transparent object in front of me, I had both nostalgia and leftover rage. Khan. I unconsciously leaked out the name. Naren seemed surprised to hear this, but he hid it well. It seems it became a bond soul. Its attachment to life must be strong, considering all I did to it. I had an inkling of what drove him to remain alive even as a familiar. So, he still has that obsessive loyalty, Then why did he break the pact? It still didn't make sense to me. Maybe it will, soon. You're giving him to me, why? Naren shrugged and gave the most ridiculous answer. I don't need it. Khan was a being who was a demon lord. His resistance was so high that peak-level magic wasn't enough to completely kill him. Of the beings out there, he was as strong as they come. Yet, Naren didn't care for him at all. As expected of this guy, what a monster, I smiled while shaking my head. Besides, since this thing is a demon, it uses negative energy instead of the positive one we use. Miasma is the opposite of mana. As a result, it's basically impossible to use those two at the same time. He wasn't wrong. I thought you would also reject it, considering this guy will be useless to any mage. Mana was the source of magic for mages. They used familiars to better channel this energy and become stronger in the process. A familiar like Khan who used miasma instead would not only interfere with a mage's mana, but would also attack it. In essence, it was dangerous. Which mage would keep such a familiar who reeked of miasma in their mana core? They would have to be crazy, suicidal, and desperate. You're right, Naren. However, this guy will be useful. I smiled at the squirming darkness within the orb. Oh? Looks like you have yet another technique I do not know of. I recognized the tone Naren just used. It was the kind that showed interest. He wants me to tell him another one of my closely guarded secrets, It's simple. I will merge the use of miasma and mana to form another form of power. Silence filled the room for a moment. I was sure no one was overhearing us, considering Naren guaranteed that. Still, an air of unease crept upon me thanks to the black-haired man staring intensely at me. Is it really possible? I nodded. How? How shameless is this guy? He wants me to tell him what I never revealed to anyone else, even in my past life. However, Naren was a powerful man, and he was also an ally. Giving him this information would be beneficial for me in the future. That said, I won't be delving too far into it. A surface-level answer will do. Oil and water never mix. Yet, when one applies enough heat to make a meal, they become interwoven with other ingredients and form something different, a combination that is only achievable by perfect harmony. Mana and miasma didn't have to become entirely one entity to be useful. Even as separate sources of power, by applying them properly, good results were bound to occur. I see, was all Naren said to my explanation. So, have you tested out this theory of yours? I was silent for a while. Not because the question took me by surprise, but because I was remembering something. In my past life, I had the opportunity to interact with a good deal of demons, and also humans. Of course, this was how I came up with this theory. However, I had never tested it. This new life brought me an opportunity to try it out, though. When I fought with Khan, this demon, I used a special technique to mix my mana with his miasma that covered the area. It was spellcraft. By ensuring my mana particles and their density was higher than Khan's, I was able to bury his within mine, further enhancing the power I packed in that final spell. Khan couldn't control his miasma around because I had already used my mana to coat it all over. Kind of like how a small quantity of oil was in a pot of water. Of course, it was easier to control since I isolated the miasma into smaller quantities and my mana output was higher. If Khan's miasma was more than even equal to mine, then it would have been impossible for me. Thankfully, I had all those potions and mana stones. The magic tools I equipped also helped me a great deal. Amazing. Simply amazing. You're an exceptional one, Jared. I smiled tiredly. Not exceptional enough. So, I take it you'll be taking the demon with you as a familiar. Do you want to bond with it now? Naren asked with an excited gleam in his eyes. No way. I haven't gotten to that level, yet. But, it wouldn't be very long before I did so. All I had to do was learn. Alright, then. There's one final thing I want to ask. If you don't give me the answer I want, then I will have to stop you from leaving. Seriously? After all this? He's threatening me. Sure, I knew Naren was capable of stopping me if he wanted to, but, why? Our relationship had been built on trust. Why would he sully that now? Is he going to ask for another secret technique? The culprit, how do you plan on defeating him? Tell me. Chapter 279. If anyone else had asked me that question, I would instantly be wary of them. In fact, Naren had already pried into so many of my secrets that it was downright suspicious. However, I had no problem revealing any of those to him for a simple reason. I trusted him. How do I plan on winning? Yet. A smile formed on my face. Do you doubt me? You don't think I can win? Maybe. You could say that. I didn't blame him. Even though I spoke all big about killing the culprit, it was still no secret that I lost to Khan, barely clinging on to life. It was safe to assume that the mastermind would be a bigger threat than the shadow demon. After you nearly died back then and I patched you up, I noticed something that had changed about you. You've noticed it too, right? How much stronger you've become. Naren spoke calmly. He was correct. All my mana cores, except the white one, had all reached the red stage. Jumping past blue, green, and orange, I had made considerable progress. However, that still won't be enough to beat him, you know. I was still not on the level required to safely and conveniently use peak-level magic. The only reason I achieved it back then was due to the surrounding circumstances, and the inferior intelligence of Khan. If it hadn't been for that fact, I would have died many times over. You've gotten strong enough to give a lot of lecturers a run for their money, but, he's different. I smiled and nodded. I know that already. which was why I was even more certain of my victory. Mages relied on their mana cores and the spells in their arsenal to grow stronger. However, only the foolish ones solely utilized those. In the world of magic, there were several things one could use to augment their abilities. Familiars were an example. However, another crucial element, one that could be obtained as long as a magic user had the means and expertise, was magic tools. My body was too weak and immature to handle the strain of a great deal of power weighing down on me, so I had to resort to developing magic tools. Mana stones, enhanced attires, magic items. And that particular one, when I faced con, circumstances didn't allow me to utilize all I had in my arsenal. Naren's eyes bulged in shock. You mean, you have more tricks up your sleeve? More impressive than that peak-level magic spell you used? I nodded. Amazing. But, wouldn't that mean that even if you win, you would be in an even worse state than before? Plus, you won't make it very far with a beat-up body. Usually, I would have no choice but to agree. After all, everything he said thus far had been correct. But, if he could think about that now, wouldn't I have already considered it? My ace, the trick up my sleeve poses no risk to me at all. I don't need to buy any time. Neither do I need to overexert myself. It sounded too good to be true. Even Naren seemed doubtful, and more curious. But, I had entertained enough questions. Even an old man's patience has limits. Why don't you see for yourself? I'm certain you intend to observe my actions at least until I leave this academy. So, just sit back and enjoy the show. My confident smile seemed to win him over, because Naren, despite his doubts, sighed and let the matter go. Fine. I trust you. Even though this brings up a lot of questions. I will concede for now. Bowing slightly, I thanked him for his consideration. While it was nice to have people who worried about you ceaselessly, it was better to have an individual who trusted you wholeheartedly. At least one person doesn't doubt my capabilities. Unlike before, I was completely caught off guard and had to compensate. Plus, there were so many burdens and disadvantageous conditions. But, right now, I would play this second round by my rules. This should be fun. After discussing for a little while longer, Naren left Khan in my care and went about his other businesses. Apparently, other than Inslark and the royal family, no other person had access to the information concerning the Academy's breach by demons. I understood the rationale behind that decision. Not only would the prestige of Inslark Academy plummet once people knew what had happened, but the invasion of demons would drive the public into a state of confusion and unrest. So, until the matter was stabilized, most denizens in the kingdom would be left ignorant. My mother, my grandfather, my household, none of them would know a thing. That was probably for the best. My father was another matter entirely. As a duke who worked closely with the king in administrative matters, last I heard he was bound to find out soon. While I didn't know what his reaction would be, it would be good if I didn't stick around to find out. The day was Sunday, the day I was supposed to receive my sanction. It was afternoon already, and considering all that had occurred, the idea of something like that was most likely obsolete. I wonder how everyone is doing. It pained me to do this, but I had no other choice. To become strong enough to protect myself and those I cared about, it was best to leave everything behind at least for a few years. I needed freedom. To think I would be resorting to this so early. The Lost Lands would be my first goal, and then, the Hidden Garden, and then the Towering Mountains. Ah, so much to do. I considered taking this journey earlier, but there was no sense of urgency. I thought I could take things slow in this life. My motive was to enjoy my brand new life as I explored magic. However, enjoyment was a privilege only given to the strong or the ignorant. Since I belonged to neither of those categories, I didn't have a right to enjoy such bliss, at least not yet. Now, then. I should start getting ready for tonight. Chapter 280. After the demon invasion on the Academy, the students were taken to safe zones within the premises. Since these shelters were made before the class system was implemented, there weren't separate spots for those of different standing. As a result, even if it was only temporary, the students enjoyed equal treatment. Naturally, the boys' residence would be different from the girls', so there were two large faculties that served the purpose of an emergency shelter. These shelters were underground, but they were not uncomfortable in most ways. The cooling system was fully functional, and luminous stones made it easy to see. It wasn't much different from being in a building above ground. However, despite the amenities provided for the students, there were a few things most weren't expecting. 4 people were assigned per room, and they would also share a bathroom and toilet. This came as a shocker to a lot of nobles and rich folk who had never shared their sleeping space with anyone, talkless of a place they bathed. Still, no one could complain. It wasn't out of fear for their lecturers or out of a sense of gratitude. No, it was trauma. They had just been through hell. A few of them died, and even the many who survived had either suffered terrible injuries or even experienced death before being revived. As a result, they were shaken to their core. They accepted their rooms without complaint. The assignment was random, so even lower-class dregs found themselves in the same room as the upper-class kings. The only ones who were given special treatment were those that achieved phenomenal feats in the crisis. Cusin, Anna, Edward, Sierra, Stefan, Maria, Jerry, Yvonne, etc. Fabian and the other rankers also had the VIP treatment. While Aloe contributed a great deal, compared to the other dorm masters, she was busy handling staff duties. Though there was a decision to have her rest properly, she vehemently refused to sit idly since she was a staff. As a result, Aloe was mobilized to earn her keep. The exceptional students had a lounge to themselves, and also stayed in 2-man rooms. They could even pick their partners. Coincidentally or not, Edward ended up with Cusin, and Stefan was with Jerry. For the girls, Sierra was in the same room as Maria. This state would remain until the envoys from the capital arrived. As a result, the roomies were bound to get comfortable with one another. Many anticipated the presence of a grand mage and those from the capital, while others maybe only Fabian dreaded it. He had only achieved the barest minimum, same as most rankers, to enjoy special treatment. People like Sierra, Hughes and even Edward were supposedly higher in terms of contribution. Since Jared had recorded everything with his automatons, there was ample proof to support this. Fabian, as a prince of the kingdom, had disgraced his family. He was sure of it. And he could only direct his dissatisfaction at someone, Jared Leonard. Speaking of the devil, the brat was currently in a separate room from everyone else. He wasn't even in the shelter but another structure entirely. No one knew the details, not even the staff that attended to them. His achievements earned him that much. This pained the bitter heart of Fabian. His roommate was Richard Novo, who also had quite the beef with Jared, so they both got along swimmingly. While their hatred for Jared festered, concern for the same young boy was growing within the hearts of many. No one had seen him since they began the mission to recapture the academy grounds from the demons. Tension was high, and feelings bloomed. How is he doing? I hope he's safe. He must have heard of those deaths. Is he letting it weigh him down? Jared. He'll be fine. You think he's the one who activated that explosion we all saw? That's insane. He said he would take responsibility, but he's not here. Humph. Please be well. Jared. And so, the mixed emotions of everyone in the shelters reached out to a single soul who was oblivious of that fact. All right, looks like that's about it. I smiled, looking at my reflection in the mirror. It was already dark, but that didn't affect me in the slightest. Usually, my room would be illuminated with magic stones if I desired, but this wasn't my newly given room, but the old one in my dorm. I came here to retrieve some decent clothes, and something extra. It's a good thing no one came here before me. It wasn't like they would be able to gain access to my secret stash even if they did show up, but still. Ha! I'll miss this place. Looking around the small room, I smiled and recalled the many experiences that I went through there. Alchemy. Research. Augmentation. It had only been a span of 3 months since I arrived here, but it had been an unforgettable experience. Unfortunately, there would always be an end to everything. My stay here was short-lived, but maybe that was for the best. Despite all I achieved here, it was incomparable to the level I would have gotten to if I left earlier. It was just my selfishness. Looks like this is it, I murmured and left the room. Walking down the dark hallway, and being reminded of the shadow demon invasion, I smiled wryly. It was something unexpected, but it had been handled better than expected. While I played an integral role in the survival of everyone, it would have been impossible to do everything alone. I can now understand what Alphonse meant by that statement. Being alone was never the answer. Not in my past life nor in this one. To reach the heights I desired, I needed comrades, powerful ones. Which was why I left behind a legacy for my friends, something that would help them in their endeavors. I hope that the next time we meet, you'll be strong enough for me to rely on once again. With that final thought, I vanished into the darkness, leaving the premises. Chapter 281. The gentle wind howled as a figure swiftly made its way in the dead of night. The figure was moving so fast that it seemed like a blur, no, like the very essence of darkness itself. Covered in a dark hooded cloak and shrouded in a faint black hue of magic, it glided and traversed the surrounding area until it reached a place somewhere that was known only to the man hidden within the hood. He had bided his time, ensuring everything went smoothly, only for his attempt to fail. The target was still alive, the academy was on high alert, the most dangerous man in the kingdom was wary, and the capital now had their attention on Inslark. Of course, most of these were within calculations, but who would have expected his target to live? How possible was it that he managed to survive for so long and even made Naren arrive right on time? It was as though fate smiled upon the boy. No matter, it wasn't a total loss. The second objective had been achieved, so things could still go as planned. Currently, the academy was aware of the existence of a Molehim, and it wouldn't take very long for the truth to be exposed. While no one knew for sure, he was certain that Naren suspected him. The target also seemed to have a vague idea, but he had been too subtle to have been exposed by that child, or so the man thought. The swirling portal in front of him was his escape ticket out of the place. No one in the academy knew of its existence except him. It was something that was shrouded with the same barrier, no, a more superior one, of the academy's lecturer's hall. The security around the academy's exit was tight, and they would probably be under the surveillance of Naren as well. To win, he had to resort to this one. A body double was currently taking his place, so suspicion wouldn't fall on him, until it was too late. After all, his plans were perfect. He took a step forward, and then another, nearing his goal. A smile formed on the face of the mysterious man. His silenced footsteps were made so by magic, was his ability to escape surveillance. It was the perfect escape. Unfortunately, he hadn't considered one thing. "You're late," a voice rang out, causing the shady man to halt in his steps. And that was the depths of Jared Leonard's capabilities. The hooded man, now dead in his tracks, turned back to look at the smiling figure of Jared Leonard. "I've been expecting you." His hands were in his pockets, and the casual air he emitted only told the man Jared's confidence. A smile was on both their faces now. The man's body hesitated. Should he run, or... "Don't leave now. Didn't you say you would look forward to our next meeting?" The shady man was frozen stiff now. "Do you remember what I told you back then? That the next time we fought, I would use all I had? Who would have thought it would be this soon?" The man now abandoned the portal and completely turned in the direction of the boy. He couldn't be ignored any longer. "So, you knew since then?" His voice was calm, gentle, and very familiar. His eyes were fixated on the boy before him, and an amazed yet amused grin was on his face. No. Not really. Everyone is a suspect in my book. Only by utilizing progressive elimination will I finally arrive at a definite answer. The man smiled. He felt the hood was unnecessary now. There was no need to hide his identity any longer. In essence, the jig was up. I'm glad you're so understanding and cordial, but I suppose that's how you've always been. The hood went down, and the face of a handsome and bright young man was revealed. Legris Damien. How long had I suspected this man? Even I had no idea. Still, everything began when I first caught our housemaid Liliana in the act of speaking with her boss. An idea came to mind, so, even after I interrupted the call, I was able to sync with the magical frequency of that device. During my conversation with Liliana, if that was even her name, the communication tool emitted a faint magical signature even though it was supposed to have been deactivated. With that, I knew that whoever the mastermind was, he had activated the device from his own end and was subtly listening in. I made sure to thoroughly reveal my plans, and how I was able to identify a perfect mate as my assassin. Many would consider this a foolish move since I was feeding the culprit information that would be used to determine my capabilities, but it was a brilliant act that was essential for the much larger game. By giving the mastermind a glimpse of my personality and capabilities, every action they took from that moment on would be geared with that in mind. The target is extremely smart. The target is dangerous. The target is resourceful. By gauging my abilities, the next action they would take would be to achieve victory despite those conditions. My next opponent would be someone smarter, more powerful, in higher standing, more trustworthy, not a new worker, more easygoing, less suspicious, etc. In essence, it would be someone who would give me a direct answer as to the identity of the mastermind, a direct subordinate, or even the man in question himself. The latter occurring was an optimistic notion, but I did not doubt the former. Every action Legris Damien took was barely suspicious, and I even liked him quite well. But, after I began connecting the dots and narrowing it down to the 3 senior lecturers in Inslark, the one who won was the first person I had contact with. Damien Lawcroft was too conspicuous. The other one was not suspicious at all. He had no motive or relation with me. Usually, that would make him my target since that was exactly what the enemy was going for. But I was smarter than that. It was a form of reverse psychology, a method used by masking something by putting it in plain view. Legris Damien was already someone I regarded with respect and familiarity, almost the same way I treated Naren now, which was why only he could be the culprit. Looks like I was right. Again. Chapter 282. I'm impressed you found out, Legris Damien smiled. He didn't seem bothered or worried in the slightest. Donning the usual optimistic demeanor, the lecturer now traitor seemed even more relaxed than before. It could be that he had given up, or don't be. It's a shame I didn't find out sooner. If I had taken action quicker, perhaps things wouldn't have come to this. But I was done blaming myself and being weighed by unnecessary shackles of guilt. I promised everyone I would take responsibility for their lives, so I intended to do just that. Killing the culprit should be enough. While it was selfish and selfing, I was going to ease my conscience by ending things right here and now. How did you find out your identity? It's a long story, too long for tonight. Unlike the time with Liliana, there was no need to buy time, neither was there any cause to explain my rationale. In essence, it profited me nothing to drag on this confrontation. You're going to die here. Before that, though, I have a question. If you answer me honestly, I just might reveal my method to you. I smiled. Legris grinned, having a sparkle in his eyes. It seemed he had an inkling of my incoming inquisition. No matter. I just need to ask. Why? Why are you trying to kill me? It had been a question plaguing me ever since the first assassin tried to take my life. Even as an innocent baby, who had never committed a crime, the enemy had set their sights on me. Initially, my paranoia told me that it could be a consequence of my reincarnation. However, after adjusting a bit, I surmised that it could be the work of some opposing faction. Unfortunately, even the latter didn't seem to be the case the more I delved deeper. Not only was our family a very powerful one, but we were also so deeply rooted in the aristocratic society that we had no enemies. While I didn't mean we were perfect, I just meant that no one in their right mind would attack a Leonard. If they were people of means, they gained more in cooperating with us, rather than resorting to petty assassination. Sure, there were some idiots who didn't know the way of the world and would try assassinating an heir to get rid of the competition, but, at some point, the possibility of that being the case of my opponent seemed slim. The enemy was too smart for that. It didn't make any sense for them to attack out of spite or ill will toward my household. It almost made me revert to my earlier assumption, but I debunked it pretty quickly. If I had reincarnated and they knew of this fact, the enemy wouldn't have sent such an assassin the first time. They would have considered the possibility of someone being more powerful. Their actions after that period told me that they simply didn't have any information concerning me. Which begged the question, why? Why? Hee, I figured you'd ask that. Legris chuckled a bit. My eyes narrowed and my smile slowly faded away. This was at the moment of truth. It was the reason I had painstakingly ensured they sent someone capable to kill me this time around, so I could arrive closer to the truth. It was risky, but it was better than having no information and dealing with attacks as they came. I needed to know. Why should I tell you, though? I knew it. This was the downside to my planned cooperation. Why would the enemy divulge intel? Who would spill info to the member of an opposing party? You have nothing to lose, don't you? If you kill me here and now, you can keep your secret and reason. But I simply want to know before going to my grave. I smiled and gave a sarcastic reply. Haha, this kid, Legris laughed. My eyes never left him throughout. I could just kill you and still not say a thing. Besides, you wouldn't have approached me if you didn't have a means of killing me. He knew me well, just as I wanted. I saw the large crater you made in your fight with that shadow demon. You know he was a demon lord, right? The fact that you reduced him to that state as a kid is impressive, it's no wonder they are after your life. My ears twitched the moment I heard that last part. They? I repeated. Of course, I knew Legris didn't say it by accident. He clearly wanted to get my attention. In essence, this was bait. Why don't we swap intel? Tell me how you figured out my identity and I'll tell you what you want. After the exchange, we can duke it out, or whatever. Legris Damien seemed fairly confident if not completely assured of his victory. Unfortunately for him, I didn't plan on losing this time. Why don't you begin? Tell me the reason behind this whole game. You've been trying this since 12 years ago. Why me? I already knew it had nothing to do with my family. This guy, whoever was behind him as well, was after me as a person. Why? I'm a member of a certain organization. They want your life because you're a threat to them. What? I didn't understand a single thing. I don't know the details since I'm a lower seat of the 12 major members, but what was he talking about? Apparently, you're a singularity that should be purged. What the hell was this? Hey, what are you talking about? You guys have been after me since I was a baby, and you think it's gonna cut it that I'm a threat to you? What the hell is that? I never did anything to you people. I was supposed to be calm, but my bottled up frustration began surfacing a little. Hey, chill. As I said, I don't know the details. I'm only the 9th seat, you know? It's an incredible group. There was a possibility that Legris was lying, but why would he spout something this ridiculous and expect me to take it as the truth? Wouldn't someone like Naren be more of a threat to them? Why didn't they kill him instead? It seems you don't believe me, Legris interrupted my thoughts. It's hard to trust in those words. They're too absurd. Fine, then, I'll tell you this, maybe you'll be able to make sense of it. You are an anomaly in this world. Something about your existence isn't supposed to be. That struck a chord within me. Was this what he meant by me being a singularity? Then there was only one possible explanation for this. My reincarnation. Chapter 283. There are still a lot of mysteries in this world. One of them is the subject of the soul. Where does it come from? The soul of the world? Where did that come from? Magic. Mana. Energy. What birthed all of this? How did they come about? Many accept the easy answer and dub the origin as God, but the true searchers of truth know there's something more. And so, we search for answers, till we reach the end of our life. I was one of such people. I sought the truth, even until my body ran out of strength. Unfortunately, human life is finite, and I passed away before I could arrive at the very summit of magic, the truth of everything. I reincarnated over 500 years into the future. Initially, I questioned it, but gave up very soon. No matter how hard I tried, I simply lacked information to decipher the truth. If I forced an answer, it would be flawed. So, I put off the issue until later. But, now, I was confronted with my original identity as a reincarnator. As an anomaly. That seemed to resonate with you. Hehe, looks like you really are aware of your identity a bit. Legris chuckled. I was a bit shocked, but also conflicted. The fact that Legris mentioned this, did that mean he was aware that I reincarnated? No, maybe the upper echelon in his organization knew? Maybe, just maybe. But it doesn't make sense. If they did, their actions would have been completely different. They wouldn't have been so surprised about some of my actions. That maid wouldn't have underestimated me. My exceptional abilities wouldn't have caught them off guard, at least not to that extent. There had to be a more rational conclusion. Maybe they don't know I reincarnated, but they have a vague idea that I am an aberration in this world. Yeah, that made more sense. I see, so that's it, You idiots, I smiled and laughed a bit. Legris Damien seemed a bit surprised by my reaction to his shocking words, but I didn't care much any longer. You guys made many errors. Is your leader incompetent? Are you one of the smarter ones in your group? Oh? You're quite good. Well, I don't mean to brag, but, yeah. I'm one of the smarter ones. Too bad it takes more than intelligence to rank higher. Legris was sounding like a doofus right now, but he couldn't fool me. His words were probably the truth, but he wasn't revealing these things because he was stupid. It was most likely because he didn't really have any loyalty or strict attachment to the group. If that was the case, then perhaps I could glean more information from him. But, first, you wanted to know how I knew your identity, right? I needed to give him what he wanted. It wasn't my intention to drag things out, but I was closer to the truth than ever before. There was no way I would let this chance go by. And so, I told my enemy more about my capabilities. I told him my rationale, the means of elimination, and how I arrived at the conclusion. I couldn't take action because of his high standing. I also didn't want to reveal my knowledge of his identity, so I acted in the most natural way. It was too bad that being too cautious cost me so much. It was too late for regrets, though. I simply needed to focus on the task before me. It was the only way to atone. Wow! Simply amazing! You're really amazing, Jared Leonard. The more I know about you, the more interested I get. Truly. I could tell that he truly meant that. I initially didn't care if you lived or died before, but now, for the first time, I'm conflicted. He seemed to be enjoying himself as he spoke. If you live, you'll end up being a major threat not just to them, but me as well. That confirmed it. This guy had his own agenda as well. The group he was currently in was simply a means to achieve that aim. He probably settled for being a lower member since that was adequate for his goals. I grew even warier of the man the more I conversed with him. But, if you live, that also means you could be a wild card. It'll be fun seeing how things develop from this point on. It's too hard to choose. It doesn't matter what you think. I'll be killing you now. That's all that matters. I remembered saying the exact words to Khan, but it ended up a bust. This time, I certainly hoped things didn't take such an embarrassing turn. In any case, I gave Legris the information he required, and he was also more interested in me. The fact that he wasn't preparing for combat meant he wanted to talk some more. That worked in my favor. There was one final thing I wanted to know. Whether he told me or not didn't really matter to me since I had already made up my mind. What's the goal of your organization? To destroy this guy and the people he was working for. That. What is the problem? Does he not know of it? He did say he was a lower seat, but an organization this advanced should have at least let the leaders know their objectives, upper seat and lower seat combined. It's a simple goal. So he did know it. Why was he hesitating, then? From his expression, he seemed more flustered and embarrassed than secretive. Was it something too absurd to say? Hey, Jared, have you ever heard of the Arcanas? What? My body instantly moved in reflex and I created some distance between myself and the enemy taking a battle stance. Whoa! Easy, easy. Legris said, trying to calm me down. I was also a bit taken aback by my reflex action, but it wasn't surprising. After all, the Arcanas were something my old friends and I also searched for. Judging from your reaction, it's clear that you are in the know. You're not ignorant like most people. While it's curious as to how you know so much, I suppose it's only fair if the Singularity knows of this as well. Most people who heard of the Arcanas all thought the same thing, a fairy tale. Just as how the myths of gods and alternate realities were so abstract and seemed like fiction, so was the concept of the Arcanas. Children and adults alike regarded them as unreal works of art and history. However, they were real. It seems you know just how vital they are. And they were powerful. Chapter 284. The Arcanas were legendary items that were forced down the notes of history as fairy tales. They were too powerful to be considered real. A total of 22 of them existed, objects that could defy the very nature of existence by their presence. Their origin was said to be from the founders of magic, and these items stored the original magic of our ancestors. Many believed them to be objects of fables, but I believed differently. Only a few enlightened minds truly had an inkling of their genuine existence, and even then, it was easy to abandon hope of ever finding any. My friends and I also searched for these treasures. And we couldn't complete the mission. So why? How? Who? What made these guys dedicate themselves to search for such lost relics? How? Why are you after the Arcanas? I forced myself to speak as I glared at the man in front of me. He gave a light shrug, but I could tell he was dead serious as well. Arcanas are lost treasures from time immemorial. They contain transcendental magic that allows a person to manipulate the laws of this world. He was right. They were the ultimate pieces, magic that far surpassed the limits and understanding of man. Is there any reason an evil organization wouldn't want something so grand? Ha ha ha. TCH. This conversation gave me a bad feeling. I didn't expect things to turn out this way. If Legris had said world domination was their goal, I would have understood since it was a simplistic goal. But, to think the enemy was this ambitious. How many have you found? What makes you think we've found any yet? The Arcanas are objects of myth. You wouldn't be able to rally such a powerful organization without some sort of binding force. You guys have been after me for 12 years now, it's clear that you must have some with you, else you would have disbanded long ago. If proof of something's existence wasn't found, it was certain that a large group would give up on it. My friends never gave up since we found proof, but what about these guys? Fair point. As I said, I don't know much since I don't belong to the top brass, but, apparently, they've gathered a few already, maybe 7. 7 out of 22 didn't seem like a huge number, but it was. Obtaining 7 items that could control the very laws of the world, that was scary. Even we never got. Damn it. I also heard that the top brass is allowed to wield them. The arcanas have some sort of pulling effect on one another, so it helps with the search. That sort of thing. Legris Damien was yammering on about so many things. It was clear that he understood more than his position allowed. I was already quite shaken by this development, but there was no way I would get carried away by the enemy in front of me. I should stop here. Any further conversation would only be a waste of time. At the moment, I wasn't capable of doing anything about it. Besides, Legris must have had ulterior motives for feeding me so much intel. Is he trying to use the method I used when I caught Liliana? That won't work on me. The only reason I told him my capabilities was that it wouldn't matter. He was going to die here. Even if he survived by some miracle, I would have evolved even more the next time we met. There was more merit for me in exchanging information. However, that was it. Let's wrap this up, I told the man. Oh, yeah. That's right. I got so carried away. Our distance was considerable. If he wanted to, Legris could attempt going into the portal that was closer to him instead of fighting, but that didn't seem to be the case. It's not like I'll allow him to escape, but he could have tried at the very least. I should wrap up and kill you already. I still have one more errand to run. Once Legris said this, I found it ironic. I wonder why you're telling me so much about your organization when you still plan on carrying out their wishes. It made no sense, unless... Well, let's just say I have my reasons. It's a gamble, maybe? Anyway, I plan on attacking you with all I have. If you survive, then consider it. Before he completed his statement, a bright barrier covered the area, trapping both me and Legris in some sort of pillar-like translucent field. Yet. Let's end this. The barrier was different from the one I used against Khan. It was made by using Legris Damien as its target. That meant anything except this man was able to come in and go out freely. Of course, that included me. If you're thinking of teleporting or breaking out, it's no use. I stepped out of the barrier and watched him look around with a smile. And? These kinds of barriers don't last very long. Besides, even if you trap me here, you have no way of winning. What will you do? Report me to the authorities. That was the last thing I planned on doing. After speaking to Naren, I realized even more that I couldn't count on the kingdom's system. They were too complacent to the point of allowing someone like Legris to infiltrate a learning environment. Just how many Legrises had been stationed in the Eastern Kingdom's system? The barrier grew brighter, and then the light ascended into the heavens, like a pillar of illumination, piercing the clouds. You were curious about how I would beat you, right? I began to remove one hand from my pocket, bringing something out of it. That is. Legris Damien bellowed. For the first time, I saw him flustered. An arcana. The item I brought out of my pocket was a card. It was dyed in golden light and had vein-like patterns embedded around it. There was a gem-like substance at the center, and the power it emitted was beyond even my perception. No. It's not an arcana, you could call it some sort of replica? No, more like a prototype? No, how to explain this? In short, this was an item I made. It was a trump card, something I designed with the idea of the arcanas in mind. This was an item that stored magic. Chapter 285. I had the opportunity of interacting with arcanas before. While I didn't have any magic back then, since I was inept, I was able to understand the fundamental structure and code associated with the items. Of course, it was only surface level knowledge. What I researched was not the magic in the arcanas, but the items themselves. The ones I saw had the form of cards, and they had vein-like circuits embedded in them. It was a mystery how such small things could hold phenomenal powers, so I gave myself to research. I wasn't able to complete the project, but it was enough to figure out the fundamental rule of storing magic in these items. When I started attending In's Lark, and then found the oasis, I figured it would be good to try something like that as a last resort. And so, I pumped lots of mana into the thing, reinforced it by condensing the materials used to manufacture the item, and made a gradual assimilation process. If I was too fast, the project would fail. That was why I had to be patient, until it was complete. Unfortunately, Khan attacked before I was able to finalize the project, so I couldn't use it. However, now that it was complete, I could use whatever spell I had embedded into it through the codes and circuits within. For this particular card, there were 3 codes. One was the barrier that currently surrounded Legris Damien. To think, you duplicated an arcana, you, Legris was grinning like a maniac now. Now my interest has just skyrocketed. What kind of person are you? In just 12 years of life, I wasn't anything special. If I didn't have my friends and family guiding me along the way, I wouldn't have gone very far, especially in my past life. The reason I so vehemently researched the arcanas was simple. These were devices with phenomenal magic stored within them, the ultimate items. If I could understand the concept and workings of the arcanas, and make the mana supply self-sufficient and independent of its user, then, even an inept would be able to use magic. That was my driving force, my goal. Unfortunately, I never arrived at the end of it in my past life. Even now, without my ability to use magic, I wouldn't have come this far. However, I finally achieved this device in my hands. All the mana and spell circuits are already embedded within. In essence, all I have to do is activate it, and then, it works. In essence, even an inept could use this. With this device, I have surpassed my past self in a sense. What kind of magic will you use? Is it the same as what you used against Khan? A peak-level magic spell? Ha ha ha. Did you think I wouldn't have prepared for something of that caliber? As Legris Damien laughed, I also smiled. It was true that he could have prepared for my best move against Khan, but I didn't plan on being so cheap. Grand Blitz was a technique I used because Khan was a shadow demon, I retorted. It was only common sense that I would utilize the most efficient spell while considering my enemy. What I have prepared for you is a little different. No matter the human, no matter the power, there was a weakness we all shared, our mortal bodies. Did you know that the human body is made up of 70% water? Also, tiny particles of water exist all around us. We call it moisture. I knew it was best to end things quickly, but I was curious. What kind of expression will you make? Gurk. Suddenly, Legris Damien collapsed on his knees and coughed out blood. His bloodshot eyes were confused, and his quivering body begged for answers. The man was experiencing a symptom he must have known quite well. Mana. Shock. I nodded. He. How? There's no merit in telling you, but consider this a reward for telling me so much intel. The last time, I used a mana shock-inducing solution in the form of a liquid substance. But now, it was gaseous. The poison was all around Legris like moisture wafting in the air. Sly bastard. Keek, so, I was played, Don't pretend. You must have figured out a way to deal with mana shock already. That's not how I plan on killing you. Still, it's a good way to weaken your body. Legris Damien had layers of magical defense on him. While I was sure that my spell was very powerful, I needed to be 100% certain that it would completely kill him. To achieve that end, I first induced Mana Shock to get rid of all his defenses at least, until he recovered. Now that you're down, let's start phase 3, my spell. The main treat for today and a personal favorite of mine. Lightning. Are you not curious as to why I made the pillars ascend to the sky? It was all for this. Pure, unbridled energy. This was my parting gift to Legris Damien. This spell had a greater destructive capability compared to, though they were both in the same peak category. There was no doubt that the energy output was enough to destroy the whole academy unless perhaps Naren protected it. The storm clouds in the sky converged on a single spot, and for a moment the rumblings ceased. I've been thinking of a name for this spell. The final spell within my card activated, and a second barrier covered Legris Damien. Its scale was a bit wider than the first one, and it was also incomparably stronger. If I used this first, he might have gotten wary concerning the spell I was using and tried something dramatic before the Mana Shock afflicted him. With all 3 spells exhausted, my card's glow died down, and turned into dust. It's not very durable, unlike the real thing. This is another flaw I need to work on. With my card out of the war, I put both hands in my pocket and enjoyed the show. Final Flash. Chapter 286. Multiple colors collided with one another and made a deafening sound. Blue, white, yellow, purple. Varying lightning charges crashed and clashed, becoming stronger and united in the process. Legris looked above him in awe and fear. You don't seem afraid of death. Don't tell me, you think you're going to survive from this. It could have been possible with some special magic techniques, but even original magic required immense concentration and mana consumption from a magic user. Legris Damien could not afford that in his current state. No, I'm going to die here, he spoke with a smile forming on his face. If he knows, then why? I have to admit, I was outsmarted by you this time, but that won't happen again. What is he talking about? He's going to die, but Was he going to resort to resurrection magic? Did he have an arcana with him that was capable of that? No, that couldn't be. I used Spellcraft to scour the whole campus. That was how I was able to find his portal here, and also why I was completely assured of my victory. You've won this round, Jared Leonard. I could let my spell descend at any moment, but why am I hesitating? There won't be a next time, I replied harshly. I didn't forget a single thing. This man was the one responsible for Khan's invasion. The true reason all those kids died was because of him. Just because I laughed and joked with him didn't mean I forgot about his atrocities for a second. He was a disgusting individual whom I despised with a passion. However, the true strength of a person was self-control. I had to be calm until achieved what I wanted. Once that was done, my true feelings manifested. As I gazed at the man before me, a person worse than a demon, yet too similar to be disregarded as a human, I growled and spat out in hatred. Rot in hell, monster! The multicolored lightning descended, and the entire campus was once again enveloped in light. When Naren and I discussed earlier, I asked him how much damage I caused with Grand Blitz. Since I was barely conscious after utilizing the spell, even I didn't know the exact effects of my magic. 500 meters. Everything within 500 meters from your location was vaporized. That was Naren's answer. It far exceeded the scale I had estimated, and that was because I was usually a pessimist. My achievements ended up exceeding expectations. This one was no different. Final Flash, a peak-level spell aimed at complete destruction. If I was to estimate the damage it would cause, that would be this entire academy. Perhaps I was being too generous, but considering my track records, it could probably achieve more than that. Which was why I erected a barrier around Legris and made sure the spell was homed at him. Using this method, all the excess energy would be condensed and only Legris would be affected. The area of effect would become smaller, but the potency was going to skyrocket beyond measure. Amid my thought, I had one funny idea in my head. I wonder if Naren can handle it. But quickly dismissed the notion. A smile formed on my face as I witnessed the radiance of my creation. He probably could. And so the thunderous roars burst forth even more. In a brilliant pillar of multicolored light, the night was painted bright. Everyone on the surface of the academy witnessed the brilliant illumination that descended from the heavens. It was followed by a violent quake. The earth trembled after receiving an insurmountable amount of power. Everyone lost their balance, and even veterans found themselves trembling. Those in the shelters were filled with fright. Fear enveloped them, their trauma began resurfacing. Was it another invasion? Had the enemy come to finish the job? No one could call it paranoia, considering the extent of the quake that moved everyone to their bones. The top brass of the academy raced to the site of the pillar, worried about the being who could have achieved such a feat. It bore no destruction, but the existence of this pillar was enough to beset the confidence of those who witnessed its splendor. Damien Lawcroft admitted within himself that he could never achieve such brilliance. Even the vice-head was conflicted on the matter. They rushed to the scene, hurriedly moving to the edge of the academy grounds. Amid the hustle and bustle, a man floated in the air and watched the bright pillar from a distance. A smile was on his face and his dark hair fluttered with the wind. He was so high up in the sky that many would consider him a blot in the air, but this was actually Naren Khalid. He had been there for some time now, and he monitored the entire interaction between Jared Leonard and Legris Damien. His smile grew even wider once he witnessed the spell, final flash. This kid. I was wrong. It was both a disappointment and a relief to Naren. He's not like me. Ever since he was a child, Naren Khalid had been able to see the flow of mana. It was a gift bestowed upon him from the heavens. This was why so many dubbed him the child of magic. He had infinite potential, and was a prodigy among prodigies even without a special grade mana core. However, this made him think differently from most people. He chose to remain a white core, and expanded his realm from within. He achieved magic his way, and before long, that title had gone stale to him. Everyone slowly began deeming him a misfit, as a freak. Damien Lawcroft was one of his classmates back when he was a student, someone who always hated losing to Naren. Perhaps that was why he hated all white cores and gave Jared Leonard an especially hard time. Naren laughed as the wind beat his face. Jared was special, more special than he was. It was a shame to see such a child go, but Naren knew better than anyone that he couldn't cage the potential of Jared. He's better. With that, Jared proved to Naren something he never expected to see. The lecturer thought he would have to interfere at some point, but he didn't need to. Jared was right the whole time. Legris Damien wasn't the only one who received a shocker. And this fact greatly pleased Naren Khalid. See you soon, kid. Chapter 287. The men hurried in the strange, bright night. They charged toward the center of attention, flying at full speed. Beads of sweat flew from their faces even as the wind beat them. This was an unprecedented situation. If they weren't careful, then... With even greater speed, they traversed the sky, until they arrived at the site of destruction. What they met was a single golden pillar-like barrier. And the luminous colors of lightning bursting from within it. Everyone took a step back through instinct. They instantly knew that if they interfered with the barrier, that is, if they were even capable of that, then the uncontrollable energy within it could consume them. As they watched from a safe distance, pondering on what could have caused such immense concentration of magic, three beings suddenly appeared, causing everyone to swiftly take defensive measures. Hold your horses! A feminine voice called out to the flustered men. Appearing like a beam of red light in the sky, a woman accompanied by 2 other ladies behind her descended upon them. She wore a Grand Mage's outfit, and her hat was seated atop her crimson hair. Her outfit was raven black, as was her hat, decorated only by tiny designs of red ribbons. No one needed a prophet to tell them of the entity that had just appeared. Instantly, the men present, Damien Lawcroft, the vice head, and several other powerful lecturers, knelt in respect. This was no ordinary woman. We greet the Grand Mage of the Empire, Sarah Crimson. Their voices echoed through the night, if the currently bright environment could still be called that. This woman, Sarah Crimson, was one of the Eastern Kingdom's 3 Grand Mages, and was also the only female among them. However, this minority status of hers did not cause anyone to look down on her, as many had done on others in the profession of magic. Every Grand Mage received their title as a result of some sort of achievement. They had their areas of specialty too. This woman's specialty was offensive magic. That was why everyone revered her so much. Compared to everyone in the kingdom, no one was capable of as much destruction, not even Naren Khalid. "What's going on here?" she asked, her feet clacking on the hard grounds of Inslark Academy. Her crimson eyes were also fixated on the brilliant pillar before them all. As someone who was an expert in destructive arts, she could appraise this threat well. "I saw this thing from a distance, so I had these 2 transport us here." Sarah pointed at her retainers behind. About that," the vice head mumbled. How could he tell her that even the academy staff didn't know what the heck this barrier was? Usually, he was the top dog of Inslark Academy, especially now that the head was absent. The man reveled in his power and authority, making good use of it while it lasted. But, in the presence of this overwhelming presence, he was powerless. "Hey? I believed I asked you lot a question." Sarah Crimson narrowed her eyes as she watched the men. Eek. They cowered before her even more. "Ah, useless idiots," the exasperated woman sighed and shook her head. Sarah had been mobilized because of the demon threat on Inslark, so she was excited to rush in. That was why, when she saw the brilliant pillar of light, she abandoned the army of Imperial mages with her. Instead, she took her loyal retainers and headed straight for the affected area. Still, not only did she not meet an opponent, but the staff who were here cowered before her. "Is there no one here with a spine?" Sarah was tall, for a woman. She had fiery eyes, and the beauty she had was the wild and dangerous kind. Her bust was also extraordinarily huge, just like her magical prowess, though no one dared to point out the former. Unless they wanted to die, of course. "Sarah, stop bullying the men with those massive things of yours." One man was an exception to this rule. "They don't know anything, so there's no point." The bold man appeared, descending from his heights as he landed on the ground. As Sarah saw him, her face twitched, and the irritated look on her face instantly morphed into Niruan. Bohuam. The earth around her shattered, as she lunged at the dark-haired young man. Her speed was impossible to follow, and everyone around her covered their faces to be protected from the dust and debris that flew around. Splat! Before she reached him completely, just a few inches more, Sarah was met with an invisible wall that completely stopped her advance. Because of that, she was unable to perform the act she wanted to. "You mean bastard, you still haven't changed, How cruel," the great Sarah Crimson whimpered. "A hug. Who's the cruel one, you sexual harasser? Did you want to bury me in those 2 melons of yours?" His reply was both harsh and disrespectful. It wasn't something a mere lecturer could say to a Grand Mage. The vice head, Damien Lawcroft, and the remaining extras, were shocked by this sight. Of course, they were. This was the first time they had seen both of them interact before. The retainers, on the other hand, merely sighed. They were used to this. "Hey, Naren! Is this how you treat your betrothed? That's seriously harsh." Hey, stop that. Don't go around calling yourself that. I mean. What? Isn't it true? Did you forget the promise we made when we were lit? Ah. Stop mentioning that. We were young then. You can't keep bringing that up. I can and I will. HMMPH. Gah. Just stop doing this and act your age already. Hey, say that again. Even the usually stoic Naren was flustered at this point. The respective characters of both Naren Khalid and Sarah Crimson were broken the moment they encountered each other. As expected of a match made in heaven, or was it? Chapter 288. These two were the Eastern Kingdom's most unpredictable top guns, and they just happened to converge in a single location. Hey, Naren, what the hell is this? This power is enough to level this entire academy. No, it'll most likely spill over and take a chunk of the city as well. Sarah said with a curious gaze on the conspicuous pillar of light that stood before them. She then eyed Naren suspiciously. Hey, it wasn't me. Who, then? I don't think anyone else here is capable of doing something like this. Well, you're half right. The guy who did this is no longer here. He left. And you let him? Of course. It was his choice. Plus, it's not like he did any harm. Naren and Sarah were smiling at each other and talking so casually as if the subject wasn't a serious matter that could claim so many lives. Who is he, then? An enemy? Nah. A student. Hey? A student. Yep. He's my proto copyright GA copyright. He. What? You have a proto copyright GA copyright? Yep. Got one recently. And he did this? Yet. He's quite something, We could never do something like that when we were younger. It's hard to believe, but, you wouldn't lie about this. It's the truth, though. That guy is one special kid. Oh? You never speak highly of another person. I speak highly of your chest. Hey. Right, well, he's someone I owe a great deal to, after all. Thanks to his help, I can get even stronger. Stronger? You. Yet. You just watch. Both man and woman smiled at each other, their eyes now burning with rivalry. I won't lose, you know. He, looking forward to it. And then, something sparked in the mind of Sarah Crimson. What's the name of the kid? In response, Naren's smile grew wide and he swelled in pride. He had never felt this way about any child before, but, he was indeed happy to have been the master of the boy. His name is Jared Leonard. Sarah's eyes widened a bit. She recognized the last name. And you'll meet him soon enough. They both smiled, clearly pleased by Naren's statement. Oh? Then I look forward to that. The dark-haired man and the lady of crimson smiled passionately at each other. For a second, it was like the world was still and only the two of them existed. Their faces were so close, merely inches from each other. At this distance, it was possible. Sarah's red eyes brimmed with passion and desire, and she noticed Naren's eyes had a lit flame of emotion within them too. Was it finally time? She could sense it. This time for sure. 00 smooch. Bringing her face closer to Naren's in a blur, she went for a kiss. No pain, no gain. She had waited so long, and now he was finally ready. They were ready for their first time. Not a chance. Splat. Once again, Naren successfully prevented physical contact by protecting himself with his magic. Ow, how mean, Sarah sulked even more. If one looked closely, they could probably see a droplet of tears appearing in the corner of her eye. Meanie. That's enough of that. Let's get down to business. Once Naren said that, Sarah Crimson sighed, then, her change was instant. A stern face replaced her unserious one, and her pose was upright. The air of dominance she neglected suddenly came over her, driving out any air of ease. So, what do you have to report? What happened here? Sarah asked in her grand mage mode, of course, not the genuine thing. Ah, much better. I prefer her like this. Naren gave a side thought, and then spoke. A first-year student in the lower class, Jared Leonard, confronted the mastermind of the Inslark Academy invasion incident. He used this spell to kill him after extracting as much crucial information as he could. Once he completed his task, he left the academy to whereabouts unknown. Naren's tone was official as well. Everyone now understood that they meant business. And you witnessed all this? I did. You fool! Why did you allow such a thing? And this Jared individual, why did you let him go? We could have questioned him as well. Even the culprit. I understand, and will take full responsibility for my actions. Yeah, that's what you always say. I apologize, ma'am. Naren bowed slightly. As he did this, Sarah groaned. She knew he was teasing her. But, they were on official grounds. Hold on, what if? A thought flashed across Sarah's mind, and then a smile morphed on her face. What if I tell him to take responsibility by kissing me? Why had she never thought of this before? Since Naren was in full official mode, how would he escape this one? He. We will have a complete breakdown of your actions, as well as the full details of what occurred here. Yes, ma'am. But, first, I shall have you take full responsibility. Why yes, ma'am. Sarah was blushing. Her body temperature was rising. I didn't want to resort to this, Naren, but, we're not getting any younger, you know? It's time to make good on your promise. To take responsibility for your action, I order you to kiss M. No, ma'am. B. But, you. No, ma'am. B. But it's not fair. No, ma'am. Argh. I'll kill you, Naren. Sarah stomped on the ground and it trembled. The black-haired man took this as a sign of danger and instantly launched himself to the sky. It was time to flee. Come back here, Bohuam. The earth shattered as Sarah Crimson launched herself into the air as well. Both of them began playing tag in the sky, causing shockwaves as they dribbled each other. Meanwhile, the dumbfounded ones on the ground could do nothing but sigh. Sarah's retainers moved toward the vice head and decided to discuss official business instead. Our entourage will arrive by dawn tomorrow, so we will need to. Bohuam. A loud explosion from above interrupted the conversation, and then laughs and cries filled the air. The retainers of the Grand Mage and the staff of Inslark Academy all sighed. It was going to be a long night. Chapter 289. A place crawling with darkness and evil lurking with all forms of atrocities. This was a scene of pitch-black darkness, where creatures of malevolence resided. It was a wasteland where the strong reigned supreme and the weak had no choice but to obey. The demon realm. And at the summit of the strict hierarchy in this place, there was the demon castle. It was a massive structure that had 6-pronged towers on all sides, and a final massive monolith at the center. This was the precipice, the heights of power in the demon realm. The 6 towers housed the most powerful demons, the demon lords, and the final monolith at the center belonged to the royal bloodline, the chosen and most powerful race of demons, the Demon King's manor. Within this castle, the manor to be exact, was a young-looking being. He had horns protruding from his head, flowing long hair, and near ebony skin. He was garbed in royal attire, and a crown hung on his head. Within the grand hall, a place where the king addressed his subjects, he sat with some sort of satisfaction written on his face. Why was he so happy? No, it wasn't exactly joy. It was more like excited anticipation. His buttocks rested atop one of the most coveted objects in the demon realm, the Demon King's throne. The grand hall was empty, so this young one, no more than a grown teenager, could comfortably rest in a seat that didn't belong to him. At least not yet. He was the Demon King's only son, the Prince of the Demon Realm. His father, the Demon King, was currently inactive, so he made sure to indulge in little pleasures like this every now and then. At least, pending the time he would obtain the throne. Well, that time was drawing ever so closer. You seem to be enjoying yourself. A voice rang out. A voice? In the grand hall? During this period, the prince would usually be wary and extremely annoyed. He would also probably be worried that someone saw him seated on a throne that wasn't his yet, probably. Who would disturb him during this period? Even the new demon lords didn't dare. After all. In any case, the demon prince displayed none of these emotions. Rather, he seemed thrilled by the voice he heard. I certainly am. His voice responded to the intruder. It was a deep tone unbefitting of his looks. The chair is a little stiff, but I can live with it. This statement was accompanied by a chuckle. The initial voice also joined the laugh, and for a moment, the hall was filled with the echoes of two people. Finally, with a gust of wind, someone appeared before the prince. Was it a fellow demon? No. It was Legris Damien. It's been a while. No. A human. Haha, what can I say? I've been trying to make ends meet. Surely you jest. A man of your means surely doesn't need to engage in such boorish activities. The human before him had a cheerful expression, a facade, and had the outfit of a dark cloak with a certain emblem embedded in it. The emblem resembled some sort of badge. An image of an endless abyss was embedded therein. Welp, what can I say? Both beings laughed once again. Anyone who witnessed this would find it absurd that a human and a demon were mingling like buddies. The honest truth was that they actually were. These two were friends. The demon prince, a being who despised humans with a passion, made an exception with Legris. Why? Even though he looks like a human, this man is an actual demon. Since friends helped each other, Legris proved himself to be trustworthy and reliable. The prince wouldn't have come this far in his ambition without the human's help. A relationship where both parties understood and used each other, that was their friendship. So, why are you here? I assume it's not just to see your friend. For a moment, silence pervaded the hall. They were friends with benefits. Not just Legris Damien and the prince, no, it was the demon race and the organization Legris belonged to. Legris was sort of a middleman and ambassador. It used to be a man named Kido, someone belonging to the Midas race. However, they changed the order about 9 years ago, so Legris was the new person they dealt with. The prince preferred Legris. Not only was he weaker than Kido, but he was also easier to deal with. Oh, I was just dropping by to inform you of some news, about a demon lord of yours. The moment the prince heard this, his eyes bulged slightly, and his expression changed into a more serious demeanor. Ah, apologies. I mean, your previous demon lord. A shadow demon called Khan. Ah, that guy? He was the last to go among the old ones. What about him? Well, he made his way to the human territories, and caused quite the ruckus. The moment Legris Damien said this, the prince's expression changed. Pfft. Phi. Pua ha 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 ha. His laughter was deafening, filling the hall. Oh, please. Do not joke with me. Khan would never do that. He despises the humans, but he's still loyal to the king. Well, believe me if you want to, but you might want to hear this part. What is it? He was defeated, killed by the humans. A screen popped up before the prince, and an image of Khan being destroyed appeared. Seeing was believing, but even this royal was stunned by what he was seeing. This is... It was done by a man called Naren Khalid. Before that, Khan attacked an academy and was beaten by the students there. It was only when he was weakened that this man finished the job. The prince was even more stunned. However, this surprise transformed into something else: rage. Those disgusting humans. Those inferior insects! His hands banged the armrest of the throne on which he sat. His seething rage was evident. While Khan had been insignificant to his plans and was actually better off dead, the fact that humans were the ones who finished the job irked him to no end. How were they able to defeat a former demon lord? Children in an academy standing up against a demon? Inconceivable. Those damned humans, so they truly broke the pact. I knew it. Those vermin. The prince was full of anger, but also had a secret satisfaction lurking deep within his heart. He was glad that he was right. His father was wrong. The old ones were ignorant. That was why he replaced them. That was why he needed to be king. That was why he needed to get rid of the threat. So, what will you do now, Prince Abel Lion? For a moment, silence reigned in the grand hall. But, the silence was short-lived. Soon, the mighty voice of a tyrant rang out. It was filled with ambition and fury. It contained absolute seriousness and conviction. The time has come, my friend. Finally, the moment he had been waiting for. Chapter 290. Prince Abel Lion stood from the throne and allowed his majestic figure to float in the direction of the man before him. Once he reached his front, he stood face to face with Legris Damien. The prince's demonic physique was bigger, making him taller than the grinning human before him. The time for what? Legris Damien seemed to be enjoying the situation. He already knew what Abel Lion would say, but hearing it could provoke a different emotion. The prince returned Legris' undaunted smile. His sharp teeth were displayed, and an almighty power enveloped him, causing the entire room to be filled with miasma. Any normal person would die. The time for war, the prince said with a sinister undertone. His smile contained even more malevolence than before. That was because he knew what he was talking about. The humans were a threat. No, not just them, the others as well. While the demons were in seclusion, inhabiting the northern continent, the three other large patches of land contained the thriving races that basked in prosperity. They lived in an illusion that the demon race was vanquished, forever exiling them to this remote part of the world. It was a shame Abel Lion could not bear. This, however, wasn't the main reason behind the prince's disposition against humans. No, even the other races. While we are in decline, they grow more powerful. While our population remains stagnant, they become more plentiful. Why does no one see it? Before long, the other races would gain an insurmountable advantage, and that would mean the end of the demon race. Pana Abel Lion was aware of this. Unfortunately, neither his father nor any of the old ones seemed to see reason behind his words. So, he had to get rid of them. Thankfully, he had support both from his demon brethren, and the organization Legris Damien belonged to. As a result, he led a strategic coup, and in no time, the older demon lords had all been purged, replaced by the ones who shared his vision. The king had also grown frail and weak in effect of Abelion's doing. He hadn't intended on taking such drastic measures, but after considering how far he had come, the prince made his choice. For the greater good, sacrifices had to be made. It wasn't paranoia. It wasn't fear. It wasn't unjustified hatred. This was the real deal. Khan's death has proved it, the humans cannot be trusted. If Khan could be stopped by the students of an academy, that meant that they were being raised with the knowledge of a demon's weakness. That being the case, the humans had betrayed them. I never expected this, at least, not now. Abel Lion gritted his teeth as he moved back and forth, circling Legris while speaking aloud. The demon realm is still under stabilization. Any reckless move on our part could result in a disadvantageous condition. He wasn't someone who didn't use his head. Abel Lion was first concerned with his people. That was the reason he trod this path, to begin with. If the other races band together, it will be difficult to win, at least, for now. It would take some time for them to amass power. It would also be very difficult in their current state to achieve enough to properly fight back. This was yet another repercussion of the pact made with the other races. We can help you. Legris Damien said with a smile. Once Abel Lion heard this, he grinned back at his friend. Well, that's comforting to hear. What could you possibly do? Legris seemed to be getting more amused by the second. How about an arcana? It should help a great deal in your battle. Abel Lion was stunned, but as a prince, he chose to comport himself. To think you had such a thing at your disposal too. The demon realm had a few treasures of its own. One of which was the arcana of the devil. Of course, having another of those phenomenal tools would be crucial in achieving his goals. But, there was no such thing as free lunch in this world, especially in the case of power. What do you want in return? Legris Damien smiled. Nothing much. The usual supplies, we want them tripled. Also, there's a small favor to add. It's a bit personal. Granting favors was also the duty of a friend, so Abel Lion decided to hear Legris Damien out. There's just someone special out there, a human enemy. Legris' smile morphed into a sadistic and utterly demonic expression. I want you to spare him. Spare him? Why? Abel Lion was expecting many things, but this betrayed all expectations. He caught my attention, nothing else. That kid is quite interesting, you know. Abel Lion would have implored more, but this wasn't the time to delve into another one of Legris' fetishes. War was imminent, and the demonic race was going to crush the denizens of the continent underfoot. Only then would there be true order. To achieve that, Abel Lion would use all that was necessary. All right, then. What's his name? The human male gave a satisfied smile and parted his lips. Jared Leonard. Ha! I gave a deep breath as my eyes took in the vast landscape before me. This would be the first time I was alone in this new life. However, I knew there was no time to take in the atmosphere. There's no time at all. Thanks to Khan's little stunt, war was bound to break out at some point. At my current level, there was nothing I could do to stop the enemy. To truly make a difference, I needed to get stronger and fast. With the problem of demons and arcanas popping up, it's finally time to visit that spot. By the end of this journey of mine, I was bound to get stronger, strong enough that I wouldn't have to endure the feeling of powerlessness any longer. Before I lost anyone I cared about, I would ensure that I became good enough to protect everything and everyone precious to me. After all, that was all that mattered. Wait for me, everyone. Next time, I won't lose. Do not read the next chapter. Just skip to the next arc. An error was made. Asterisk. 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 End of the third arc. The fourth arc, the demonic incursion arc, will resume shortly. Chapter 292. 3 years later. The Eastern Kingdom was the largest human nation in the world. It occupied the entire eastern continent, and even though this was the smallest patch of land, as compared to the other continents, it solely belonged to the human race. After the great battle against the demons, the entire northern continent was lost to them, now covered in thick, uninhabitable miasma. As for the other continents, the western continent was home to the elves and fairies, while the southern continent housed the therianthropes and dwarves. The races lived in peace, hardly relating with the other, except for the neighbors that existed on the same patch of land. There was peaceful coexistence among the previously united races, but after years went by since the Great War, they had grown distant. Humans hardly had any relation with the members of other races, and likewise was also the case. They shared certain resources, though, but that was the extent of their interaction with each other. Each nation simply focused on its denizens, just as in the past, when there was no threat to unite them. With the Eastern Kingdom being the largest human settlement, others inhabited islands here and there, but their territory was linked very closely with the Eastern continent. There were several small nations, but they all bowed to the majesty of the most powerful settlement for and by humans. The Eastern Kingdom had a total of 49 regions spread all across the continent, were nobles who managed each one. Of the 49, 4 were especially more renowned than the others, and so they were named duchies. The ones who owned these estates were dukes, the highest in the aristocratic order, second only to the king. The regions usually traded with one another, interacting as noble estates should. Power was largely decentralized, but not completely. Ultimately, at the helm of power, there existed 3 major forces. The merchant city located in one of the duchies of the kingdom. The academic city in Zlark Academy. The royal capital, the central authority of the Eastern Kingdom. No one could oppose the first because of the wealth and economic power it employed. However, for the remaining 2, there was a simpler reason. Magic. The royal family had the most powerful forces in their charge, and in Zlark Academy basically bred new mages by utilizing phenomenal technologies and having renowned mages teach there. This was the system of the world, the only way the people of the East knew how to live. Ivan Smith yawned as he walked on his usual patrol at the borders of his assigned region. His red hair fluttered with the wind, but his nonchalant gait made it clear that he didn't care for the wind nor his duties. He simply sought something more stimulating. This region was situated at the western borders, a place that pointed toward the elf nation on the map. While it was every man's dream to gaze upon those beauties, they were separated by an unforgiving mass of water that made it virtually impossible to cross over. Of course, there were means to defeat the forces of nature, but since the kingdom had no interaction with the elven race, nothing could be done. This wasn't the cause of Ivan's disappointment, though. Shit! I shouldn't be here. As he walked along the coast of the region, he watched the large body of water from his elevated platform. The ocean was so vast but peaceful. That was the problem. It had been 3 years since the first demonic disturbance, as it had now been dubbed, and ever since then, the kingdom began taking active stances to defend the nation from another attack from the enemy. Ivan was merely a first year back then. No, that was an excuse. The truth was that he simply wasn't an impressive student back then. He was weak, unable to contribute nearly as much as the others around him. As a result, after the entire commotion had been resolved, he purposed within himself to become stronger. After a couple more years in the academy, he graduated as one of the most elite students in his year. After graduating from Zlark, a mandatory 1-year internship was imposed on the students. This way, they would learn more about their career in a practical environment. As a result, the students who were once in a restricted learning environment were assigned to various parts of the 49 regions. An exceptional few were even fortunate enough to serve in the capital, the territory of royals. Ivan didn't envy them, though. That had never been his goal. Ever since he tasted weakness, the young man didn't ever want to experience something like that ever again. He sought ways to better himself. Which was why, when he was posted to a region at the border of the kingdom, he was overjoyed. There was nowhere more dangerous than the border. With the unrest occurring within the kingdom as well as the smell of war wafting in the air, Ivan wanted to be at the forefront of the action. Only by pushing himself past the limit would he be able to achieve even greater growth. But, who would have expected this? Shit! He had been posted to the western border, a remotely safe place, and never had to do anything except patrol and magic training throughout the 6 months he had spent there. Ivan's frustration took a toll on his personality, and his restlessness bred negative emotions within him. If only he had been posted to the northern borders, then maybe. Sigh, let's get this over with. Ivan's eyes eyed the massive watchtower that firmly stood at a distance and smiled wryly. It was something the kingdom had implemented on all borders of the kingdom in preparation for any sudden incursion. It was such a shame that it lay wasted there. No demon had crossed the border in the past 3 years. The humans thought of making a preemptive attack on the demons, but the miasma in the northern continent was too dense. There was no need to expend more resources than necessary. That was why, all the kingdom could do was prepare themselves for an assault and strengthen their forces. However, so far, nothing of note had occurred, and that irked Ivan to no end. But, even that was going to change very soon. Chapter 293. The master won't be back for his seminar in a few days. You've been tasked with handling the other recruits till he gets back. Yvonne Smith looked dissatisfied as he heard those words. Damn, that old geezer. His master, previous lord over the Alphonse Sereth estate, was an archmage who was at the level above most mages. His name was Lord Alphonse and he was the master in charge of the border they were currently managing. Since Yvonne and a few other Inslark graduates had been posted in his territory, it was his responsibility to train them with practical experiences. He did his duties well, allowing the boys to experience actual combat with a few monsters that lurked around, but Yvonne wasn't satisfied. He used most of his free time to train personally, even after receiving instructions from Alphonse. He had to get stronger. Strong enough to at least be a match for him. Now, I have to handle everyone else? Damn it! Yvonne needed time for himself. Why did he have to babysit his former classmates? In about 6 months, they would all officially become mages. They needed to learn to fend for themselves already. Well, you're the most powerful of them. You've also shown a lot of potential, according to the master. Plus, you're also the most responsible. Yvonne gritted his teeth as he listened to the man who spoke. He was Master Alphonse's retainer, a man who practiced martial arts, rather than magic. He simply came to give Yvonne the message of his superior, so the red-haired boy couldn't hold it against him. Still. Arg. Whatever. Yvonne was 16 years old now. He was recognized as an adult by normal standards, and would soon be regarded as a mage as well. Self-control was a virtue belonging to the mature, and he needed to foot the bill. Well, nothing ever happens here, so, how bad could it be? The other interns, 3 in total, were currently taking a stroll close to the border of the region. Yvonne remembered the boring patrol he had done just a few hours ago. Still, since they were 3, it was bound to be more fun for them. Once the slackers returned, he would just inform them of Master Alphonse's instructions. Sigh, how bothersome. So, what exactly are they? The sudden eruption caused both Yvonne and the retainer Cephas to sharply turn their heads in the direction of the noise. They were currently at the watchtower, and neither of them had noticed it until it was too late. Ivan's eyes widened as he saw a hulking figure appear from within the ocean. It was covered in black scales, glimmering as the sun beat its wet body. It had the body of a giant alligator, but its face certainly resembled a dragon. Fiery bombs came from its large mouth, devastating the areas around it. In merely 3 blasts, everything around the monster was covered in flames, smoke, and blood. That is. Ivan's body shook, his lips trembled, and his bulging eyes widened even further. This was a monstrous existence he hadn't seen since he was still a student at Inslark Academy, a being he had never expected to witness now. The miasma coating the evil being was enough to send shivers down Ivan's spine. The young man trembled even more as he watched the massive being rise from the ocean's depths and step onto the region's grounds. Yvonne, are you all right? Cephas, who had also been gawking at the malevolent creature, looked in Yvonne Smith's direction. The boy's shaking was too unnatural. Is he scared? I wouldn't blame him, Cephas' thoughts trailed. How wrong the older man was. Finally, Ivan's voice was low, but deep. His widened eyes now narrowed, and his quivering lips formed a large grin. This was what the young man had been waiting for. Finally. With this, he launched himself out of the watchtower's window and charged outside. Flames erupted from both his hands and legs, and Yvonne rushed out in a straight burst of fire. Trails of smoke and tiny embers from him could be seen as the youth charged at the target. It was enough to stun the middle-aged man a bit. He had seen many horrifying monsters in his life, yet none came close to the one that suddenly appeared. The fact that a young lad was able to dive into danger at the first sign of a threat spoke volumes of his character. That boy, Ivan! A loud bellow from the monster brought the man back to his senses, and he quickly reached for his swords, turning in the direction of the stairs in order to mobilize the troops and lead them into battle. "Wait for me!" Cephas mumbled under his ragged breath, also donning a determined look in his eyes. Ivan's speed was phenomenal. The wind brushed his face, but he didn't care. His eyes were wide enough to see the target, and since he was reinforced with magic enhancement, the young lad had nothing to worry about. After so long, finally, Ivan brandished his tightened fist, and bursts of flames suddenly covered it. With his current velocity and his flaming fist, Ivan charged straight for the massive demon's head. The trail of amber flames shot through the sky faster than a piercing lance, and then... "Eat this!" Making full use of the momentum he gained, Ivan thrust his flaming fist. Boom! The entire area was scorched in hot flames. The breeze sent heat radiating around the area, but since Ivan was coated with enhancements, he didn't feel any inconvenience. Upon landing the hit that covered the demon in flames, the fearless young man flew back in recoil, and then landed on the ground a considerable distance from the scorched opponent. Ha! That felt good. Ivan had used one of his strongest attacks from the get-go, a powerful hit that caused combustion, as well as an impact that would shatter most surfaces. However, Ivan knew that it wasn't enough. How hard! He looked at his throbbing fist. Even with his punch and attack that felt little to no resistance whenever he used it on any target, he wasn't able to break anything. Just as Ivan was about to click his tongue, the monster emerged from the flames and smoke that were already fading away from its body. Guru. Once Ivan took a glimpse at the massive unscathed body of the demon, he instinctively knew. This is going to be tough. Chapter 294. The demon was at least 30 meters tall. Its massive physique was also accompanied by its immense aura and destructive capabilities. If not for its exceptionally high amount of miasma, one would classify this thing as a monster, and an extremely dangerous one at that. In this world, there were beasts that differed from regular animals. Some had intelligence, while others relied solely on instinct. They were known as magic beasts. Those who were labeled as dangerous beings were dubbed monsters. However, others like dragons, griffins, dryads, etc. were tagged as mere magical beasts. Since their population was abysmally smaller than the other races in the world, there was no official title or territory attributed to each and every kind of magic beasts. However, that didn't mean their strength wasn't recognized. As someone who had been studying magic beasts, especially monsters, as a means to get stronger, Ivan Smith knew that this massive creature could pass as one. However, the aura of malevolence and despair it emitted could only belong to the despised race of the demons. That was what he believed. So, they've finally begun their invasion. Looks like they brought a strong one to deal the first strike. Ivan was getting pumped up. He cracked his fingers and hatefully smiled at the large monster before him. Its scales glimmered in the sunlight, and Ivan knew that those would be the problem. He's probably resistant to adverse conditions like burn or cold. In that case, while Ivan needed to test the waters, he also had to end things quickly. The longer the battle dragged on, the more devastation would spread. There could also be enemy forces nearby, so it was best to finish things fast. If his scorching flames wouldn't be enough, he simply had to resort to something sturdier, strong enough to break the tough scales of the demon. This sounded like a perfect job for his familiar Wax Guardian. Instantly, a white-like being manifested from within Ivan. It looked like a living candle. Having a flaming head, its hands, body, and legs were coated in white like a burning candlestick. Some would say it looked cute, maybe even weak. However, Ivan was well aware of its strength. Let's do this. Bond magic. The demon opened its mouth to deliver another scorching blow to the area. Its large jaws were agape, and crimson flames began to form there. "I won't let you." In a swift motion, Ivan raised his two hands, and white constructs appeared in an instant, pure white spears. The spears, made of wax, cut through the wind and chased the chin of the beast. They made impact, forcibly closing the jaws of the demon. The crimson flames that were being prepared by the giant blew up in its mouth, causing its hulking body to jerk slightly. It staggered back while growling in annoyance. Ivan smiled, happy that his wax constructs worked. His wax guardian was a rare entity, belonging to a special race of magical beasts known as principalities. It was the only one of his kind, and since its power was the real deal, Ivan chose it during the Inslark familiar selection ceremony. The wax guardian's magic involved the use of wax. There were two kinds, soft and hard. The soft kind was enough to restrict the movements of the enemy by sticking them to a particular location. As time passed, these soft waxes would turn hard, further binding the target. The major advantage of his familiar was hard wax. The density and strength of the constructs made using this magic were relative to the amount of mana expended, however, it was extremely durable. With enough mana, it could get as strong as the most durable metal he knew, adamantite. The problem was mana usage. For smaller constructs, Ivan could make his wax as strong as adamantite. However, when facing a monster like this, he needed bigger wax armaments. That meant their durability would reduce, but with enough size and numbers, it would compensate for quality. More. Several dozen spears appeared, all bigger than Ivan, and they were launched at the demon, who was still in recoil. The air hissed as they pierced the target, bypassing the hard scales that defended it. "Yes. We're doing it." Ivan grinned. He was expending more mana than he wanted to, but, at this rate, he could kill the monster. Or so he thought. In a burst of negative energy, Ivan's body was flung back, as well as everything else around the terrifying creature. The young man winced, but was able to quickly flip in midair and regain his stance. "Shit," he murmured, glancing at the surrounding of the demon. It had been devastated. It was as if a massive comet fell and destroyed everything around it. Oh, if Ivan hadn't been a distance away from the demon, how much damage would he have incurred? However, that wasn't the worst part. The monster was now coated in an intense aura. Its scales seemed even tougher than earlier, and all its wounds were healed. It had achieved complete recovery. No, even worse. Evolution. Damn, was all Ivan could say under his ragged breath. He hadn't expected it to be so tough. Confronted with this new height, would he be able to win? Ivan knew the answer to that. Heck yeah! Without wasting any time, Ivan used one of his trump cards in bond magic. It was something that perfectly suited him, who liked direct combat. Wax armament. A blinding light covered the area, causing the demon to glare at the source. At the center of the immense surge of energy was Ivan. He was currently coated with white wax. Like full-plated armor, his body was shielded and he looked like a knight. Other than the high defensive and offensive capabilities of this state, Ivan was extremely agile too. Multiple enhancements were working at the same time in his body. He could still utilize his projectiles while engaging in a direct confrontation with the demon. By coordinating his attacks efficiently and aiming for a decisive hit before the demon could heal or use the negative burst attack again, Ivan surmised that he could take down the creature. Yes, in this new form, Ivan was confident of victory. Chapter 295. Ha, ha. Ivan gave ragged breaths. Ha. Huff, huff. His breathing was uneven, only matching the disheveled state he currently suffered. He was running low on mana, so he avoided wasting it on healing himself unnecessarily. If it wasn't fatal, he could bear it. It had only been a couple of minutes, 10 minutes tops, that he had started his battle with this beast, yet he was already in such a sorry state. Unlike him, the massive demon still seemed to be eager for a fight. It kept healing despite the injuries Ivan inflicted on it. The young man was never able to deal any decisive hit. The moment I try to, it uses that negative burst of his and pushes me away. That was why Ivan was stuck. Shit. He had expended too much mana, and he couldn't maintain bond magic for very long too. At this point, the excitement of the young man had faded away and he was beginning to wonder about reinforcements. However, he knew the problem with that. Preparation. It had been 3 years since the first demonic attack. Initially, there was tight security measure across the kingdom. Protocols were tight, and defense was airtight. However, given the fact that nothing had occurred, people were bound to get complacent. The soldiers stationed at the border were probably lazing around. Even the archmage in charge of the fort had gone for a seminar. No one saw this coming. Damn it! This was a remote area that faced the land of the elves. Who would have thought that a demonic assault would come from here first? Are the other areas experiencing this too? Ivan couldn't help but ask himself. If that was the case, then could that mean the war had begun? For someone who had been complaining about his uneventful life and craved excitement, the prospect of engaging in serious warfare made him shiver. He didn't want this. Focus, Ivan. He shook his head and focused on the hulking creature before him. It somehow seemed bigger than before, but that was probably Ivan's imagination. I have to buy time until there are Ivan. Fall Bayok. A familiar voice shouted at him. He recognized it well. Si fas. Ivan, who would have stubbornly refused to heed the man's words, found relief that help had arrived. He was just about to reach his limits, so this was perfect. Ha! Understood. With that, Ivan sharply turned away from the demon and began heading in the direction of the fort with the watchtower in his view. Guru. The demon didn't seem to agree with Ivan's tactical retreat. Eat this, you monster! Ivan used the last bit of his mana and bond magic to launch several spikes at the demon at least to buy time. However, they were all deflected by the creature's negative burst. Shit! Ivan picked up his pace as he ran. He didn't have nearly enough stamina and energy to fly with the use of his magic. In his current state, running was the best he could do. Get down! Ivan heard a sound, and he instantly obeyed. Taking a bracing position, Ivan prepared for the bombardment that was about to come. Fiery! In a deafening roar, several magic cannons spat flames and explosive ores. The balls of flames were launched, and they made impact with their target though some missed. The shockwave was enough to push Ivan's body. If he hadn't braced for impact, it would have meant serious problems. Ha, those things sure pack a punch. The magic cannons that were spread throughout the fort to handle multiple enemies were used on a single one. While some missed since their aim couldn't accurately capture a single enemy even with its size. Still, there was no way it could survive. As Ivan smiled, enjoying his brief moment of satisfaction that they triumphed against the threat, the hulking monster emerged from the immense smoke and flames that licked its body. The moment Ivan heard its deafening footsteps, his smile froze, and his body became stiff. He was currently on the ground because of the bombardment, but he couldn't get up at the moment. The shock was too much. Guru, the battered demon growled. Its body was full of holes and wounds, but none were fatal. Shoo. It spread disgusting miasma throughout its body and healed from the effects of the bombardment. Just like that. It was almost like nothing had happened. No, something was different. More miasma swelled from the horrifying creature, and it opened its wide jaw to produce something. It was a massive ball of flames. Mixed with the immense miasma, the crimson cluster of destructive energy became purple, and it swirled above the mouth of the monster. In a few seconds, maybe even less. Ivan was going to become a pile of ash. Shit. Restock. Reload. Reload. Cephas declared, brandishing his own dual blades as he dashed in the direction of Ivan. The fort was a bit far from the helpless boy's location, but Cephas' martial arts made that meaningless. In a few moments, he closed the distance and reached the kid. Unfortunately, by the time he got there, the monster had already fully prepared its blast. Shit! Cephas brandished his blade, probably in an attempt to stop the monster from firing. Martial arts were great, but the middle-aged man should have known its limits. There was no way his meaningless struggle could amount to much. However, in times of desperation, people could summon power beyond their usual limits. Perhaps he was hoping for that. Flashes of purple energy burst forth, and a wave of despairing energy made Cephas abandon the thought. There was no way he could compete against that. If his master was here, then something could be done, but this was beyond him. Before the magic cannons got reloaded, the damage would already be done. He and the young boy on the floor would die. If the next barrage didn't end this demon, then it would go on to extinguish the life of the defenders of the fort. Is this it? If only we were more vigilant. The purple spark of destructive lightning and flames was launched. In a fraction of a moment, it could collide with them. Death was imminent. Chapter 296. Ivan watched the purple blast of destruction approach. His senses didn't have enough bandwidth to react to the assault on time. He couldn't think. He couldn't breathe. He could only see. As he neared his end, regret lingered in his heart. Despite his pursuit of strength, he still couldn't reach it. Why did he always lose no matter how hard he tried? The life of a loser and failure. That was all that flashed before his eyes at the end. At least that was what he thought. The explosion came. It was so deafening that Ivan felt rattled to his bones. The vibrations shook him at his very core, and his heart raced with the rhythm. However, he wasn't hurt. Oh, he had thought death was painful. Yet, not only did he not feel pain or heat or pressure, he didn't feel anything at all. He heard the sound, felt the vibrations, but that was it. His mind failed to comprehend what had happened, so he opened his eyes. The sight he saw was born out of a miracle that he didn't know could happen. Bright, golden light shone. It encircled a particular area like a dome. This brilliant field of light was not used on them, rather, it was the enemy that dwelled within the barrier as well as the detonated blast of destruction. The monster bellowed as it was assailed by its own attack. Stuck in a space it could not escape from, it was forced to bear the mutilation of its flesh. Screams filled the air for a moment, and then the explosion stopped. The monster also ceased crying, most likely realizing the futility of that action. Instead, it glared into the air, focusing its gaze on an apparition that floated there. The growl it gave displayed hate, and the demon trembled in fury and fear. Ivan, who had taken in this sight in such a short period, was dazed. He looked at the injured creature within the golden barrier. It was scared and angry, staring at something in the sky. The demon no longer paid any attention to him nor Cephas, who was doing his best to stand tall. Ivan followed the demon's gaze, wondering what the demon's new target was, or, rather, who. It was a figure that levitated in midair. Ivan couldn't make the apparition well, since it was so far up in the sky, but, the figure slowly descended. Ivan's eyes began widening as the being a person came into view. He had elegant blonde hair that fluttered with the wind, shining brightly like the sun above them. The person didn't seem any older than Ivan, no, he was probably younger. He wore a white coat that flapped as he descended, and his shirt and trousers were black. The shoes he wore were a mix of white and gold. The boy had both hands in the pocket of his coat, comfortably gliding in the air as he now hovered about 100 feet in the air. That is. Cephas' eyes widened as he stared at the figure before him. He had a faint memory play in his mind, but so much doubt banished it from becoming a conviction. There was no way. Ivan, on the other hand, smiled as he witnessed someone he hadn't seen in 3 years appear before him now. You've not changed, his thoughts trailed. The figure in white, black, and a tiny bit of gold, turned his face and smiled at the people on the ground. You've done well, Ivan. The young man felt a surge of pride, yet frustration swelled up from within him. Still, he comforted himself that he had indeed tried his hardest. The demon was simply too strong, as was the boy before him now. Jared Leonard, you're back, he said with a weak voice. But, even though they were mere whispers, the boy 100 feet above heard him perfectly well. You better kick that guy's ass. The blond boy, 15 years of age, with mature eyes and a charming smile, nodded. Yat. The demon roared from within the barrier. It pounded the golden field that imprisoned it to no avail. Ivan wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but the barrier didn't even seem to budge despite the powerful strikes of the enemy. To think one of you escaped. He heard the boy above him say. What did that mean? Ivan wasn't certain, but he decided to focus more on the demon and witness his last moment. Ivan was curious. Just how much had his longtime rival grown? What sort of spell would he use to defeat this monstrosity? As he contemplated, Jared Leonard sighed above. A tiny fragment of golden light appeared. It looked like one of the stars that decorated the night sky. If not for its golden color, and the way it danced before Jared, Ivan would not have been able to tell the difference between the two. You should die too. Whoosh! The star instantly vanished from Ivan's sight, and the next thing he knew, it had appeared in front of the trapped demon. Wah! Ivan had not even been able to follow the attack's movements, so it only seemed like it vanished. Still, was the little light what Jared intended to use against the demon? It has thick scales, and that aura of miasma also fortifies it greatly, not to mention that troublesome regeneration. Unless one was to hit it in a fatal spot with an attack strong enough, this thing wouldn't die. Should I tell him? They had been fighting the demon before Jared showed up. It was highly possible it was probably the case that Jared didn't know about the demon's nature. Ivan made up his mind. I have to tell him. I have to warn him. He shouldn't expend his mana for nothing. Taking a deep breath, even though Ivan knew that the boy above could hear even his whispers, he made to scream. J.A. In a moment, probably less, everything shone goldenly. And the bellows of the demon ceased. At that moment, Ivan ceased speaking, but his mouth remained wide open. Why? It's gone. The young man's eyes looked at the golden barrier that still stood erect. It was perfectly all right. However, the demon, there was nothing within it, is gone. Just like that, the threat that plagued the western borders of the empire was extinguished completely. Asterisk. 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 Welcome to the 4th arc of Spellcraft, Reincarnation of a Magic Scholar. The Demonic Incursion arc begins. Chapter 297. Ivan watched the purple blast of destruction approach. His senses didn't have enough bandwidth to react to the assault on time. He couldn't think. He couldn't breathe. He could only see. As he neared his end, regret lingered in his heart. Despite his pursuit of strength, he still couldn't reach it. Why did he always lose no matter how hard he tried? The life of a loser and failure. That was all that flashed before his eyes at the end. At least that was what he thought. The explosion came. It was so deafening that Ivan felt rattled to his bones. The vibrations shook him at his very core, and his heart raced with the rhythm. However, he wasn't hurt. Oh, he had thought death was painful. Yet, not only did he not feel pain or heat or pressure, he didn't feel anything at all. He heard the sound, felt the vibrations, but that was it. Wah! His mind failed to comprehend what had happened, so he opened his eyes. The sight he saw was born out of a miracle that he didn't know could happen. Shi-ink. Bright, golden light shone. It encircled a particular area like a dome. This brilliant field of light was not used on them, rather, it was the enemy that dwelled within the barrier as well as the detonated blast of destruction. The monster bellowed as it was assailed by its own attack. Stuck in a space it could not escape from, it was forced to bear the mutilation of its flesh. Screams filled the air for a moment, and then the explosion stopped. The monster also ceased crying, most likely realizing the futility of that action. Instead, it glared into the air, focusing its gaze on an apparition that floated there. The growl it gave displayed hate, and the demon trembled in fury and fear. Ivan, who had taken in this sight in such a short period, was dazed. He looked at the injured creature within the golden barrier. It was scared and angry, staring at something in the sky. The demon no longer paid any attention to him nor Cephas, who was doing his best to stand tall. Ivan followed the demon's gaze, wondering what the demon's new target was, or, rather, who. It was a figure that levitated in midair. Ivan couldn't make the apparition well, since it was so far up in the sky, but, the figure slowly descended. Ivan's eyes began widening as the being a person came into view. He had elegant blonde hair that fluttered with the wind, shining brightly like the sun above them. The person didn't seem any older than Ivan, no, he was probably younger. He wore a white coat that flapped as he descended, and his shirt and trousers were black. The shoes he wore were a mix of white and gold. The boy had both hands in the pocket of his coat, comfortably gliding in the air as he now hovered about 100 feet in the air. That is. Cephas' eyes widened as he stared at the figure before him. He had a faint memory play in his mind, but so much doubt banished it from becoming a conviction. There was no way. Ivan, on the other hand, smiled as he witnessed someone he hadn't seen in 3 years appear before him now. "You've not changed," his thoughts trailed. The figure in white, black, and a tiny bit of gold, turned his face and smiled at the people on the ground. "You've done well, Ivan." The young man felt a surge of pride, yet frustration swelled up from within him. Still, he comforted himself that he had indeed tried his hardest. The demon was simply too strong, as was the boy before him now. "Jared Leonard, you're back," he said with a weak voice. But, even though they were mere whispers, the boy 100 feet above heard him perfectly well. "You better kick that guy's ass." The blonde boy, 15 years of age, with mature eyes and a charming smile, nodded. "Yeah." The demon roared from within the barrier. It pounded the golden field that imprisoned it to no avail. Ivan wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but the barrier didn't even seem to budge despite the powerful strikes of the enemy. "To think one of you escaped," he heard the boy above him say. What did that mean? Ivan wasn't certain, but he decided to focus more on the demon and witness his last moment. Ivan was curious. Just how much had his longtime rival grown? What sort of spell would he use to defeat this monstrosity? As he contemplated, Jared Leonard sighed above. A tiny fragment of golden light appeared. It looked like one of the stars that decorated the night sky. If not for its golden color, and the way it danced before Jared, Ivan would not have been able to tell the difference between the two. "You should die too." Whoosh! The star instantly vanished from Ivan's sight, and the next thing he knew, it had appeared in front of the trapped demon. Wah! Ivan had not even been able to follow the attack's movements, so it only seemed like it vanished. Still, was the little light what Jared intended to use against the demon? It has thick scales, and that aura of miasma also fortifies it greatly, not to mention that troublesome regeneration. Unless one was to hit it in a fatal spot with an attack strong enough, this thing wouldn't die. Should I tell him? They had been fighting the demon before Jared showed up. It was highly possible no, it was probably the case that Jared didn't know about the demon's nature. Ivan made up his mind. I have to tell him. I have to warn him. He shouldn't expend his mana for nothing. Taking a deep breath, even though Ivan knew that the boy above could hear even his whispers, he made to scream. J.A. In a moment, no, probably less, everything shone goldenly. And the bellows of the demon ceased. At that moment, Ivan ceased speaking, but his mouth remained wide open. Why? It's gone. The young man's eyes looked at the golden barrier that still stood erect. It was perfectly all right. However, the demon, there was nothing within it, is gone. Just like that, the threat that plagued the western borders of the empire was extinguished completely. Asterisk. 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 Welcome to the fourth arc of Spellcraft, Reincarnation of a Magic Scholar. The Demonic Incursion arc begins. Chapter 298. Cephas promptly returned to the fort and did everything as he was instructed. This time, it wasn't simply because the one who instructed him was a stronger being, but also due to his identity. He was Jared Leonard. Jared was the grandson and master of the retired lord of this region. He was also the nephew of the current lord. Plus, Lord Alphonse was the man in charge of the fort at the border, so that made this visitor more akin to royalty. Cephas promptly told the servants what had been said, ordered the workers to prepare a lovely meal and decent accommodation for their guest, for family. Since this was a coastal region, fish and several other kinds of seafood were the major delicacies, but that didn't mean they were short on other materials. Make everything perfect. Cephas wasn't certain he would go this far for even the prince of the kingdom, but, after hearing all the praises of Jared from his master, also hearing of the same boy's exploits from his kid in the academy, and then witnessing the boy's power for himself, Cephas was filled with awe. He had thought his master and everyone else were slightly exaggerating, but it turned out that they were right. Jared Leonard was exceptional. I wonder if Master Alphonse will arrive to meet his grandson here. Thanks to the demon beast's attack, they had sent a message to the lord of their region, Alphonse's second son, using a magic tool for communication. It was a message to warn the lord and also request support. Of course, they also tried reaching out to Alphonse, but it seemed the old man forgot his magic communication tool. Magic items were very rare and expensive, but for a fort like this, and for many other regions, they were necessary, especially communication tools. Alphonse was pretty careless, but even he must have understood the implication of not taking his magic tool. Did that mean he too was attacked, or? Cephas shook off those thoughts and simply prepared a proper welcome for their guest and savior, Jared Leonard. Imagine my surprise finding out that Alphonse was the leader around here. It was initially baffling how they revered me, but after finding out the reason, things made more sense. I had returned to the fort later in the evening after surveying the entire coastal region for any potential threats and doing a bit of personal investigation. Before then, though, I resurrected the 3 guys who died as a result of the demon beast's attack. They were also surprised by my presence and profusely thanked me for saving them. I accepted their wholesome gratitude and told the 3 to report back to the base. I made it sound official, but it was just to get them off my back. The members of the fort must have been shocked to see the previously dead people return unscathed, because when I arrived in the evening, they were all bowing and waiting at the entrance. I'm not a royal, though, and this isn't even my territory. I mean, sure, I was related to the one in charge and was strong enough to demand reverence. But, receiving something like this was just unnecessarily uncomfortable. Of course, since I understood their sentiments, I bore with it and didn't let it show on my calm face. I was taken to the meeting room, a large conference hall most likely used for highly strategic conversations. A smile formed on my face as I noticed something Alphonse's portrait with me and my mother when I was still under his tutelage. The broad smile on our faces sent nostalgia coursing through me, but I controlled myself. I also spotted something else in the room, causing me to smile faintly. So, that's how it is. It wouldn't be a problem for me, so I simply snapped my fingers and then faced the group of people that stood behind me as I observed the room. So, the key figures of the fort are here, then. Yet. Everyone except Lord Alphonse. I nodded upon hearing Cephas reply. Envoys from the Lord's estate will be arriving shortly. Did you not tell them that help was no longer necessary? Yes, I did. But, by the time I sent the message, they had dispatched their troops. Communication devices were rare, so it was common sense that the mobilized army didn't have any device that could have been used to reach them. We have also run out of flares, so, Cephas' voice trailed as he addressed me. He was most likely embarrassed by the incompetence of the fort, but I didn't hold it against him. Why would I? Alphonse was at the helm, so he was the one who had to be held accountable. It's too bad I won't be sticking around very long before he arrives. You may all be seated, I told the distinguished men and women, showing them the seats that were neatly arranged around the rectangular desk. They bowed and sat. Once they did, I proceeded to have my position at the seat of honor facing all the older men and women who looked at me. None of their faces showed discomfort, which meant that Cephas must have emphasized my status and power to them. Knowing Alphonse's personality, he could have bragged about me once or twice. In any case, they understood their place and mine, making things easier for me. Thanks for setting up this meeting, Cephas. I turned to my side to look at the man who stood a bit behind my chair. He was most likely taking up his retainer/bodyguard position to raise my prestige. I appreciated the thought, but, wouldn't it be better if he sat as well? It's nothing, sir. He responded quickly and firmly. This guy. I understood a bit about the general personality of martial artists, but, this was not something I would tolerate now. Yvonne was even included in the meeting since Alphonse gave him a position of leadership over the resting graduates of Inslark whom I saved. And he's seated. There's no way I'm allowing you to stand, Cephas. While it would take a bit more time to convince this man to join the others in his seat, it was necessary. Once that was settled, the meeting would begin in earnest. Chapter 299. I considered waiting for the leader of the Lord's envoys who was already nearing the fort, but I figured that it would be better if he joined the meeting once all the introductions and preliminary issues had been dealt with. I smiled at the people seated, and they all gave me looks indicating many things. Curiosity. Awe. Expectations. Hopefulness. Inferiority. The last part was from Yvonne, since he must have felt extremely inadequate compared to me after witnessing the whole thing with that demon beast. He has grown to an unprecedented degree, though. It was just that comparing himself to me was a fundamental error, to begin with. While I wasn't invincible yet, I was above the league of most contemporary magic users. After a little back and forth, Cephas also took his seat. We were 10 in the room. 7 squadron leaders, each specialized in a particular aspect of warfare. Yvonne Smith, leader of the Academy interns. The Vice Commander Cephas. And then me. There was one empty seat available, for the envoy leader to use once he arrived. However, since he was still absent, I used the opportunity to get rid of preliminary matters. First were introductions. After hearing from the various leaders about their roles, the details of their occupation, and their response to the demon beast's attack. While doing this much seemed unnecessary, I had my reasons. By the time we were done, the envoy leader arrived. He was a thick man with robust muscles and a hardened face. The glare-like look in his eyes was enough to intimidate anyone at first glance. I thought he would request the seat of honor because of his high status, but he was a lot more reasonable than I thought. I told those who would welcome the envoys to brief him before he entered. After hearing everything, he must also be in a state of reverence or something similar. Since we were done with the preliminary meeting, and our guest was here, I decided to start in earnest. The demonic being that attacked your borders is a demon beast, a breed of magic beasts fused with miasma to the point of compatibility. They were not only stronger, but they could achieve phenomenal heights with their newfound abilities. Of course, that was only if they were compatible. On my way here, I witnessed a horde of them charging in your location, so I dealt with them accordingly. Who would have thought they had a scout ahead of them? The people were stunned as they sat, staring at each other with shock and disbelief. How many were they? Cephas croaked. With everyone shaken by this discovery, even he was no exception. A few hundred, perhaps 300 or more. Their jaws dropped even more. I could understand their rationale. A single one was too much for them to properly handle. If they were more prepared or if they persevered, they would eventually take one down, but 300 will be too much for them to win against. Even with the envoys, I estimated that they could manage to kill 5, maybe 10. In essence, without my intervention, they would have all met cruel ends. Ivan was even biting his lips in frustration, considering he struggled so much against one and I ended up defeating 300 without much effort. I recovered the corpse of a few of them, so the kingdom will have to take a good look at them to confirm my words and prepare countermeasures, I added. Cephas and the others nodded while gulping. Even the leader of the envoys was already looking at me with a brighter expression. Now, then, the demon beasts were only a small number, most likely dispensable tools to probe the area or deal the first strike. Then, why did they come from the border facing the elven kingdom of the western continent? Could it be that they're launching simultaneous attacks? True, it indeed made more sense for the demons to launch an attack from the north. However, that was predictable, no? I was certain the kingdom focused most of its defensive measures to guard the northern territories, but they did well not to completely leave the other borders unattended. However, with the looser security and the preconceived notion of the western continent being direct neighbors, it was the perfect means to strike. The western continent is most likely also suffering from an incursion, I stated, shocking them even more. It was the only explanation. Based on the geographical locations of the continents, the western continent was closer to the northern continent. Plus, if they attacked from the ocean connecting the east and west, it meant that the latter would have already had encounters with the demons. They simply had their hands full at the moment. The demons probably intend to make both continents too busy dealing with the threat to be too busy for the other. If the east needed help and sought an alliance from the west, they could perhaps join forces to drive out the demons. However, if the borders connecting the two were breached, it would be more difficult for the possibility of a joint front. Then, what can we do? The envoy leader asked with a perplexed expression. I sighed slightly. You'll need to report to the capital. I'll give you the details of what your report will be. The corpses of the demon beasts should also be transported there. They nodded and gulped again. I had other business to attend to, so I couldn't hold their hands through every process. Just in case some of you are still unsure of this, I'll tell it to you straight. The war has officially begun. Judging by the bitter and slightly frightened expressions on the faces of everyone present, I could tell that they had been dreading that reality. A single demon beast gave them such problems, and it was merely one of several expendable pawns of the demonic forces. In essence, based on the encounter they just had, these people were already aware of the chances they had against the demon race. Then, there's something else to address. I looked at Cephas in particular and furrowed my brow. This fort, no, the entire Eastern Kingdom is compromised. And, there was a spy among us. Chapter 300. See compromised. The leaders were all stunned by my words, but I remained calm. Yet, even now, one of us here could be an enemy. My eyes scoured the room and I saw the faces of everyone watching me. Oi, are you serious? How is that even? Aren't you going a bit too far? We've known each other for blah, blah, blah. They rambled on, and I let them. Ever since I entered this room, I had felt something was off. Of course, asking Cephas who was in charge of setting up the place could instantly rouse the suspicion of the enemy, so I ignored it. Instead, by allowing them all to introduce themselves, I figured out who did what and their additional assignments. By narrowing down the list, I had arrived at my conclusion even before the envoy leader arrived. "It's you," I smiled, focusing my gaze on a lanky man who was in charge of Squadron 3 handling auxiliary activities and maintenance of the fort. What?" he sharply responded, looking shell-shocked. I had to admit, that was good acting. It even reminded me of a particular someone who was a maid. The rest of the leaders looked at the man with slightly confused but suspicious eyes. "Gee guys, come on, it's me. Don't tell me you're just going to label me as a spy." His expression appealed to their sentiment, a good technique for a spy. Everything I said so far has been accurate, and I also have the power to back up my statements. Let's not mention the fact that I am your commander's grandson and pupil, as well as this region lord's nephew. The man looked even more shaken as I responded calmly. Everyone in this room was a leader, and that meant they valued facts over sentiment. The advantage was on my side. Alphonse forgetting his magic communication tool, the disappearance of flares, and the bug placed in this room, all of them point toward you was the culprit. It was easy to blame a servant for one of these, but not all. There was no way an observant veteran leader would be so careless as to allow so many discrepancies. Cephas specifically had his leaders mobilized because of my arrival. It makes sense that better care and observation will be put in ensuring this room was set up well. That makes the leader in charge the most complicit. Once I explained my rationale, everyone had to side with my logic. But the man was already getting nervous, darting his eyes left and right. "Don't even think about it. Your bugs, and even the magical devices you have on you, have been rendered powerless. In essence, I forcefully deactivated them." How is that? No help is coming. You've been cut off already. Eek. The man seemed timider compared to Liliana, who had already shown her true colors at this point. "There's no use buying time or trying any tricks. You've been caught." With the snap of my fingers, he fell unconscious and collapsed on the carpeted ground. "Leave him there. There should still be other spies, maybe 1 or 2 in the fort and some in the region. It might be difficult getting rid of them all, but we can prevent them from gaining access to information." I was planning on giving them a magic lie detector item that would allow the kingdom to spot and eliminate the spies. Now that we have that out of the way, let's continue the meeting. Our assembly lasted for another 30 minutes before it was concluded. During that time, I gave specific instructions and handed over necessary tools to those delegated to perform properly. Since we had no idea when the next wave of attacks would arrive, it was better to be prepared. They'll most likely launch an aerial assault next. Or, perhaps underground. In any case, it wouldn't hurt to be prepared. After the meeting was concluded, I was allocated a free office for the drafted document I needed them to take to the capital before I arrived there myself. The situation was dire, but there were 2 places I needed to stop by first before heading to the royal palace to enact my plan. Phew, all right. My first day back, and I was already this busy. However, if it was only this much, then it was bearable. After writing my message to the royal palace, I was going to give the people in the fort the demon beasts I captured dead, of course, and make my way to the next destination. There were many details that I didn't divulge to them, but they didn't concern these ones. The major burden lay in the capital, so I needed to settle other matters first. It's a shame I didn't get to see Alphonse, but that's fine too. We'll meet someday, if he doesn't die or anything. Even then, as long as I could help it, death wouldn't necessarily be the end of his life. My journey of 3 years was worth a lot more than that. I spent at least a century in practice, and that was only my rough estimation. I was too occupied with all I did that the concept of time became nearly redundant. But, it was thanks to this that I was able to achieve this level of power. The organization that was after my life, and the looming disturbance, I was confident in my ability to face them. The demons had an arcana with them, the devil, which made them nearly invincible in their territory. It was also thanks to this that the entire northern continent was shrouded in endless miasma and they could survive without ingesting corrupted souls. The organization after me also had their share of arcanas, possibly close to 10 by now. If they were working together with the demons, then that made the situation even direr, but I had no plans of watching from the sidelines or choosing safety. Normally, I would declare this as an unwinnable clash considering the weak and compromised state of the kingdom. However, the enemies weren't the only ones with arcanas. Plus, with my current strength and possession, this whole thing could turn around for the better.